Quickly stop them, Fang Dichang shouted. Western Desert's Immortal Gu houses tried their best to stop Xiaoshan He and Yu Zhuzi, but in front of them, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were putting up a tight defense. Roar! Zhang Fei Xiong turned into a giant, obstructing an Immortal Gu house relentlessly. Crack, crack, crack. Flesh Whip Immortal turned into an immemorial walking meat tree. She waved her branches and whipped at the Immortal Gu houses. They were knocked about and spinning around all over the place. Bam, bam, bam. All kinds of immortal killer moves erupted, as if they were large bursts of fireworks, incomparably splendid and powerful. These were all rank 8 killer moves of Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals. The Immortal Gu houses of Western Desert suffered a serious obstruction, inevitably hesitating. Taking advantage of this time, Zhao Shan He and Yu Zhuzi finished their preparation and unleashed their immortal killer move, sitting and eating the mountain empty. Western Desert's Gu Immortals were hit again. They then helplessly watched as a giant pillar of starlight shot down, teleporting away the central continent Gu Immortals. At the next moment, they returned to Heavenly Court. As the Gu Immortals healed their wounds, they exchanged conversations. It's really getting harder and harder to use the killer move, sitting and eating the mountain empty. After all, the other side has elites of an entire region, so they cannot be underestimated. As the saying goes, if a fool suffers sufficient losses, he will become wiser. But their strength has also been weakened quite badly, so they probably won't be able to hold out after 2 more times. The Gu Immortals were full of morale, and the more they fought, the higher their spirits became. GUH. At this moment, Qin Song's face turned pale, and he coughed out a small mouthful of blood. His blood was yellowish-brown, and there were countless small insects jumping around in the blood foam. Senior Qin, are you injured? Zhou Xiongxian, who was standing right next to Qin Song, asked with concern. Zhou Xiongxian was dressed in a white robe. He had a strong physique and a squarish face with thick eyebrows. In his last battle with Fang Yuan, he activated the fastest battlefield killer move in the world, Rumor Cage, and once caused Fang Yuan to fall into a dangerous battle. In the end, Fang Yuan was even more calculating and used the arrangements left by the organization to plot and kill Zhou Xiongxian. But this time, Fang Yuan was reborn. Zhou Xiongxian was thus alive and one of the many Gu Immortals that fought along with Heavenly Court. Qin Song weakly shook his head. This is an old injury. It is not from the fight earlier. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals all gathered around to check on Qin Song's state. Even Fairy Ziwei came here. Qin Song was the key person now. The reason why Heavenly Court was able to display such a powerful star-cast killer move was not only with the help of the related formation and star constellation chessboard, but also relying on Qin Song's strength. Qin Song was most skilled at teleportation. In the previous life, he was the one who brought the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals on a long journey to quickly make their way to Dizongshang. At that time, he did not have his complete set of Immortal Gu. He used killer moves without caring about his own condition, causing him to die prematurely. This life, however, he had awakened earlier. The situation was much better. Not only were his Immortal Gu comprehensive, he also got to use an advanced lifespan extension method. Qin Song's seniority was very high. He had gone into hibernation long ago. During his hibernation, Heavenly Court had many new findings and improvement in their research on lifespan extension methods. As time passed, there were bound to be improvements. As a result, Qin Song's lifespan was extended to a certain extent, but the repeated battles made him repeatedly exert himself, and his health declined rapidly. His lifespan was greatly reduced. Based on your current physical state, I'm afraid you can only use 4 movement killer moves at most. Beyond that number, your flesh and soul will all collapse. Fairy Ziwei calculated for a moment and spoke. For times, Qin Song smiled and coughed out another mouthful of yellow blood with a calm demeanor. It is enough to defeat Western Desert, and there's still room to spare, so maybe we can deal a blow to Southern Border as well. Or maybe Eastern Seas Gu Immortals. As for after my death, it will be up to all of you. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals were silent. Only Flesh Whip Immortal grinned. Don't worry, old man Qin. I'm here. There was nothing they could do about Qin Song's state. The cause behind all of this was his old injury, an injury that he had brought with him from exploring Reckless Savage's grave. It could not be treated in the past, and now it was still fatal. Fairy Ziwei, however, did not order a further attack. She was pondering in her head. Without Qin Song, Heavenly Court would not have the ability to teleport in groups. Relying on star constellation chessboard alone would be too inefficient, and it would seriously reduce her own ability to deduce and calculate. Fairy Ziwei had experience in using Starcast. This killer move consumed too many thoughts. If she had to use this killer move, she would no longer have the extra energy to look over the big picture. This was clearly not worth it for Heavenly Court. It would be fine if it was just one battlefield, but Heavenly Court was fighting in at least 3 battlefields. They were facing not only the powerful elites of the four regions, there was still Fang Yuan, the demon who had yet to do anything. As the leader and strategist of Heavenly Court in both the previous life and this life, Fairy Ziwei had to oversee the whole situation. What a pity, there is no wisdom path Gu Immortal awakening in the Immortal graveyard this time. Fang Yuan has yet to make a move, and Qi Si Ancestor has made no movements either. If we waste Qin Song early at this time, it will be bad if there is a sudden change in the battle in the future. Fairy Ziwei pondered deeply, unwilling to expend a key force like Qin Song in advance. She always considered one thing. Fang Yuan possessed a killer move using fixed immortal travel, as well as the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. He could quickly appear in any place in Central Continent. If Heavenly Court preserved the remaining uses of their star cast method, when they deal with Fang Yuan in the future, it would be much easier. Right now, we have 4 battlefields. They are in Heavenly Court, Hairy Foot Mountain, Emperor City, and Hidden Dragon Cave. Fairy Ziwei looked around, analyzing as she spoke. Of these 4 battlefields, Heavenly Court's battlefield is the most important. Once we are breached and Fate Gu gets destroyed by Longevity Heaven, all hope is lost. The second most important is Hairy Foot Mountain. If Infallible Blessed Land is destroyed and we don't refine enough success down marks, it will have a huge impact on our ability to repair Fate. However, this is not irrevocable. Even if the Infallible Blessed Land is destroyed and we don't have enough success down marks, Fate Gu would still be alive. In the future, with new developments in Refinement Path, we might be able to find other ways to repair Fate Gu. After that is Emperor City. The Western Desert Immortals are moving with their forces aimed straight at Emperor City. But after our repeated strikes, their vigor has been lost. Emperor City itself is already heavily guarded and defended by human path methods left by Venerables. Even if it is destroyed and the elites are all dead, it is not very important. In 100 years, more elites will emerge. Finally, there is Hidden Dragon Cave. Although there are many Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortals, they are not looking to kill and only want to seek gains. The formation and Old Man Bay foam alone won't be able to defend against them, but delaying them for a while is more than enough. During this period of time, we only needed to support them once to stabilize the situation over there. A Gu Immortal asked, "So, what is your decision?" Fairy Ziwei cast her gaze towards Calamity Luck Altar in the Qi Wall. Let's take care of Longevity Heaven first. With Heavenly Court secure and Fate Gu safe, even if the situation outside is completely lost, we will always be in an impregnable position. After a pause, she continued. In addition to that, it will also allow Senior Qin Song to preserve his health, preventing Fang Yuan and Qi Si Ancestor from suddenly making a move. Great. These are truly the words of a great strategist. I'm also feeling uneasy about trapping Calamity Luck Altar in our headquarters. After all, they are the descendants of Giant Sun, so they might unleash a surprising attack anytime. We will listen to you. After listening carefully, the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals all approved of this plan. As a result, the Immortals stopped attacking at a long range. They entered the Qi Wall and fought Longevity Heaven fiercely. The Qi Wall and Heavenly Court was left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. After so many years, except for the 3 paths that were opened by the 3 Venerables, the rest of the Qi Wall was still strong and enduring. And even worse was that the Qi Wall still retained its autonomous abilities. Heavenly Court Gu Immortals were allowed to move freely in it, while Longevity Heaven's Gu Immortals were restricted by a strong force. There was a hemispherical battlefield in the Qi Wall. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals bombarded Calamity Luck Altar with a barrage of attacks with their backs against the wall. Once Calamity Luck Altar retaliates, these Gu Immortals would rapidly retreat, entering the Qi Wall and using it to block Calamity Luck Altar's attack. Because of this, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were able to attack with their full strength. Calamity Luck Altar's surface was filled with cracks. As in Rank 8 Immortal Gu House, Calamity Luck Altar itself was extremely sturdy, and it was created by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable himself, so it had a clear advantage in charging. It was simply unreasonable. But all along, it was always obstructed by a Gu Immortal. This person was Duke Long. His body was slowly growing minute by minute. His face was like iron, his body was robust, and the defense of violet gold dragon scales all over his body was extremely amazing. Transformation Path Killer moves were being unleashed as he desired. The moves were domineering and fierce, blocking Calamity Luck Altar firmly. Be they Calamity Luck Altar or killer moves of Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals that he was in range of, he held firm, as if he was a pillar of heaven. All of the Rank 8 killer moves felt like just a light breeze. In the previous life, Duke Long and the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals fought for Dragon Palace, and although he succeeded, he was seriously injured. By the time the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was held, Duke Long was still injured, so his performance in battle was not so shocking at the start. In this life, because Fang Yuan had obtained Dragon Palace in advance, Duke Long was in a fully intact state and could attack Calamity Luck Altar to the point where it could not inch forward. Duke Long is actually so strong. Bing Sichuan was livid. The accompanying Bull Demon, Flower Lady, and Five Elements Grandmaster were all desperately trying their best to repair Calamity Luck Altar. This won't work. Without breaking through the barrier in front of us, we won't be able to get close to Heaven Overseeing Tower. In Calamity Luck Altar, Mao Li Chiu laid down on the ground, yelling out in dissatisfaction. Bing Sichuan struggled for a while internally before he sighed. There is no other way. Activate the killer move call of the ancient. Calamity Luck Altar suddenly stood still and abruptly exploded with a round of golden light. The light was so dazzling that it caused Duke Long to squint his eyes. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of river waves surging through the battlefield resounded. The phantom image of a segment of the Grand River of Time appeared above Calamity Luck Altar. This is... Duke Long's heart was slightly shaken. Then, following the astonished eyes of the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals, Northern Plains Gu Immortals walked out of the phantom river of time one by one. Come on, eat one of my explosive lightning bolts. The tall-bodied New Heir Bao Xiong laughed wildly. To think that I can use this move to come to the future and participate in a huge battle, I am truly fortunate. Hey Fan had a slight smile. Wow, what a huge battle. Oh heavens, I better hide somewhere. Lu had a delicate white face. He had a crafty look as his body vanished on the spot. What happened? These are all historically famous experts from Northern Plains. They've actually been summoned here. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals were all surprised. Duke Long said in a deep voice, "Attention everyone. This is Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Time Path Killer move, Call of the Ancient. It can summon closely related Gu Immortals from the upstream of the River of Time to the present to fight for the user." That's interesting. Flesh Whip Immortal licked her lips, her fighting spirit surging as she rushed up. Let me do it. Zhang Fei Xiong transformed into a giant. Together with Flesh Whip Immortal, they crashed into Calamity Luck Altar from the left and right. But at this time, Calamity Luck Altar was already guarded. New Heir Bao Xiong roared wildly and used his immortal killer move. Lightning balls flew everywhere, exploding fiercely. For a moment, Flesh Whip Immortal and Zhang Fei Xiong were both blocked by the lightning balls. Their attacks were thwarted. Zhu Kei'er squealed and used her movement killer move, drawing a bright and stunning red trail of light through the air and circling behind Calamity Luck Altar. Don't even think about it. A male immortal stepped out of the phantom river of time to block Zhu Kei'er. He had a handsome face like jade, graceful and dashing. His gaze carried a faint smile. It was Dongfang Yu. Boom, boom, boom. Zhu Kei'er and Dongfang Yu fought a fierce battle. Immortal killer move, sitting and eating the mountain empty. In the distance, Zhao Shan He and Yu Zhuzi joined forces once again and successfully activated the killer move. The killer move worked on Calamity Luck Altar with very little effect. Calamity Luck Altar was worthy of being created by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Its defense against Food Path was quite strong. Yi Qiaozi's killer moves followed one after another. Wooden stakes were created out of thin air, forming a circle to trap Calamity Luck Altar. Yi Qiaozi grunted in a low tone again, and countless bright green vines grew from the wooden stakes, wrapping around Calamity Luck Altar and spreading upwards in an attempt to stain the Phantom River of Time. It's useless. This Phantom River of Time cannot be attacked. Only by defeating Calamity Luck Altar, which is sustaining it, can we put an end to this move. Duke Long was about to make a move, but another Heavenly Court Gu Immortal suddenly teleported towards the Phantom River of Time. This Gu Immortal resembled a child with black hair. He had a small cowlick on the top of his head. His face was round and cute. It was none other than Vortex Space Boy. His aura surged as a huge vortex appeared above it had. It had an immense suction force that destroyed anything that got drawn into it. But the Phantom River of Time remained unmoved, completely unaffected. Another newly appeared Northern Plains Gu Immortal had just walked out. He could not react in time before the vortex sucked him in. Ha ha, at least I had some gains. Vortex Space Boy laughed as he exerted even more force. Nian Air Tribe's expert was trapped inside. Nian Air Nong Fu. He looked like an old farmer. His pants were rolled up, his legs were covered in mud, his back was hunched, wrinkles covered his face. Trapped at this moment, he sighed. Oh my, I'm going to die in battle as soon as I get out. Seriously? Of all the Northern Plains Gu Immortals, I'm the least proficient at fighting. The small face of Vortex Space Boy puffed up as he did his best to grind and crush Nian Air Nong Fu. Nian Air Nong Fu was guarded by a pale yellow halo of light. It was thin but very strong, firmly resisting the crazy force of the spinning vortex. Another Gu Immortal came out from the illusory river of time, Seeing that Nian Air Nong Fu was trapped, he was about to rescue him. However, Heavenly Court Gu Immortal Zhou Xiong Xin also arrived in time to stop the man. Yi Lui Ko also came out. His skin was dark and his eyes were like a falcon, scanning the battlefield. He suddenly found the weakest Gu Immortal in Heavenly Court, Qin Song. Qin Song's weakened state was hard to conceal. Yi Lui Ko sneered and attacked Qin Song straight away. Your opponent is me. A beautiful female immortal intercepted Yi Lui Ko while he was on his way. Yi Lui Ko gazed at the female immortal, feeling a certain threat to his life. Who are you? The female immortal smiled fawningly, but her words were murderous. Your killer, Wan Zihong. As the two fought, golden light flashed and petals flew. Figures flew in the sky or fought on the ground. Intense explosions continued to resound. Sparks were flying, bright lights were flashing. Northern Plains Gu Immortal experts fought against Heavenly Court's members. Rumble. Zhang Feixiong's flesh was torn by New Air Bao Xiong's explosions. Crack, crack, crack. Flesh Whip Immortal smacked Yuan Ben so hard that the white bone armor Yuan Ben was wearing got smashed to pieces. He was forced to retreat. Nian Air Nong Fu was still resisting, while Vortex Space Boy was gritting his teeth, refusing to give up. Surrounding the two who were deadlocked in battle, several Gu Immortals were also engaged in a fight. The Gu Immortals were all beginning to suffer injuries. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. Even though I used the killer move, Call of the Ancient, I am actually being pressured. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth, his heart growing heavier. The trump card he had pinned his hopes on did not turn the tables around. It only saved him from defeat and deadlocked the situation. In the previous life, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals had awakened hastily from the Immortal Graveyard, and despite the emergency deployment of the Immortal Gu by Fairy Ziwei, their battle strength was still crippled. But this life was different. These Heavenly Court Gu Immortals had great battle strength and were in good condition, enough to fight with the strong Northern Plains and even suppress them. After all, there had been a lot of cooperation between the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals. While Northern Plains' historically powerful experts had just been summoned, they had heard of each other at most. In their own lives, how could they have worked together? This can't continue. The longer Call of the Ancient lasts, the more experts it will continue to summon into battle. Fairy Ziwei frowned, feeling both worried and glad. Thankfully, she had placed priority on dealing with Longevity Heaven. This killer move was really troublesome. If they had used Starcast earlier, the loss of Qin Song and the scattering of Heavenly Court's experts would likely allow Longevity Heaven to succeed and rush out of the Qi Wall. After all, there were few Gu Immortals left in Heavenly Court, and Yuan Xiong Du and the others had to preside over the Refinement Path Gu formation. The only main force that could block Calamity Luck Altar was Duke Long. Duke Long gazed at the phantom river of time for a while, before slowly withdrawing his gaze. He sighed in his heart. He could not unravel this killer move. It was like how he could not deal with the support of the future killer move that Red Lotus Demon Venerable used back then. If it can't be broken directly, then all we need to do is to demolish Calamity Luck Altar. Thinking of this, Duke Long slowly clenched his fists and stepped into the battlefield. Yi Xiaozi suddenly coughed blood. The killer move backlash caused him to suffer heavy injuries. He had been cooperating with Duke Long to investigate and restrain Calamity Luck Altar. But how could the rank 8 Immortal Gu house be so easily restrained? Yi Xiaozi had to retreat into the Qi Wall, while Calamity Luck Altar stirred, trying to break through the Qi Wall. Duke Long silently approached Calamity Luck Altar. Block him, Bing Sai Chuan ordered coldly. He was someone from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's generation. While most of the experts of Northern Plains were descendants of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, so they naturally listened to him. New Air Bao Xiong was the first to strike. Hundreds of lightning balls smashed towards Duke Long. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of deafening explosions, smoke and dust rose. New Air Bao Xiong laughed wildly. Have you tasted my power yet? Ha ha ha. A figure gradually walked out of the smoke and dust. Duke Long's face was indifferent, his body as straight as a spear, his violet gold dragon scales still gleaming, leaving only a trace of ash at most. New Air Bao Xiong was furious. He stared with glaring eyes, his aura soaring wildly. Take this move from me again. He held his hands above his head and countless thunderbolts gathered into a huge, deep blue lightning ball. The surface of the lightning ball was lingering with electricity, but inside it was dark and deep. New Air Bao Xiong threw it, like a meteor shooting towards Duke Long. Duke Long was finally willing to avert his gaze, but only gave a glance at the lightning ball. He waved his hand. Rumble. The air currents soared, forming a big hand, and with a slap on the back of his hand, the lightning ball was sent flying far away with ease. New Air Bao Xiong's powerful killer move was thus dealt with by Duke Long. At the next moment, Yu Yangzi, Lu Hui, and Lu attacked one after another, while Duke Long went straight to Calamity Luck Altar without looking at them. Only by destroying Calamity Luck Altar would Call of the Ancient be stopped. Boom. Calamity Luck Altar was punched by Duke Long and sunk into the ground. A fist crater appeared on the surface of the Immortal Gu house. A large number of Gu worms died in battle. Even the Immortal Gu were damaged. The killer moves of the Northern Plains experts seemed like a downpour of rain, drowning Duke Long. But after the continuous bombardment, Duke Long was still standing. Only a light layer of soot was added on his face. How is this possible? How can this person be so strong? He is Duke Long, the master of Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Someone identified Duke Long as the Gu Immortals of Northern Plains drew a sharp breath of cold air. He was an old monster. But at the next moment, the morale of the people of Northern Plains soared again. They had a brave nature. The stronger Duke Long was, the more excited they became. Kill, kill, kill. Decapitate this old fellow. Protect Calamity Luck Altar and break out of the Chi Wall. The Northern Plains Gu Immortals roared wildly, fighting to break out and setting off a flurry of attacks. These Northern Plains lunatics. Humph. Brutish cavemen. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals had to retreat and back off for a while. Faced with the relentless spirit of Northern Plains Gu Immortals to fight to the death, Duke Long could not continue to ignore it this time. He snorted lightly. Annoying pests. As soon as his words fell, the aura around him changed. Chi currents rushed and spread everywhere. While Duke Long's body became firm like a mountain, his aura soared rapidly. The killer move was prepared as Duke Long waved his hand. Whoosh! Air was forcefully pushed aside. 5 grand chi waves flew forward overbearingly. Everywhere they went, the killer moves of Northern Plains experts broke apart like paper. They could not stop the chi waves. It was a mortal killer move, chi current scissors. Duke Long extended his hand to the sky and pointed. Immortal killer move, chi breath mountain. Rumble. A huge translucent mountain created from chi currents descended and pressed down immediately. The Northern Plains Gu Immortals wanted to escape, but several of them could not dodge. They were pushed down by the Chi Breath Mountain as it crashed towards Calamity Luck Altar, turning into meat paste on the spot. The entire mountain of Chi currents pressed down on Calamity Luck Altar so hard that the ground was shaking violently. Calamity Luck Altar was originally ready to attack, but now it was immobilized. Duke Long unleashed 2 moves in a row. The effect was immediate. He suppressed the entire battle. Bing Sai Chuan's expression was livid. His heart sank to rock bottom. He now realized that they could not break through the Chi wall with their own strength alone. Ignoring the other Gu Immortals, just Duke Long alone was a mountain they could not pass. It was not that Bing Sai Chuan had no other trump cards. In the previous life, he asked Limitless to turn around, restraining Duke Long for a long time. He was unable to move entirely. But in this life, Calamity Luck Altar was too far away from Imperfection Regret Pavilion. This method could not be used. In the previous life, Calamity Luck Altar reached Central Great Hall before asking for Limitless help. We can only ask Fang Yuan for help. Bing Sai Chuan had a thought in his mind. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had once told Bing Sai Chuan, if the plan to attack Heavenly Court fails, and Longevity Heaven loses all hope of getting Fate Gu, they would need to ask the crucial person for reinforcement. Who is the crucial person? Back then, Bing Sai Chuan asked this question. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable then answered him. Whoever destroys 88 True Yang Building is the crucial person. When the time comes, you will definitely know. Longevity Heaven's plan was to refine Destiny Gu. They needed to snatch Fate Gu first. But unlike the previous life, Bing Sai Chuan had suffered a serious setback this time. He had no choice but to ask for help from Fang Yuan. By the time he received the letter from Bing Sai Chuan, Fang Yuan was already in Central Continent, hiding inside a formation of the organization Defy. This large formation was set up by Shadow Sect and left for Defy to use as a base camp. However, after the Battle of Etion Mountain, Shadow Sect perished. Defy was uprooted by Fairy Z Wei, resulting in this formation turning vacant. In the previous life, Fang Yuan used this formation to successfully kill Zhou Xiong Xin. In this life, the situation had changed and Fang Yuan retreated early, not tangling with Zhou Xiong Xin too much in order to guard against the killer move people's accusation. As a result, Zhou Xiong Xin survived and became a fierce member of the main force of Heavenly Court, while this formation in Defy was preserved. To think that Longevity Heaven would encounter such trouble. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered as he rapidly pondered. He had been unaware of the situation in Heavenly Court now. This letter containing Bing Sai Chuan's request for help described their precarious predicament in detail. Compared to the previous life, Fang Yuan soon found the key to Longevity Heaven's problem. They were relocated into the Chi Wall the moment they arrived. It should be because of Qin Dingling. With a luck path Gu Immortal like her, Heavenly Court could find out Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangement in advance. They even managed to use this to ambush Longevity Heaven instead. Fang Yuan understood. This is yet another change. There is also Call of the Ancient, so it turns out that once Calamity Luck Altar activates it, it can teleport immediately. In the previous life, Bing Sichuan used this against Duke Long. Before getting this information, Fang Yuan had been wondering about Heavenly Court's method to use Starcast on a large scale, trying to find a way to break it. How greatly Fairy Ziwei valued it, and did everything possible to preserve the method, was how greatly Fang Yuan wanted to destroy it. By now, Fang Yuan had deduced that this formation was in Heavenly Court, with the core being Star Constellation chessboard and the countless stars scattered in the sky. The power of the formation was projected onto these stars, using them as the springboard to create a large-scale Starcast effect. Fang Yuan did not deduce that Qin Song was the key figure. In his previous life, Qin Song made a very brief appearance and died after escorting the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals to Hidden Dragon Cave. Later, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals did not inform Fang Yuan of this information. Lacking this crucial clue, Fang Yuan's deduction had hit an impasse, but now he had become somewhat aware of it. According to the information conveyed by Bing Sichuan, although Fairy Ziwei did not participate in the siege, she also appeared outside the Qi wall to observe the battle. That's a bit strange. This massive use of Starcast should exert all her effort, yet she's still able to distract herself. Someone is helping her. Who is that? Is there another Wisdom Path Great Expert? Or did others cooperate to create a successful large-scale use of Starcast? Fang Yuan quickly threw away this train of thought. Now was not the time to contemplate this question. He had to make a decision as soon as possible. As a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Fang Yuan was now like a chess player who was playing against Fairy Ziwei. Both sides had their own chess pieces. Fairy Ziwei was clearly a number of pieces ahead, not only in her own Wisdom Path attainment, but also Heavenly Court's unity, and in the current situation, she had a distinct advantage. Fang Yuan had a seemingly huge force at his disposal, but in reality, they were fighting on their own. He could only exert influence and push his agenda on the people of the four regions subtly. Although his subordinates were numerous and far surpassed the previous life, few were qualified to participate in a battle of such a level. Fang Yuan fully considered the entire central continent battlefield once again. In infallible blessed land, the southern border Gu Immortals entered the battlefield and fought, breaking formations one after another. But this was not a concern for the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. There were endless subformations. In the battlefield of Hidden Dragon Cave, the Eastern Sea Immortals were trapped in a large formation and were struggling to break it. However, it was clear that Old Man Beifeng could still hold on for a while longer. As for Emperor City's battlefield, the Western Desert Gu Immortals were still on their way. Their morale was low too. In Heavenly Court's battlefield, Longevity Heaven was completely at a disadvantage, and since they were ambushed by Heavenly Court, they had completely lost the initiative. Of the four main battlefields, the most important is still Heavenly Court's battlefield. Fate Gu is in Heavenly Court. If we want to win this battle, we must destroy Fate Gu. Fang Yuan thought. Just like Fairy Ziwei's analysis, both sides knew where the most important place was. That being the case, we cannot lose in Heavenly Court. Longevity Heaven's performance is so disappointing. I was hoping that they would cause problems for Heavenly Court and trigger Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's painting path methods first. Fang Yuan knew that he had to support Bing Sichuan even though he had deceived Fang Yuan for his own interests in the previous life, and also in this current life. For the sake of the entire situation, Fang Yuan had to provide support. Heavenly Court battlefield. Immortal Killer Move, Chaotic Dragon Fist. Steel Fist shook Calamity Luck Altar. The force of the punch caused tremors as countless Gu worms perished instantly. Within Calamity Luck Altar, Mao Liqiu shouted, "Let me out. Let me hold him back." Bing Sichuan had a cold expression and shook his head. "No, you are no match for him. You'll be courting death if you go. You're not like the others. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals will target you." Duke Long ignored Northern Plains generations of experts. He let the other Heavenly Court members deal with them. Heavenly Court knew clearly that they could only stop Call of the Ancient by destroying Calamity Luck Altar. But once Mao Liqiu entered battle, it would be different. It was a fierce general of Longevity Heaven. It had great strength, and killing Mao Liqiu would greatly weaken Longevity Heaven. He would definitely take action. Immortal Killer Move, World-Shaking Dragon Hammer. Duke Long shouted. He raised his fists above his head and smashed down like a giant hammer. The surface of Calamity Luck Altar shattered. A huge amount of Gu worms died, their carcasses flying everywhere. A large hole was smashed open on the surface of Calamity Luck Altar. It was only the size of a finger, but the inside could be seen. Duke Long roared, "Longevity Heaven, only defeat awaits you." This outcome was already predetermined from the moment you tried to attack Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals cheered, their morale climbing to its peak. The might of Duke Long is overwhelming. Bing Sichuan sighed long and hard, feeling a sense of powerlessness. Why hasn't Fang Yuan come to support us? Five Elements Grandmaster called out, inevitably revealing a sense of trepidation. As far as I know, Fang Yuan is only rank 7. Even if he repeatedly defeated Heavenly Court, he was only taking advantage of the River of Time. If he comes to support us, will he really be able to change the battle situation? Even if he brings out myriad year-flying warship, the other side has Duke Long. Bull Demon spoke, expressing doubt. Indeed, as of now, it would be difficult to resist Duke Long with just 2 rank 8 Immortal Gu houses. Duke Long's battle strength was too astounding. What was even more unbelievable to them was that with every passing moment, Duke Long grew stronger endlessly. This was unreasonable. Mao Liqiu snorted. That lad took reverse flow river in front of my very eyes. At least with that killer move alone. Even if he's only rank 7, he can resist Duke Long and take the pressure off us. Fang Yuan will definitely support us. Bing Sichuan smiled. I don't know much about him, but I believe in Lord Giant's son, Immortal Venerable. Just as this was said, the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals actually began to retreat. They had the Qi wall to rely on, thus retreating quite smoothly. Soon, only Duke Long was left on the scene. In the meantime, Ziwei Ferry dispatched urgently. Quick, we must send support quickly. The 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation in infallible blessed land is about to collapse. Hidden Dragon Cave's formation is also facing destruction. Zhou Xiong Xin and the others were shocked as someone asked, how could the situation change for the worse so quickly? Fairy Ziwei said, Fang Yuan is making a move. Oh, even so, the unceasing formation won't collapse so swiftly. He showed up in person? Let's take him out. We will kill this source of chaos for the sake of the world. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals were all excited. Previously, Fang Yuan had repeatedly defeated Heavenly Court, causing many of the Gu Immortals to become angry. After Fang Yuan relied on his knowledge to extend his advantage in the River of Time, Heavenly Court lost the lead and failed miserably during the Battle of the Stone Lotus Island, suffering huge losses. Now that the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was held, Fang Yuan had to attack. The battlefield was placed in Central Continent. The Gu Immortals were eager to see how much territorial advantage Fang Yuan could exploit this time. But Fairy Ziwei shook her head slightly. Fang Yuan has not shown himself. I'm afraid the ones outside are only his subordinates. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals were stunned. Mere subordinates could cause the 2 immortal formations to break apart? Fairy Ziwei explained. In Hidden Dragon Cave, Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace appeared. They used a large number of dream realms to erode the formation. The truth dawned on the Immortals. They had an understanding of Fang Yuan's dream realm methods. They had already expected this. Dream Path was an arrow ahead. It was only natural that the formation would be broken. But we have Feng Jin Huang guarding the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Although she's only a rank 5 Gu master, she can use the power of the immortal formation to unleash the Dream Path killer move Shatter Dream and transform dream realms into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Zhou Xiong Xin expressed his confusion. Fairy Ziwei said in a complex tone, that's because he did not use Dream Path methods against the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, but Rule Path instead. Rule Path. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals gasped in amazement once again. Rule Path. Within the infallible blessed land battlefield, the Southern Alliance Immortals looked at the formation in front of them with great surprise. They had broken several formations in a row, but they had learned from Fang Yuan that this was the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. While they were feeling annoyed and troubled, this 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation broke apart on its own. When they exited the formation, the Southern Alliance Immortals saw a large formation suspended high in the sky, constantly emitting a 5-colored smoke miasma. The smoke miasma infiltrated the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, forcing Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals to dismantle the subformations on their own. These are reinforcements of Fang Yuan. This formation was created by Southern Border Gu Immortal Tao Zhu. It is called the 5 Regional Limit Formation. It can emit a smoke miasma and create a formation similar to the environment of the 5 regions' regional walls. Wu Yong received a letter from Fang Yuan at this time and explained with a rather complicated expression. To think that there would be such an amazing formation that can counter the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. To think that our Southern Borders Gu Immortal, Tao Zhu, created it, it seems that we had greatly underestimated this person. Fang Yuan actually possesses this method. When did he get it? The Southern Border Gu Immortals conversed as they sighed in amazement. Fang Yuan had extorted and blackmailed them, but now it was Fang Yuan who had stepped in to support them, which made the Southern Border Gu Immortals all feel quite complicated. At this moment, The voice of Du came from within the 5 regional limit formation. Southern border, please do not lower your guard yet. Heavenly Court will not sit around as they lose control of this battlefield. They will surely send reinforcements. In that case, please also open the Immortal formation and let us defend within it. A Southern border Gu Immortal replied. Du smiled lightly, not hiding his contempt in the slightest. There is no need to say such naive words. Whether you all fight or retreat, it depends on your willingness. If you don't want to fight, just scram. You. The Southern border Gu Immortal who answered had a change of expression from anger. At this moment, more than 10 giant pillars of starlight shone down. The main force of the Heavenly Court really did come to help out. This is the formation. Tear it down. Zhang Feixiong took the lead. Du was silent and began to activate the formation with his concentration. The 5-colored smoke miasma not only defended itself, but also spread incessantly to the 9 consecutive unceasing formation. Even though the latter formation was created by star constellation Immortal Venerable, it had to dismantle the subformations at the moment. It was stalling for as much time as possible. Let's take action and do our best to protect the 5 regional limit formation. Yong did not hesitate and immediately ordered. Lord, but this is Fang Yuan. Haven't you been opposing? Someone was unwilling. Yong gave this person a fierce stare and spoke in a stern tone. Everything is for the big picture. His prestige was high. Wu clan was also the #1 force in Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. Their leadership had become a tradition. The Southern Alliance Gu Immortals immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals. With their help, Du was relieved internally. The pressure on his shoulders dissipated mostly, and the 5-colored smoke miasma spread even more menacingly. With the cry of a phoenix, flames dazzled, and the figure of Prince Feng Xian appeared. He had sharp eyes and a golden cloak on his back. He opened his mouth to breathe out a monstrous flame. The flames burned in the 5-colored smoke miasma, sweeping towards the Immortals of Southern Border. A rank 8 Gu Immortal of Southern Border, Yihao Feng, immediately transformed into a sea beast and rode the water waves to stop the flames from spreading. Jun Shenguang transformed into a white light, moving through the battlefield, avoiding the 4 rank 8s of Southern Border and attacking the remaining rank 7 Gu Immortals. Moving along with him were Zhou Xiong Xin, Zhu Ke and others. Unfixed Manor, Flying Sand Pavilion, and Bay Pavilion were all taken out as Southern Border's rank 7 Gu Immortals quickly entered them. Ah! A scream was heard as Vortex Space Boy carried the head of a Southern Border Gu Immortal in his hand. Taking advantage of this moment, the rest of the Southern Border rank 7 Immortals entered the Immortal Gu houses. You guys are moving too slowly. Vortex Space Boy looked at Zhou Xiong Xin and the others as he chuckled. Where are you going? Yong snorted coldly and chased after him. Vortex Space Boy retaliated with an immortal killer move, obviously prepared in advance. Yong raised his hand similarly, setting off a roaring tornado of wind. Blades, the 2 killer moves collided with a loud bang. Air currents surged, the 5-colored smoke miasma rumbled like a dragon. Vortex Space Boy and Yong grunted at the same time, and their faces turned pale. Immortal killer move, sitting and eating the mountain empty. Taking advantage of this time, Zhao Shan he teamed up with Yu Zhuzi once again to display this powerful killer move. Even if you have Immortal Gu houses, so what? Yu Zhuzi snorted coldly. All the Immortals in the Southern Border Immortal Gu houses were hit by this move, and their faces changed color. Their Gu worms and immortal essence were all rapidly depleting out of thin air. Yong's pupils shrunk. He advanced instead of retreating. Defend me. Bada and Chi Chuyu immediately moved to his side. The Immortal Gu houses stayed at the periphery. Stop him. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were all experienced in battle. Yong immediately drew all their firepower as he looked like he was about to launch a powerful killer move. Chi Chuyu and Bada struggled to resist them, but soon lost the ability to continue holding them off. One of them was a formation path Gu Immortal, while the other had just advanced to rank 8. How could they be a match for the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals? In terms of strength alone, Heavenly Court was clearly superior to the Immortals of Southern Border. Fortunately, Southern Border had Immortal Gu houses as well as the 5-colored smoke miasma created by Du. They were huge obstacles for both sides to fight with their full strength. The difference in strength between the two sides was somehow balanced. However, even though the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals knew well that the stronger the attacks they used in this miasma, the deeper the backlash they would suffer, they were still brave enough to fight to the death, having a relentless stance as they approached the 5 regional limit formation without any fear of their lives. After some time, the Southern Border Immortals battle formation started to show signs of crumbling. Wan Zihong suddenly gave a delicate cry as flower petals flew, attacking the Southern Border Immortal Gu houses in front of her and forcing them to move aside, forcefully creating a path to move on. Zhang Feixiong followed, transforming into a bareheaded giant and slamming into the 5 regional limit formation. Boom. There was a loud bang, and the formation trembled viciously. Massive amounts of goo worms perished. Even Zhan Budu suffered backlash, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Ah, that hurts. The formation spirit was in the main formation. It howled miserably as its body suddenly became much more illusory, no longer as solid as before. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals were no better. They also suffered enormous backlash, but one by one, they gritted their teeth and tried their best to destroy the 5 regional limit formation. Oh no, the Southern Alliance won't be able to defend against such a fierce attack from Heavenly Court. Zhan Budu secretly gritted his teeth. The main power of the 5 regional limit formation lay in the 5-colored smoke miasma. Although its defense was also strong, it would never last long under the fierce attack of these Gu Immortals. But even if that's the case, I'll fight to the death and try to stall for as long as possible. Zhan Budu was already prepared to die. Everything was for the big picture. Even if it meant sacrificing this clone, he would have no regret. Sacrifices should be made when necessary. Clones were also merely chess pieces. It was just easier to fully utilize them. Even if the 5 regional limit formation was broken and destroyed, it was still valuable. On one hand, it temporarily maintained the Heavenly Court battlefield and protected longevity Heaven's members. On the other hand, it gave a crucial amount of time for the battlefield in Hidden Dragon Cave. Hidden Dragon Cave. A large amount of dream realms were eroding the battlefield. Old Man Beifeng was livid but unable to do anything about it. Call for help, grandfather. Feng Chanzi shouted in a hurry. His face was pale and covered in cold sweat. Old Man Beifeng did not speak. He had already requested for support, but Heavenly Court's reinforcements were delayed. That did not make sense. After all, Heavenly Court had a way to use a large-scale star cast method. It would only take an instant for support to come over. If they did not appear at this time, they must have been held back by something. A bad feeling filled Old Man Beifeng's heart. Roar. Already sensing the weakening of its bindings, the suppressed Di Zongsheng within the formation was also struggling at this time, adding onto the burden of the formation. Immortal Killer Move, Mountain Suppression. Immortal Killer Move, Broken Mirror Shard Light. Qing Yuan and Song Qi Yuan were the first to break through the restraints, and because of their efforts, the power of the formation was greatly weakened once again. The other Gu Immortals were able to successfully break through one after another. The 8 Immortals converged, and although they were still inside the formation, they had noticed the change. How could there be so many dream realms? Zhang Yin pretended not to know and looked surprised. Perhaps Fang Yuan is helping us. Shen Tsongsheng deliberately said. He had actually gotten a message from Fang Yuan. Who else can control the dream realms besides him? Why is Fang Yuan here? Hua Kaiyan frowned. As the saying goes, great people see eye to eye. He may also try to target Di Zongsheng. Qing Yuan guessed as he healed his wounds. Then let Fang Yuan go release Di Zongsheng. Should we withdraw now? Hua Kaiyan hesitated. Right at this moment, there was a loud rumble as an Immortal Gu house broke the formation, charging towards the formation core. This Immortal Gu house was a majestic palace, emitting an orange-golden glow. It was overbearingly magnificent, and the surface of the palace was filled with dragon-shaped carvings. Hua Kaiyan, Qing Yuan, and the others were stunned. Although they were seeing it for the first time, they all guessed the name of this Immortal Gu house at the same time. Dragon Palace. There was a loud rumble as Dragon Palace crashed through the core area. Old Man Beifeng howled and fell to the ground. He suffered a strong backlash. He was currently in a terrible state, having less than 10% of his battle strength left. Immortal Killer Move, Dreamy Light Smoke. Dreamy Light Smoke, with a gentle movement, moved Old Man Beifeng into the palace and sealed him with ease. Feng Chanzi, who was beside Old Man Beifeng, also got swept into this smoke. Seeing a rank 8 Gu Immortal being suppressed so easily, the Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortals could not help but show changes of expressions. Only half of them were genuine, while the other half were disguising their emotions as they knew about the truth. Wu Shuai controlled Dragon Palace, and after capturing Old Man Beifeng, he plunged down into the depths of the Earth Trench, ignoring the 8 Eastern Sea Immortals. Qing Yuan and the others looked very pale, realizing that they were being used as cannon fodder and bait by Fang Yuan. A moment later, they heard another deafening dragon roar. The earth shook as heaven and earth changed color. A huge evil dragon slowly rose up. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals panicked and retreated, looking up. The evil dragon Di Zongsheng was so huge that it was like a mountain range, flying high in the sky. Enveloping heaven and earth, it could shroud the brilliance of the sun and moon. Thankfully, Di Zongsheng did not find trouble with the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals and flew directly to the west. Central Continent is in for a world of trouble, haha. Strange, where did Dragon Palace go? What? You want to fight against Fang Yuan? Let's leave now. You all saw the move that Dragon Palace just used to capture Old Man Bei Feng, right? It's a dream path killer move. The Eastern Sea Immortals stopped their conversation. They did not dare to stay longer. Fang Yuan's demonic might had shocked rank 8s. After all, Heavenly Court had been defeated by Fang Yuan several times. Now that he used the methods of Dragon Palace, he shocked these unsuspecting Gu Immortals even more. Dizongsheng has been released. It will definitely create chaos in Central Continent, creating a good opportunity for us. No, don't forget how the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals appeared before the war started. I don't want a dozen or so Heavenly Court rank 8s suddenly appearing around me when I'm on the move. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were also communicating while flying away. They frowned when this was brought up. They had originally planned to release Dizongsheng to deplete Central Continent's foundation and attract firepower to facilitate their actions. But Heavenly Court possessed the method to use a large-scale star cast, nullifying the effectiveness of this plan. To continue with their previous plan, Eastern Sea's Immortals would have to first unravel Heavenly Court's method, otherwise it would be too dangerous. Shen Tsongsheng looked at the sky. Thinking of the information that Fang Yuan gave him, he spoke. It is not impossible to unravel Heavenly Court's method. Heavenly Court purposely arranged a large number of stars in White Heaven and used them to relocate Gu Immortals to anywhere in Central Continent. The other Gu Immortals' eyes brightened at the news. Then we should destroy these stars. But if we attack White Heaven, wouldn't we be provoking Heavenly Court? What if the main force of Heavenly Court besieges us again? Some Gu Immortals were hesitant. Granny Rong spoke slowly and logically. There is indeed such a risk. Zhang Yin sneered. What are you afraid of? If you can't beat them, can't you escape? Just pay some attention to prevent Heavenly Court from making use of a battlefield killer move. If we engage in a hit-and-run situation, can Heavenly Court waste their time chasing us? Haha. Zhang Yin's words are reasonable. Yang Zi's eyebrows raised. He caressed his palm and smiled. Currently, the situation in Central Continent is chaotic with battles everywhere. Dizongsheng has even been released. We have already provoked Heavenly Court at this point. What is there to hesitate? Shi Miao acted like he was contemplating. It seems that Heavenly Court cannot cope with so many battlefields at the moment. If not, why wouldn't they come over to fight us? Why would they let us free Dizongsheng? Song Chi Yuan nodded. Heavenly Court is already overwhelmed. It seems that the southern border Gu Immortals have found the location of infallible blessed land and are storming the battlefield, attacking Heavenly Court's formation. The western desert Immortals are heading to Emperor City. The northern plains Gu Immortals are still nowhere to be seen, but these barbarians are bound to join in the chaotic battle. And with Dizongsheng rampaging as well. In my opinion, I'm afraid Heavenly Court won't be able to care about us yet. With that, the Eastern Sea 8 Immortals reached a unified opinion once again and acted in unison, heading for White Heaven. They were still unaware that Longevity Heaven had already engaged with Heavenly Court in a huge battle. In their case, Emperor City did not have anything valuable to loot. Infallible blessed land was attractive, but Southern Border and Heavenly Court were already fighting there. It was better to avoid it. Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei stayed in Central Great Hall to oversee the situation. All sorts of new information reached her continuously. Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals entered White Heaven. Their motive was very clear. They wanted to destroy the stars that Heavenly Court had arranged. But it was not a problem. When they set up the stars as an arrangement, Heavenly Court made considerations. Fairy Ziwei decided to ignore them. These stars were placed in a scattered manner. They were far from each other. If Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals wanted to destroy them, they would need to spend a lot of time. In other words, Heavenly Court was using these star immortal materials to stall 8 rank 8 Gu Immortals. This was extremely worth it. Fairy Ziwei was happy to see them take action. After all, with Qinsong's condition, they could only use a large-scale star cast method 4 more times. Before Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals destroy all the stars, these 4 uses would likely be expended. What worried Fairy Ziwei was Dizongsheng. In truth, Dizongsheng escaping was not too worrying to Fairy Ziwei. But the problem was, after escaping, Dizongsheng acted very strangely. It did not create chaos and destruction wantonly. It flew away calmly and was not in a maniacal state. This was different from historical records. Was it subdued by Dragon Palace? Fairy Ziwei could not help but think of this. It was easy to deduce it. Firstly, Heavenly Court had records that Dragon Palace was an enslavement path Immortal Gu house. Everyone knew that. Secondly, Fang Yuan sent Dragon Palace to attack Hidden Dragon Cave. He must have had some intention. Dragon Palace displayed powerful dream path methods. With its battle strength, Fang Yuan would not use it in a non-crucial battlefield. If Fang Yuan's previous idea was to use Dragon Palace to subdue Dizongsheng, then him dispatching his subordinates to set up a large formation to restrain the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation and attract the main force of our heavenly court to attack furiously is just bait. At the same time, the attack of the 8 Eastern Sea Immortals is also a smokescreen that he threw. Fairy Wei's eyes flickered with cold light. Fang Yuan was actually able to influence the 8 Immortals of Eastern Sea? How did he do it? Among the 8 Immortals of Eastern Sea, it seems there are members of Fang Yuan's group, or those who secretly work with him. I'm afraid that there are quite a few of these members. There are at least 2 of them. Fairy Wei speculated. But what if Fang Yuan coincidentally happened to be there? The 8 Immortals of Eastern Sea unexpectedly had the same goal as him, allowing him to benefit by chance. This is also quite possible. After all, Fang Yuan has Giant Sun's true inheritance. His luck has constantly been good. Qin Dingling is on our side, but she is still healing. Altering Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangement had a much larger price than we expected. Even if he was an opponent, Fairy Wei could not help but admire Fang Yuan. She also had to admit, Fang Yuan had done a beautiful job in the Hidden Dragon Cave battlefield. The bad feeling in her heart was still deepening. Fairy Wei's attention was mostly focusing on Di Zongsheng. Most likely, it is being controlled by Fang Yuan. Then where exactly is it going to reinforce the enemy? Emperor City is the nearest battlefield. The elite Gu masters have just arrived. They have yet to officially begin the final round of the Refinement Path Convention. Destroying Emperor City will greatly delay the restoration of Fate Gu. It is also likely to go to the Hairy Foot Mountain battlefield. Wiping out the main force of Heavenly Court at once is also Fang Yuan's style. Even if the main force of Heavenly Court is teleported back by me, he will still find a way to destroy infallible Blessed Land. Once he destroys the Blessed Land, then at least this time, our restoration of Fate Gu will have to be suspended. Of course, Heavenly Court's battlefield is also a possibility. Since Longevity Heaven can come in unannounced, it is also possible that Fang Yuan can come. After all, he has obtained Red Lotus Demon Venerable's true inheritance, so he might have access to such a backdoor secretly. For the first time since the start of the war, Fairy Wei felt passive. If the large-scale Starcast method could teleport Duke Long as well, it would be great. However, unfortunately, Duke Long's might became an obstacle to the teleportation. To make a comparison, the Heavenly Court rank 8s were like a dozen rabbits, while Duke Long was a full-grown elephant. The difference between the two was considerably big. The Starcast method could not move Duke Long Immortal Killer move. Decomposition. Northern Plains Gu Immortal Yuan Zi used his signature method. This killer move was largely the reason why he was famous in history. Decomposition hit Duke Long directly. His body paused for a moment. As he looked at Yuan Zi, he had a plain expression. Oh, that's decomposition. You are Yuan Zi. When Duke Long said that, he was hundreds of steps away from Yuan Zi. After he said that, purple gold dragon-shaped chi flickered as he was teleported right in front of Yuan Zi. At this moment, Yuan Zi's pupils shrank to pin size as his heart pounded wildly with alarms and warnings. He tried to retreat, but it was clearly just an extravagant hope. His neck was steadily choked by a large hand. It was Duke Long's hand, covered in purple gold dragon scales, with fingers as sharp as blades. Yuan Zi had already activated his defensive killer move, but the killer move's light was like glass. It shattered under the force of the monstrous dragon claws. Before dying, Yuan Zi roared and self-detonated. An intense explosion resounded. The terrifying shock waves spread out intensely, shaking all the surroundings. The smoke and dust dissipated. The figure of Duke Long remained standing like a pillar of heaven. Immortals of Northern Plains, what else do you have other than a lack of fear for death? Duke Long's tone was plain, but it spread throughout the battlefield. The Northern Plains Immortals gnashed their teeth, but could not refute it. Although the main force of Heavenly Court had all withdrawn with only Duke Long left, even with only Duke Long alone, Calamity Luck Altar still could not make an inch of progress. They could only rely on Call of the Ancient to constantly summon powerful experts of Northern Plains and history to maintain the battle situation. And this. Suddenly, Lulu's figure appeared behind Duke Long's back. Duke Long's body shook. The gray light dagger in Lulu's hand was thrust into his back. Even the purple gold dragon scales could not block this method. This was Lulu's signature killer move, Despicable Penetrating Blade. In the previous life, Lulu had killed many members of Heavenly Court with this move, and even severely injured Fairy Wei. At that time, if not for Wu Shuang blocking most of the power, Fairy Wei would have died tragically in his hands. Good. Seeing this scene, the Northern Plains Immortals were suddenly energized. Since the start of the war, no matter how furiously the Northern Plains Immortals attacked, this was the first time that Duke Long was wounded like this. However, Lulu's face changed abruptly. He could not hide his shock. Although his killer move dagger had pierced into Duke Long's body, it was like the blade got stuck in a block of iron, unable to move a single inch. A human path killer move? Not bad. It fits your temperament. Duke Long slowly turned around and stretched out his hand, steadily grasping Lu's head. At this moment, Lu suddenly realized. Duke Long purposely got hit by my move. He used his body as bait to trap me. It was not that he did not want to escape, but he could not. Like the dagger in his hand, he could not move. Slap. With a cracking sound, Lu's skull was like a watermelon easily crushed by Duke Long. His headless corpse immediately fell down. The gray dagger in his hand dissipated instantly. Who else? Duke Long raised his arms and shouted. His body was like iron, having grown to twice the size of a normal man, his long purple hair dancing wildly in a monstrous wave of sounds. The Northern Plains Immortals responded to him with countless killer moves. Rumble. There were dazzling light shadows. Countless killer moves were stacked on top of each other. Duke Long rushed out brutally, displaying world-shaking dragon hammer and ruthlessly slamming into Calamity Luck Altar. With a loud bang, Calamity Luck Altar flew back dozens of steps, creating a long trench on the ground. The front that was hit by Duke Long was completely caved in, forming a shockingly deep pit. There is no time to repair damage of such a level. Bing Sichuan thudded, his heart sinking violently. Bull Demon, Flower Lady, and 5 Elements Grandmaster were trying to repair Calamity Luck Altar. They froze at this moment. If Calamity Luck Altar broke, Longevity Heaven's members would immediately lose this battle. They would die without a proper burial. But at the moment when Duke Long was about to attack again, a black light flew out from the River of Time. The black light followed the hole in the front of Calamity Luck Altar and shot into its interior, transforming into a young and handsome-looking Gu Immortal, with curly black hair hanging down his waist. With a wave of his palm, the young Gu Immortal's dark light surged, quickly repairing the damage of Calamity Luck Altar and saving Longevity Heaven from the brink of defeat. Bing Sichuan's body shook intensely. 7th Prince. Duke Long snorted coldly. So it's Giant Sun's child. The young-looking Gu Immortal was the 7th child of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He was known as 7th Prince. He nodded. Duke Long. With me, Chi Si Lang. Here, it will be much harder for you to destroy Calamity Luck Altar now. This is Central Continent's Emperor City. Yi Fan followed the main group as they walked into Emperor City. He looked around and assessed the place. He was a southern border Gu master, but he had heard of Emperor City's famous name long ago. This was the largest mortal city in Central Continent, or rather, the entire 5 regions world. Here, rank 3 Gu masters were very commonly seen, but in southern border, rank 3 Gu masters were normally authoritative elders in their clans. This was the first time Yi Fan visited Emperor City. Emperor City lived up to its name. It was well guarded and had a grand structure. Yi Fan was not disappointed. However, compared to an immortal Gu house, Emperor City is far inferior. Thinking of this, Yi Fan looked at the sky. In the sky, there were several immortal Gu houses floating silently. There was a pavilion, exquisite and small. There were countless bird cages hanging on it. Birds chirped continuously. This was Heavenly Lotus Sect's Canary Pavilion. There was a garden that was exquisitely built. It was grand with white jade tiles and oozing with cold air. There were faint dragon roars heard occasionally. This was Ancient Soul Sect's Immortal Gu house, Frost Dragon Manor. There was also a 7-story tower. Curtains were fluttering in the building. It was Wind Cloud Manor's rank 7 Immortal Gu house, Wind Sweeping Building. There was also Combat Immortal Sect's Edge Link Camp, which had grand flags fluttering with the wind. Other than those, Illusion Garden, Yuyang Palace, and Sun and Moon Temple were there. Yi Fan's master was Lu Wei-yin. He learned a lot of information regarding Gu Immortals from him. He could discern most of the famous Immortal Gu houses. These Immortal Gu houses were not as large as Emperor City, but they were much more dazzling. They were the center of attention that all of the city people were talking about. At this time, a youngster beside him sighed. It seems that the rumors are correct. The world is going to change. Immortals are going to battle. A chaotic great era is coming. The difference between mortal and immortal will shrink. This is our plan too. Isn't that right, Brother Yi? Yi Fan looked at the youngster as he nodded. You are correct, Brother Hong. Similar to the previous life, Yi Fan and Hong Yi met in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention and became sworn brothers after they interacted. Hong Yi smiled. This Refinement Path Convention is unprecedented. Let those Gu Immortals fight in the sky. It is not something we can interfere in. Haha, that makes sense. Let us have a true competition this time. Yi Fan patted Hong Yi's shoulders. The two brothers were filled with fighting spirit. Hong Yi said, I have a feeling that the eventual winner of this Refinement Path Convention will be one of us. Shen Shang's ears twitched. He heard the entire conversation between Hong Yi and Yi Fan without missing a word. These two were mortals. but Shen kept a trace of his concentration on them at all times. In the future 5 regions chaotic war, these two youngsters likely have an opportunity to become immortal. Shen was a human path quasi-supreme. He had a strong premonition when it came to humans. Over at Heavenly Court, People's United Hearts and other human path killer moves were all used already. Unfettered Scholar and Zhengqing had been expelled. But Shen still managed to disguise himself and enter the final competition ground. He was not suspected at all. He was after all a rank 8 Gu Immortal and also a human path quasi-supreme grandmaster. Shen observed his surroundings. He became gradually excited. My estimations earlier were not wrong. This Emperor City is one of the main human veins of Central Continent. Mountains had mountain veins, the earth had earth veins, and humans had human veins. Emperor City was created by primordial origin Immortal Venerable. After so many years of relocation and movement, it still remained as the largest gathering spot of humans. It stayed on the trail of Central Continent's human vein all along. This place produces human talents. It is because of Central Continent's main human vein. Heavenly Court's generations of Immortal Venerables have left their human path methods here. I can vaguely sense their existence. Fang Yuan used his rebirth as the reason to urge Shen to take action and try to unravel the various venerable human path methods. This was a challenging mission. It spurred on Shen's morale and ambition. Fang Yuan and the rest could not sense any of the traces of these human path killer moves. But for Shen he could trace and locate them. Thus, he disguised himself and entered Emperor City. He finally found a chance to destroy the venerable killer moves. Heavenly Court is collecting human will and storing it inside Heavenly Court for use. That place is too tightly defended. If we cannot enter Heavenly Court, we will not be able to destroy the human will. If we cannot destroy the human will, we cannot drain them of this resource. However, taking action here will also have superb effects. Heavenly Court is collecting human will. Emperor City plays a crucial role in this process. It is the largest shipment area they have to transport the human will. If I destroy this place, Heavenly Court's efficiency in gathering human will would fall greatly. But Shen did not plan to cause destruction. He had a greater objective. He wanted to follow the traces with Emperor City as the anchor to find the venerable human path killer moves and reverse deduce the profundities of their human path methods, to try to steal their knowledge. Shen was confident and daring. He was not satisfied with just the reputation of unraveling a venerable killer move. He wanted to master the venerable human path methods and gain much more strength in the process. If my human path methods improve, it might be possible to get rid of the problem of the black fire. I will not go berserk anymore. Hairy Foot Mountain Battlefield. 5-colored smoke miasma rumbled. Southern Borders Gu Immortals and Heavenly Court's main forces had already fought for a long time. Bay Pavilion, Flying Sand Pavilion, and Unfixed Manor were heavily damaged. They went to the second defensive line to get repaired. At the front lines, there were 4 rank 8s from Southern Border, as well as 2 rank 8 Immortal Gu houses, Clear Jade Dripping Wind, Tiny Bamboo Building, and Great Space Temple. Heavenly Court's main forces had no deaths. Their morale was high. Zhao Shan he prepared his killer move again. His aura was surging. Zhan Budu quickly shouted, "Stop him. He is going to use that move again." Wu Yong and Yi Haofang gritted their teeth. They wanted to charge in, but Yi Zi and Vortex Space Boy stopped them. Zhou Xiong Xin and Flesh Whip Immortal joined hands to obstruct Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. Meanwhile, Zhu K'er and Wan Zihong went from the right and left, bypassing the battlefield to attack the 5 regional limit formation directly. Wu Yong and the rest were left with no choice. They had to return to being defensive. They had too few people. It was hard enough to defend. They were not as agile and flexible as Heavenly Court's group. Zhao Shan he successfully used his killer move. He opened his mouth. He sucked in all of the surrounding 5-colored smoke. A large amount of smoke was sucked into his stomach, which expanded at an observable rate. At the same time, his face and muscles turned multicolored. Zhao Shan he actually swallowed the 5-colored smoke, creating a temporary cleared-out area. Without the restraints of the 5-colored smoke, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were able to use their full power. They unleashed all sorts of killer moves with terrifying power. Wu Yong and the rest resisted, but their defensive line was not tight. Killer moves were directed to get through the cracks. After a rough filter by their defenses, the rest landed on the 5 regional limit formation. The 5 regional limit formation shook intensely. A large number of Gu worms died. A weakened formation spirit quickly tried to repair it. Zhan Budu's expression was ugly. Relying on Zhao Shan he's food path method, Heavenly Court managed to make a breakthrough. Each time they used this method, the 5 regional limit formations suffered immense damage. Even though they were repairing it at full speed, it could not keep up with the waves of attacks that kept on coming. As damage accumulated, the 5 regional limit formation started to get into a dangerous spot. What to do? Emperor City. The final round of the competition was racing against the clock to start. Shen was secretly happy. He started to refine Gu. Using this as a cover, he secretly prepared his killer move. We finally arrived. Fang Dichang drove Divine Being Palace as he charged at the front. Behind him was Western Desert's main troops. To battle. Force them back. Defend Emperor City to the death. Central Continent's troops cheered and shouted. They faced off against Western Desert's Immortal Gu houses as battle erupted. Wonderful. Shen, who was paying attention to the outside world, cheered. With Central Continent's forces being restrained, he had no worries left. Right at this moment, bam! He erupted with a strong Gu immortal aura. He shouted as profound white light pierced through the hall, radiating in the entire Emperor City. The Venerables have passed away. All of your human path methods should go as well. Shen eyes shined with piercing and blinding light. Puff! At the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body cracked as his lungs burst. His intestines blew into tiny pieces that shot out of the wounds all over his body. Failure. How can this be? Shen could not believe this. He stared with wide eyes. I had already. Not only did he fail to resolve the venerable methods, he even triggered them in advance. This was human path killer move. Hope of the people. White light flew around in the sky like a snowstorm. It gathered on the bodies of the Central Continent Gu immortals, creating a pure white halo. Human path killer move. Heroes among people. The white lights surrounding the Central Continent Gu immortals started to shrink, while the Gu immortals' auras started to grow. How? Central Continent's army roared. Their morale soared as they charged towards Western Desert's troops. Oh no! Fang Dichang's expression changed. The white light that spread across the sky was like drifting snow, filling the heaven and earth of Central Continent. The first to benefit was Emperor City's battlefield. So strong, such strong power. Central Continent's Gu immortals had an incredible feeling. Their bodies were surging with new strength. This strength was so grand and vast, it felt like an endless tide, sweeping through their bodies and minds constantly. All their fatigue was gone. Their minds were clear. Their fighting spirit also rose sharply. Be it rank 6, 7, or even rank 8, they felt the same. This is the foundation of my Central Continent's heavenly court. My strength has at least doubled, and with such an increase, what enemies will I be afraid of? Charge, kill them, we will defeat all the invaders. Let them know the might of heavenly court, the might of Central Continent. The morale on Central Continent's side soared like a rainbow, setting off a ferocious frenzy of attacks. Western Desert side was retreating steadily. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Such an amplification is truly terrifying. What kind of killer move is this? Let's avoid battle for now. Such a powerful killer move cannot last long. The Gu immortals on Western Desert side communicated in panic. It's useless. This is the method of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The 2 human path killer moves are heroes among people and hope of the people respectively. They have no problem sustaining it throughout the entire battle. Fang Dichang said. The Western Desert side kept retreating, but Divine Being Palace under Fang Dichang's control always remained in place, as if it was their support pillar, with no intention of retreating. Fang Dichang had a cold look on his face. He did not expect that Shen unraveling would actually cause the killer moves to activate in advance. In the previous life, these 2 human path methods were a rather important trump card that changed the battle situation. In this life, Fang Yuan had painstakingly plotted to ally with Shen in order to resolve these 2 methods. But despite all of his efforts, the results were still unsatisfactory. As far as the current results were concerned, Shen not only failed to restrain and get rid of the 2 killer moves, he even made the situation more troublesome. Heroes among people targeted Gu immortals themselves, causing their comprehensive battle strength to be amplified to at least double of the original. The killer move had terrifying might. After gaining the amplification, the Gu immortals' killer moves, including Immortal Gu houses and Immortal formations, would be powered up as well. In a certain aspect, it was even more useful than Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's perfect pair killer move. The waves of attacks were like stormy waves, bombarding Divine Being Palace incessantly. Divine Being Palace was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, but it could not resist such impacts. The surface was cracked and damaged. A large number of Gu worms died quickly and miserably, facing destruction. But the power of Divine Being Palace was in recovery. It followed the cultivation style of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Although a lot of the Gu worms perished, they would be replenished quickly. Injured Gu worms that did not die would even recover quickly. Divine Being Palace was like a golden reef, steadily supporting itself on the front lines, silently enduring the endless bombardment of Central Continent's forces. As expected of Divine Being Palace, Fang Clan's Fang Dichang is really a worthy leader. Let's fight. Since we've come this far, are we going to constantly run away? The morale of the Western Desert Army was finally stabilized. Their Gu immortals no longer retreated and faced the Immortal Gu houses of Central Continent. At once, battle started between Immortal Gu houses. Canary Pavilion opened several bird cages. Groups of birds flew freely when they flew out of the bird cages. They swiftly grew and formed a flock of birds, like an overwhelming patch of moving dark clouds. Western Desert's chicken dog coop was not falling behind, releasing a flock of desolate beast chickens and dogs to fight against it. After a few moments of contact between the two sides, it became clear that the chicken and dog desolate beasts could not resist. Many were killed. I'll help you. Dong Clan's Gu immortals steered Red River Wheel to go and support them. Red River Wheel was like a water wheel. It rolled forward as a huge red light shot out of the wheel. It seemed to resemble a ribbon that tangled the bird group. The molten flame birds were immediately suppressed. They were captured by the red light and were all subdued within Red River Wheel. Thanks for the molten flame birds. Dong Clan's Gu immortals laughed loudly. The power of Red River Wheel rose by 20% because of this. Although Western Desert side gained a small profit, Chicken Dog Coop still had to cooperate with Red River Wheel to resist Canary Pavilion. This was common sense. In the battlefield, Western Desert's Immortal Gu houses often had to team up against one enemy. The Immortal Gu houses on Central Continent's side all had great power. Yuyang Palace shot out grand profound light, piercing the skies. Frost Dragon Manor emitted dragon soul and frost energy. Wind sweeping building rampaged with tornadoes, sweeping the battlefield. From the first contact, Western Desert's group was pressured and could barely resist. This cannot go on. Fang Dichong observed the battlefield. He was a little worried. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fang Dichong knew about Central Continent's strength, but he was even clearer regarding the strength of his forces. Western Desert's Gu immortals would not fight to the death. This group that he brought was already the result of Fang Dichang's maximum effort. With such intense battles, once any deaths occurred on Western Desert's side, they would want to retreat. Once someone retreats, others would follow. In other words, this was not a real army. It was a gathering of dispersed forces. Their morale could not be sustained. Fang Dichong led these people at such a crucial time. He had to be at the front lines to ensure that they would remain in formation. I wanted to save this for the end. There is no choice. Fang Dichong sighed. He sent out the Divine Bean soldiers that he had saved within Divine Bean Palace. The quantity of Yellow Bean soldiers was the highest. They were the basic troops that were treated as cannon fodder. Next were Green Bean soldiers that could shoot flying arrows. Red Bean soldiers could self-detonate, while Black Bean soldiers had the greatest defense. As for Blue and White Bean soldiers, they had the lowest quantity. The former could reflect killer moves to an extent while the latter could heal Bean soldiers. Once the Bean army was sent out, they stabilized the situation, causing a deadlock to occur. But the price to pay was that these soldiers were rapidly being expended. Once the casualties hit a certain level, Western Desert's side would be pressured once again. By then, Fang Dichong would be out of trump cards. He would need to wait for reinforcements. Hairy Foot Mountain Battlefield. Immortal Killer Move. Rumors become tigers. Zhou Xiong Xin used his information path killer move as tigers formed into groups, roaring and attacking Wu Yong. Wu Yong waved his hands repeatedly and used countless wind blades to stop the tigers from pouncing at him. To the side, Zhu K'er and Yi Xiaozi joined forces to attack him. Wu Yong sighed and wisely retreated. If now was earlier, he might have been able to fight them head-on, but now after the amplification from human path killer moves, Wu Yong could only retreat. Speaking of which, he had repeatedly tried to use the killer move Unlimited Wind, but he was always obstructed by Heavenly Court, unable to gain the precious time he needed to unleash this killer move. Fortunately, our side has Immortal Gu houses which can act as fortresses for us to rest and recover. Oh no, Wu Yong had just returned to rest in clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building when his expression suddenly changed dramatically. His departure had made Chi Chu Yu's position slightly more eye-catching. Gu immortals of other regions might not be able to make use of this, but Heavenly Court Gu immortals were all experienced experts. Chi Chu Yu quickly retreat. Wu Yong transmitted. Even without his warning, Chi Chu Yu already sensed something amiss. He quickly retreated. Where are you going? Wan Zihong restrained Chi Chu Yu. Wu Yong had to stop resting as he flew out. Zhou Xiong Xian suddenly appeared above Chi Chu Yu, his 5 fingers spread out as he grasped. Immortal Battlefield Killer Move, Rumor Cage. This was the fastest battlefield killer move in the world. The speed of setting it up was #1 in the 5 regions. Chi Chu Yu could not dodge in time. He was trapped in the battlefield. Zhou Xiong Xian, Zhang Fei Xiong, and Zhu K'er entered the battlefield. The other Gu immortals stayed outside, blocking the reinforcement of Wu Yong, Yi Hao Feng, and Bada. Chi Chu Yu is in danger. Quick, We need to destroy this battlefield. Wu Yong and the rest were anxious. However, the rumor cage battlefield had already shrunk to a dot. It vanished. To find it, a lot of effort would be needed, and there were Heavenly Court Gu immortals around obstructing them. Immortal killer move, sitting and eating the mountain empty. While the southern border immortals were trying to save him, Zhao Shan He and Yu Zhi worked together again, using their killer move to heavily damage the southern border Immortal Gu houses. The southern border Gu immortals suffered a great loss while their attention was diverted away. And within Rumor Cage, Chi Chu Yu was in danger, at the brink of life and death. This was an information path battlefield. Zhou Xiong Xian was the main attacker, while Zhang Fei Xiong and Zhu Ke had transformation path attainment. They turned into information path immemorial desolate beasts to help with the battle. Suddenly, Wu Shuang also entered the battlefield. Human path killer move, Peerless. This killer move was once used on Duke Long. It was very helpful. This time, it was used on Zhou Xiong Xian, who was already amplified by a human path killer move. With this additional boost, his killer moves became even stronger. Chi Chu Yu stared with furious eyes, but he could not resist them. He was devoured by the information path tigers. Rumor Cage battlefield dissipated. Zhou Xiong Xian and the rest returned to the outside battlefield. Wu Yong and the rest could only see the torn and dismembered remains of Chi Chu Yu. A formation path great grandmaster and first supreme elder of Qi clan had died. Southern borders Gu immortals were shaken. Such a terrifying sacrifice had happened before their eyes. First supreme elder Chi Chu Yu. He died in battle. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals killed him. The morale of southern border was rapidly declining. Oh no. Wu Yong had an ugly expression. Chi Chu Yu's reputation was very high. His death was worse than if they lost Yihao Fang or Bada. It was a huge blow to the southern border Gu immortals' morale. However, Wu Yong could not do anything. Even though he had the killer move Unlimited Wind, Heavenly Court did not let him use it. His special move Farewell Friend Wind could also not be used. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals had all been sleeping in the immortal graveyard. He had no opportunity to become friends with them. Our situation was tough to begin with. Now that Chi Chu Yu is dead, it is even worse now. What do I do? Wu Yong had already tried his best, but the situation still left his control gradually. Persevere. The light of determination flashed in his eyes. Heavenly Court must not be allowed to repair Fate Gu. This is the consensus of all 4 regions. Western Desert has attacked Emperor City now. Eastern Sea and Northern Plains Gu immortals will definitely also take action. And Fang Yuan. I'll wait for reinforcements. That's the only way now. The Emperor City battlefield and Hairy Foot Mountain battlefield were completely suppressed and in a dangerous position. So was the battlefield in Heavenly Court. Even though Duke Long was unaffected by the human path killer moves amplification, he was still overwhelming. His strength alone suppressed all of Longevity, Heaven's members. And worse was that he had reinforcements. Qin Dingling. Within Calamity Luck Altar, Qi Si Lang looked at Qin Dingling while gritting his teeth. Qin Dingling had recovered with the help of the human path killer moves. She joined the battlefield to assist Duke Long. She had incredibly strong luck path attainment. She could target Calamity Luck Altar well. Qi Si Lang and the rest were getting into a tight spot. With a loud crash, Duke Long's fist defeated another Northern Plains expert. He looked at the phantom river of time as he laughed loudly. So what if you summon more people? Longevity Heaven. This time, none of you shall escape. You will all die. No matter how many reinforcements you have, it will not change the situation. Qin Dingling raised her head high as she snickered. Exactly. How can the Grand Heavenly Court be defiled by the likes of you? Get him. Don't let him get away. There was already chaos in the venue of the final competition of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Several rank 8 Gu immortals charged down. Shen Shang's face was pale. He suffered a serious injury instead of unraveling the venerable methods. However, looking at the Central Continent rank 8s that pounced down, he still sneered. Just a few of you want to catch me? Next, his body flickered as he vanished. Central Continent's rank 8 Gu immortals lost sight of their target. They used all sorts of investigative killer moves, but could not find any traces. Where did he go? Who is he? He is actually able to move freely in Emperor City. This place is under the effect of people's united hearts. He could actually sneak in. The 5 regions are huge. Hidden experts are everywhere. The rank 8 Gu immortals exchanged words, and after discussing, they each dispersed to continue their search. Even if they searched Emperor City completely, even if they demolished it, they still wanted to find Shen Shang. Shen Shang was currently hiding in a corner of Emperor City, far away from the venue of the final competition. He was panting, but the fighting spirit in his eyes was not extinguished. Instead, like adding fuel to a fire, it was growing stronger and stronger. Worthy of venerables, their methods exceeded my expectations. he exclaimed in his head and immediately sent another message to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, hold on. Give me some more time, and I will definitely be able to unravel this move. Shang spoke with certainty. Fang Yuan sneered. How can I believe you? Shang then explained. I've already found out that the various human path killer moves of Heavenly Court's venerables are based on a massive amount of human will. Without this foundation, no matter how powerful the human path killer moves are, they are useless without enough fuel. Fang Yuan retorted. But the human will is stored in Heavenly Court. It is too far from our reach. Shang smiled lightly. Precisely so, I deduced another method. Instead of eliminating the human will, we should help to develop it instead. Fang Yuan gained some interest. Tell me. Shang then said. Heavenly Court collected the human will of Central Continent, so their people's United Hearts killer move can distinguish between friend and enemy. But if I add the human will of the other 4 regions, how can they possibly still have United Hearts? The Heavenly Court and Central Continent Gu Immortals are also amplified by the killer move heroes among people because of Central Continent's human will. If it contains the human will of the 5 regions, then heroes among people's effect would also work on the rest of us. Fang Yuan asked again. Then how do you do this? How will we channel the human will of the other 4 regions into it? Shang replied calmly. On one hand, I have already made arrangements in Emperor City. On the other hand, the 5 regional walls are close to disappearing. Not only will the 5 regions be unified by the earth veins, but the human veins will also be linked. In a way, we have to thank Heavenly Court for their propaganda. Now that the 5 regions all know that the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention is being held, the will of all 5 regions is concentrated here, except that Heavenly Court only collected the central part of it. Fang Yuan was silent for a moment and suddenly said, Then do it. I can't maintain all of the battlefield. I can only try my best to stall for you. You have to fight for every second. Of course, Shang said without any hesitation. Emperor City battlefield. Kill. Combat Immortal Sex Gu Immortals shouted in unison. Under their maneuvering, the Immortal Gu House Edge Link camp suddenly surged in speed and rushed towards Western Desert Fang Clan's Inquiry Dock. Inquiry Dock retreated sharply. Edge Link camp suddenly shined. With a dazzling light, the light condensed into a giant horn that rushed into the sky. It was Edge Link camp's killer move, Giant Horn Rush. Normally speaking, Inquiry Dock would not be afraid of this method, but after the amplification of human path killer move heroes among people, Giant Horn Rush's power doubled. Inquiry Dock was only an information path Immortal Gu House. It could not resist this fierce attack alone. Fallen Flower Hall quickly tried to help it and moved closer to Inquiry Dock, but wind-sweeping building restrained it. We cannot lose Inquiry Dock. Our Fang Clan's 3 Immortal Gu houses can use the battlefield killer move Peach Blossom Maze. Fang Dichang quickly gave orders to save it. Peach Blossom Maze was able to trap rank 8 Gu Immortals, and back then it was even able to trap Divine Bean Palace. This killer move was famous and all the Western Desert Gu Immortals knew about it. It was just that since the battle started, Central Continent side had taken the initiative and did not allow Western Desert to set it up, so there was no time to activate Peach Blossom Maze. Several Western Desert Immortal Gu houses supported Inquiry Dock at the same time, but at the next moment, Central Continent's lineup changed and formed a large encirclement, separating Inquiry Dock from the reinforcements. Damn it! Fang Dichang's expression sank. He had to move Divine Bean Palace to help it. Divine Bean Palace was the support pillar of Western Desert's troops. It should not be moved lightly. Once it was moved, it would cause Western Desert's entire arrangement to change, which would result in a gap to form and allow Central Continent's side to seize the opportunity. But at this moment, there was nothing that Fang Dichang could do. At the sight of Divine Bean Palace moving, the Central Continent Gu Immortals were excited. Fang Dichang fell for it. He is a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, but the situation is forcing his hand after all. Attack! Western Desert's battle arrangement has gone chaotic. If we grab onto this opportunity, we will claim victory. Rumble. Central Continent's Immortal Gu houses erupted with a frenzy of attacks. It was like a tsunami that crashed towards Western Desert's forces. Oh no. This scene was so devastating that even Fang Dichang's expression changed. Western Desert's defeat was right before his eyes. Boom. With a loud explosion, a grand Immortal Gu house entered the battlefield. It was larger than Divine Bean Palace, with giant red gold bricks and black gold tiles around its walls. Countless statues were embedded on the surface of the palace. Each one of them was lifelike and full of brilliance. This is Rank 8 Immortal Gu House, Myriad Statue Palace. Central Continent's attacks froze for a moment. At the next moment, from within Myriad Statue Palace came the voice of Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Central Continent's Heavenly Court is simply going overboard. This time, Thousand Transformations Ancestor, will make you pay with your blood. At the crucial moment, 1,000 transformations came to the rescue and finally salvaged the battle at Emperor City. Fang Dichang let out a long breath and muttered softly, "There's still some hope left in this fight." Harry Foot Mountain Battlefield. Rumble. With a loud bang, a corner of the 5 regional limit formation broke again. It was like a pavilion that was see-through on all sides. The inside was visible to all. The formation spirit was so weak that it was nearly transparent. Zhanbu Du was heavily injured. He only manipulated the formation while kneeling. His 7 orifices were bleeding. Blood had gathered into a pool below him. Once we destroy this formation, there will be no obstacles left. If you want to find trouble with Heavenly Court, you're all not qualified enough. Mere rats. All of you will become prisoners of our Heavenly Court. As always, the main forces of Heavenly Court fought fiercely and furiously. Their attacks were unceasing and increasingly coordinated. While Southern Border lost the rank 8 Pillar Chi Chuyu, they could barely sustain the fight. They could not protect the 5 regional limit formation. It seems that my life ends here. But I am not going to let you guys have it easy either. Zhanbu Du gritted his teeth and decided to use one final move to self-detonate the entire formation. Roar. Just before Zhanbu Du was about to self-detonate, the loud roar of a dragon could suddenly be heard. The sound of the dragon resounded throughout heaven and earth, shaking the entire battlefield. Next, the 5-colored smoke swirled violently and was brutally pushed apart by a huge object. At this moment, Heavenly Court and the Southern Border Immortals stared at the newcomer in shock. It was a giant dragon, unimaginably huge. The dragon head alone was like a chain of hills, and the dragon's body stretched endlessly. A Gu Immortal's body could not even compare to a piece of the dragon's scales. Evil dragon. It is Di Zongsheng. Why is it here? Di Zongsheng's dragon eyes swept over the 5 regional limit formation and the Southern Border Immortals, quickly fixing on the main Heavenly Court forces. Heavenly Court's Immortals suddenly felt an extremely strong sense of danger that threatened their lives. Roar. Di Zongsheng roared again and rushed towards the Heavenly Court Immortals. It's our reinforcements. The morale of the Southern Border Immortals was boosted. Wu Yong's eyes narrowed. Doesn't Di Zongsheng hate all humans? How can it be manipulated and be an enemy of Heavenly Court? Who's controlling it? Who can manipulate it? For some reason, the image of Fang Yuan surfaced in Wu Yong's heart. We're finally saved. Zhanbu Du sprawled on the ground in exhaustion. With the help of Di Zongsheng, he was saved from the brink of self-detonating. Heavenly Court Battlefield. Calamity Luck Altar was at its wit's end. Duke Long's constant bombardment caused a huge accumulation of damage. Calamity Luck Altar was in tatters. Bing Sai Chuan, who was controlling it, suffered heavy injuries. Chi Ci Lang had already fainted long ago. What caused this was just not Duke Long's divine might, but also the help of Qin Ding Ling and Fairy Zi Wei. Qin Ding Ling was able to use Luck Path to effectively disintegrate the defenses of Calamity Luck Altar. Fairy Zi Wei collected information from the battle and made deductions on the spot, telling Duke Long the best spots to attack. With these 3 Gu Immortals working together, Longevity Heaven was in a precarious position. The destruction of Calamity Luck Altar was close at hand. Once it completely breaks apart, Longevity Heaven will suffer a devastating blow, and the result of the battle in Heavenly Court will be decided. Far away from Central Great Hall, at the peak of Star Zone Mountain, the 2 chess players' figures playing against each other emerged at some point in the Imperfection Regret Pavilion. No matter from any angle, one could only see a side of the faces of these 2 figures at most. The woman had peerless beauty, while the man looked as cold as ice. It was a contest between 2 venerables. It seems that our side has won this game by a little again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled slightly. Limitless Demon Venerable nodded. Heavenly Court awakened so many Gu Immortals in advance this time. Aren't you afraid of getting completely assimilated by Heaven's will? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable grasped a chess piece. I still have some time. It seems that the person you are waiting for will not appear. Even if he arrives, it is too late. Limitless Demon Venerable was silent, but suddenly, his eyes shined with mysterious light. He seemed to have sensed something as he stood up and turned around to look at the Heavenly Court battlefield far away. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was stunned. She followed Limitless Demon Venerable's direction and saw that white profound light started to appear in the battlefield. With a shrill sound, a tunnel was opened. Myriad Year flying warship flew in through the tunnel. A Gu Immortal was standing on it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a deep gaze as she analyzed. This Gu Immortal was dressed in a white robe. His sleeves were fluttering, and his black hair was hanging down to his waist like a waterfall. His face was extremely handsome, almost delicate like a beauty, and what attracted people's attention most were his eyes, which were pitch black as if they were connected to the 9th layer of the deepest abyss, devouring all light that approached it. Fairy Zi Wei's body shook as she said uncontrollably, Fang Yuan. So this is Fang Yuan. Qin Dingling coldly smiled. Regardless of who comes here, you cannot do anything. Duke Long did not raise his head. He still stared at Calamity Luck Altar as he tried to deal the fatal blow. Is that so? On Myriad Year Flying Warship, Fang Yuan smiled lightly as he observed the battlefield. He raised his hand slowly, his fingers outstretched as he aimed at the battlefield. At the next moment, the killer move that he prepared for a long time burst out. Grand Qi surged as heaven and earth shook intensely. Rumble. The colossal Qi wall that enveloped Heavenly Court lasted for a few breaths of time before shattering into countless Qi currents. They were all drawn by a formless force into Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. At once, the entire place went silent. Fairy Ziwei and Qin Dingling stared in a daze as they shouted in disbelief. Rank 8. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's Qi wall was actually. Duke Long slowly raised his head. He ignored Calamity Luck Altar as his gaze became fixed on Fang Yuan. His expression was completely different from before. Next, they heard Fang Yuan's plain voice reverberate in their ears. This unlimited Qi killer move was modified by me. How is the power? Please do give me your honest opinion. Ha ha ha. Loud laughter was heard from within Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Limitless Demon Venerable raised his head as he laughed in joy and satisfaction. Look, he pointed at Fang Yuan, turning around to face Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The person I am waiting for is here. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply. She had a complex expression. Indeed, he has arrived. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan appeared in the battlefield personally, charging into Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court battlefield. This is the crucial person, Fang Yuan? Bing Sichuan muttered, looking at Fang Yuan who was high in the sky. Bull Demon and Flower Lady stared with their mouths wide open. Didn't they say Fang Yuan was rank 7? When did he reach rank 8? This lad, Mao Liqiu gritted its teeth, feeling deep emotions inside. The last time it met Fang Yuan was in Reverse Flow River. Fang Yuan had used the river to escape. Other than that, he was weaker than Mao Liqiu. But in their next encounter, he was able to destroy the primordial Qi wall. Without the primordial Qi wall, Calamity Luck Altar was like a fish in water. It regained freedom. The restraint holding them back was gone. They could see ways to attack and advance now. Oh no. Fairy Ziwei's face turned pale. She could not think of a countermeasure immediately. Attack. At the next moment, Bing Sichuan's voice resounded from Calamity Luck Altar. The Northern Plains Immortals summoned using Call of the Ancient all became energized. Their eyes shined with bright light as they split up and attacked the surroundings. These Northern Plains brutes had been suppressed for too long. Only Duke Long, Fairy Ziwei, and Qin Dingling were here. The three of them could not deal with so many Gu immortals at once. At the crucial moment, there was a tiger roar as a Shabi emerged. There was the cry of a crane as a green jade crane flew out. These were two legendary immemorial beasts of Heavenly Court. One was Shabi 95, the other was Ruandan. The two legendary immemorial beasts joined the battle, desperately blocking the Northern Plains Immortals. Fairy Ziwei quickly returned to Central Great Hall. She needed to protect Old Man Zheng Yuan who was there. Meanwhile, Qin Dingling charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stood on Myriad Year Flying Warship as he observed the battlefield. Seeing the scattered Northern Plains Immortals, he nodded in satisfaction. In order to destroy the Qi wall, he had prepared this move for a long time. Unlimited Qi was the move that made Qi Xiang famous throughout the world back then. It was grand and vast, complex and ever-changing. It could attack and defend. It was a comprehensive method. It had potential for growth on its own, capable of growing stronger by gathering all the different Qi in the world. After Qi Xiang created this move, he collected all sorts of Qi and stored them inside the immortal aperture, including Life Qi, Death Qi, Sword Qi, Blade Qi, Dusk Qi, Dawn Qi. The more types of Qi gathered on large scales, the stronger unlimited Qi was. Not only would this move expend immortal essence, it also used up the stored Qi. Even if they were not used, as time passed, these Qi would naturally dissipate slowly. Back then, Qi Grotto Heaven's heavenly spirit used this move to survive many calamities and tribulations that the Grotto Heaven faced, among which were myriad tribulations. When Fang Yuan was attacked by this move, unlimited Qi was already weakened to its limit. Even the heavenly spirit had to hibernate due to injuries. Thus, the actual power of unlimited Qi was not truly at the level when Fang Yuan saw it. Since rebirth, Fang Yuan had been thinking of the method to destroy primordial Qi wall. After getting unlimited Qi, he acutely sensed that this move was a counter to the Qi wall. However, the primordial Qi wall was a venerable method. Even if Fang Yuan had unlimited Qi and Great Grandmaster Qi Path attainment level, he would need more than a decade to unravel the Qi wall method while fully focused on making deductions. The solution to this problem was Duke Long. In order to recruit Qi ancestor, Duke Long used primordial origin Immortal Venerable's Qi Path Killer moves as bait. Even though Fang Yuan only obtained half of it, because of his insistence, the content included the primordial Qi wall as well. With it, Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom from Wisdom Gu to barely deduce and modify unlimited Qi before the great battle. As for how Fang Yuan invaded Heavenly Court, he used Heaven Form. He added the Time Path Killer move Shrink Time into Heaven Form, allowing him to rapidly invade the target area. After all, he had deep attainment in Theft Path and Time Path. As the Fang Dichang clone was also comprehending the Theft Path Immortal Gu house, he gained a lot of inspiration and insight. The Qi wall was too crucial of an element. With this Qi wall, Heavenly Court's enemies only had 3 routes to choose from. Those were the paths carved out by past demon venerables. But once the Qi wall vanishes, they could roam freely in Heavenly Court. With their current defense, they could not guard against everyone. The situation of the battle in Heavenly Court immediately was overturned. Once Fang Yuan took action, he gave Longevity Heaven and himself the initiative. They now had control over the battle. Fang Yuan, let me, Qin Dingling, see your skills. Qin Dingling turned into a golden ray of light as she flew in the sky towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took a glance at her. This was their first encounter. She was taller than normal people, her shoulders were broad, she stood straight and had a heroic aura. She had an outstanding air, especially her long legs. She was like innate royalty that ruled above the common man. Her nose bridge was tall and a little sharp. Her lips were thin and her eyes were narrow and long. Her gaze was emitting a cold light now. She was not a traditional beauty. She had an authoritative aura that was bred naturally within her. People would lower their heads and not dare to look at her directly. It was as if they could only look at her feet in order to not offend her. No wonder Giant Son Immortal Venerable chose you as his concubine back then. Fang Yuan replied plainly. Qin Dingling's attacks became even fiercer instantly. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He manipulated Myriad Year Flying Warship to move quickly. Evading Qin Dingling, Qin Dingling's heart jumped. She cried out in dismay internally. She had great strength, having converted from Metal Path to Luck Path. Her battle strength was second to Duke Long and nobody else in Heavenly Court. She had no clear weaknesses. However, her speed was inferior to Myriad Year Flying Warship. At this moment, Rapids surged below Myriad Year Flying Warship, pushing this rank 8 Immortal Gu house to move through the battlefield, heading directly to the Immortal battlefield. Fang Yuan was passive earlier, but once he attacked, he aimed at Heavenly Court's weakness. The greatest weakness. At this moment, even Duke Long could not let him pass. The Immortal Graveyard was the most important place in Heavenly Court. Even Duke Long did not know how many Gu Immortals were slumbering inside. This was Heavenly Court's greatest wealth. It was their immense accumulation over millions of years since creation. In the previous life, even though Longevity Heaven reached Heaven Overseeing Tower, they could not threaten the Immortal Graveyard. But now that the Qi wall was broken, there were countless paths to take. They could approach the Immortal Graveyard. Duke Long gave up on Calamity Luck Altar. He flew rapidly and blocked the path of Myriad Year Flying Warship. Behind Myriad Year Flying Warship, Qin Dingling was chasing relentlessly. At once, Fang Yuan was encircled by Duke Long and Qin Dingling. Don't worry, I'll help you. Protect this person. He is the crucial person that Ancestor Giant Sun mentioned. That's right. Even if we die, we need to protect him. The surrounding Northern Plains Immortals gathered towards Fang Yuan. Bing Sai Chuan did not hesitate. He immediately mobilized Calamity Luck Altar to reinforce Fang Yuan. Right now, they had the common enemy Heavenly Court. They needed to work together. Since Fang Yuan came to help them, Bing Sai Chuan had to return the favor. They had to resist Heavenly Court's 2 strongest experts. Bing Sai Chuan had no better option now. If he let Duke Long kill Fang Yuan now, not only would they lose this source of battle strength, the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Myriad Year Flying Warship would also become unmanned. Facing this unprecedented attack, Fang Yuan had a calm expression. However, when he was about to use his method against the enemies, he suddenly felt a sense of fire qi emerging in his heart, causing him to burn with fury. Next, a sense of sorrow qi pervaded his body, causing his defenses to fall rapidly. Next, a lump of old qi entered his body and mind, causing his lifespan to decrease continuously. There was also poison qi that spread around him, causing a lethal threat. Unlucky qi crowded above his head, causing his luck to fall. Silly qi filled his mind. The results of the collision of thoughts in his mind were all stupid ideas. Frost qi entered his body, causing his movements to slow down. All sorts of qi tangled around him. Fang Yuan's battle strength fell to rock bottom. In just a few breaths of time, He fell to the level of a rank 7 Gu Immortal. After some more time, he was even weaker than an ordinary rank 6 Gu Immortal. Duke Long saw Fang Yuan's aura weakening rapidly as he was surrounded by all sorts of qi. He felt overjoyed. This is Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's method. Fang Yuan destroyed the qi wall, causing this move to attack him. He had cultivated Primordial Origin's true inheritance after all. He could tell what had happened. But at the next moment, Duke Long saw a mild light shoot out behind him. It resembled a chess piece, rapidly entering Fang Yuan's body. Instantly, all of the qi around his body vanished, as if the former scene was an illusion. Duke Long's body and mind shook. He turned around at lightning speed, seeing that Limitless Demon Venerable silhouette had stood up from his seat for the first time in Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Looking over at this battlefield from afar, Duke Long's pupils shrunk slightly. At the crucial moment, Limitless Demon Venerable made a move, cleansing all of the qi currents around Fang Yuan's body. The Northern Plains Immortals saw this, and their hearts eased. Bing Sichuan was a little puzzled. So Fang Yuan had a method to make Limitless Demon Venerable turn around. How did he do it? I did not see him make any actions earlier. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Roaring Wave. Duke Long opened his mouth and roared loudly. The sound waves of the dragon roar spread out rapidly, all over the place. Immortal Killer Move, Body Flicker. At the next moment, Duke Long teleported along with the dragon sound waves, directly appearing in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was still standing on the bow. The two were less than an arm's length away. One was the master of Red Lotus, the Dragon Man ancestor, Duke Long. The other was the inheritor of Red Lotus, the new Dragon Man ancestor, Fang Yuan. Oh no, Fang Yuan is overconfident. Quickly returned to the Immortal Gu house. The Northern Plains Immortals felt like they were falling into despair. They screamed. Duke Long's divine might was engraved in their minds. Nobody could face him head-on. Even Calamity Luck Altar, the legendary Immortal Gu house that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable personally created, could not resist Duke Long's offensive methods. Longevity Heaven's members were suppressed by Duke Long's power. They had to hide inside Calamity Luck Altar, not daring to fight outside. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Claw Strike. Duke Long snorted coldly. His right hand turned into a dragon claw as he slashed at Fang Yuan's skull. Slap. At the next moment, there was a soft sound as Fang Yuan raised his furry left arm, blocking Duke Long's dragon claw. He blocked it. Be it Northern Plains Immortals, Qin Dingling, or Fairy Ziwei, they were all stunned. Nobody had ever been able to resist Duke Long in a frontal assault, but he had managed to block it with such ease. Fang Yuan's appearance was completely changed. He turned into a bandit monkey. Bandit monkeys were of strength path. Their fur was golden and black tiger. Stripes covered their body. Fur grew out from their waist naturally to cover the crotch and the butt area, just like a kilt made of skin. Bandit monkeys respected strength, and arm wrestling was their main social activity. Young monkeys could arm wrestle immediately after being born. Arm wrestling was not only a game for bandit monkeys, it was also a commonly used method to resolve disputes. There were Gu Immortals who recognized the bandit monkey, feeling surprised. Since when did bandit monkeys become so strong? Ordinary immemorial bandit monkeys could not resist Duke Long's attack. If they acted like Fang Yuan, their left arm would have been cut off on the spot. Fang Yuan's transformation was not so simple, of course. Before this, he had already used the killer move Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. This was the ultimate method of Beast Calamity Immortal. It contained the highest profundity of transformation path, able to turn Dao marks of all other paths into transformation path Dao marks. How many Dao marks did Fang Yuan have now? Qi path had over 1 million, refinement path had 300,000, transformation path had 200,000. And that was not all. They were just the 3 highest paths. Just these alone, after using Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation, gave him 1,500,000 transformation path Dao marks. After Fang Yuan transformed into the bandit monkey, all of these transformation path Dao marks turned into strength path Dao marks. 1,500,000 strength path Dao marks. With just the Dao mark amplification alone, Fang Yuan could resist Duke Long's killer move. Duke Long's dragon claw strike landed on Fang Yuan's left arm. It felt like he was punching a mountain. A sense of danger appeared in Duke Long's mind, but Fang Yuan's right fist had already been launched. Boom. With a loud sound, Duke Long felt like he was a paper boat riding a ferocious wave. He felt like a mountain had slammed into him. An unimaginable force caused him to fly away at a speed that could not be observed with the naked eye. Duke Long flew like a comet, crashing into the ground at lightning speed. With a loud crash, the surroundings shook. A huge dust cloud spread out. Everyone was silent. This time, fear and disbelief appeared on the faces of the Northern Plains and Heavenly Court Gu Immortals. Everyone's attention was on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stood at the bow of his ship while transformed into the bandit monkey. He looked down plainly at the pit he created. It was the pit created by Duke Long who had been sent flying. It was 30 feet deep. Ever since the start of the battle, this was the first time anyone had seen Duke Long be sent flying far away from an attack. Not only did Fang Yuan defend against Duke Long's attack, he even retaliated and sent him flying. This was far out of anyone's expectations. He actually became so strong. What sort of growth speed is this? Mao Liqiu opened its mouth. It stood up subconsciously, no longer lying on the ground. The crucial person that giant sun Immortal Venerable is waiting for. Indeed, he lives up to ancestors' expectations. Bing Sichuan sighed with a complex expression. Unknowingly, Qin Dingling's speed had fallen as she chased after Fang Yuan. What a joke. Fang Yuan sent Duke Long flying. What did that mean? Even though Qin Dingling was strong, she knew her limits. She knew the difference between Duke Long and her. Back then, in order to perceive Duke Long's luck, she paid a huge price and had to rest for many days to recover. Right now, the result of this collision eliminated any thought she had of observing Fang Yuan's luck. Qin Dingling was in quite an awkward predicament now. She wanted to fight and kill Fang Yuan earlier, but now, after seeing this, oh heavens, what a fierce person. Qin Dingling directly stopped moving. She did not dare to approach Fang Yuan anymore. The transformation path cultivation level that Fang Yuan displayed earlier showed that close combat was not his weakness, it was his strength instead. Qin Dingling changed her mind instantly. She decided to assist Duke Long instead. She did not want to fight Fang Yuan directly anymore. This is a monster. To think that in the future after I died, such a demonic immortal would appear, this is so interesting. Let's go. He does not need our help. Northern Plains immortals quickly turned around. They left, spreading out to the surroundings. Fairy Ziwei frowned tightly. She had a heavy heart. Northern Plains immortals were moving around all over the place. All of them had their own chosen routes to advance. If they destroyed everything along their path, how could Heavenly Court stop them all? Even if a large number of Gu immortals woke up in the immortal graveyard now, they would need time to gather their immortal Gu. It was too late now. I can only defend the most important areas now. Fairy Ziwei gritted her teeth. She made a painful decision, deciding to abandon the deadweight. Dust clouds dissipated. Within the huge pit, Duke Long stood up slowly. You really surprise me time and time again, Fang Yuan. Duke Long raised his head to look at Fang Yuan. He had a calm expression, but his tone was eerie. He was hit by Fang Yuan's fist directly. His chest only caved in slightly. While he spoke, his wound healed completely as his chest returned to normal. He was the Dragon Man ancestor after all. His recovery speed was shockingly fast. Fang Yuan looked at Duke Long as well. Upon seeing this, his expression did not change. Everything was within his expectations. Duke Long was not heavily injured. The attack earlier had a huge commotion, but the effect on the enemy was small. He had only caught Duke Long off guard. After all, Fang Yuan did not use any immortal killer moves then. He only raised his fist and attacked with the amplification of Strength Path Dao marks. With the support of over 1,000,000 Strength Path Dao marks, Fang Yuan's bandit monkey form had immense strength. Duke Long could not compare to it. But he had many immortal killer moves defending him. He was tough as steel. Even if he was sent flying, he was still intact. Below Myriad Year Flying Warship, the water of the River of Time surged as this time path Immortal Gu house moved suddenly. It was like a huge flying sword, tearing through space and creating a dazzling rainbow behind it. It pierced towards the immortal graveyard. Duke Long snorted coldly. A frenzied light flashed in his eyes as his deep killing intent surged without concealment. It was as if a fierce tide was raging. He was now in a passive spot. With Fang Yuan's attack, he had no choice but to defend. This was a terrible feeling. Once the primordial Qi wall was broken, Fang Yuan's side gained the initiative. Their target was the immortal graveyard. Duke Long was sent flying by Fang Yuan's fist earlier. His air of intimidation took a beating. He decided to focus on the enemy ahead now. The truth was in front of him. Trying to engage in close combat with Fang Yuan in order to kill him was an impossible dream. Immortal killer move, Qi Breath Mountain. Rumble. A grand Qi current gathered and formed into a translucent mountain. The mountain was hundreds of li large as it slammed down. Fang Yuan was at the bottom of the mountain now, raising his head to look at it. The mountain pressed down like the entire world. He could not evade it. Fang Yuan did not intend to evade it either. He stopped his bandit monkey transformation as he turned into a majestic astral wind flying heavenly boar. Astral wind flying heavenly boar lived in the sky. They were Qi path beasts that could fly freely. They were agile like flying fish. They had agility incomparable with their boar bodies. They could charge into the heavenly wind Qi wall with ease. With a leap, they could enter the heavenly wind Qi wall and swim inside like fish in water. Fang Yuan's forelegs stepped on myriad year flying warship. He did not raise his head, he only growled slightly. Immortal killer move, rampaging chi roar. This was a chi path killer move, but it originated from Lang Yasek's treasury. In the past, when Lang Ya land spirit controlled heavenly giant solar, he used this move against the sharp-tusked boar, killing this ancient desolate beast with one move on the spot. Now that Fang Yuan used it, with his 1,500,000 chi path down marks, the power had risen by 1,500 times. Boom! The chi breath mountain exploded from Fang Yuan's roar. Countless currents spread out and formed tornadoes that swept the battlefield. His killer move was broken. Duke Long suffered a backlash. But this Tao Guardian of Red Lotus Demon Venerable still had great morale after suffering a setback. He used another move. Immortal killer move, Chi Current Scissors. He raised both fists, spreading out his 10 fingers. Countless pale Chi currents moved out from his palms. They slashed towards Fang Yuan like thin threads. In a few breaths of time, tens of thousands of pale white thread Chi currents moved like a torrent or swarm of moths, approaching from all over the place. Every Chi current was like a blade. Even if an immemorial desolate beast faced this move, they would be covered in cuts and injuries, until all of their flesh was removed and only a skeleton was left. Against this move, Fang Yuan's astral wind flying heavenly boar form was not useful. He changed his form again. This time, he turned into a crane. It was a chi path immortal beast as well, single chi crane. The flying crane was as large as a horse. It was beautiful and had a long proud neck. Its wings were huge like 2 capes, spreading out on the bow of myriad year flying warship. Fang Yuan spread his wings and waved them. At once, thousands of feathers gave off shining light. At the next moment, Immortal Killer Move Divine Flick 1 was ready to strike. Fang Yuan unleashed it. Cling, cling, cling. Countless shrill sounds could be heard as chi currents shot out of his feathers, crashing into Duke Long's chi current scissors. As the two offensive methods collided, most of them were dispersed by each other. Only a small amount got past and hit Duke Long and myriad year flying warship respectively. No matter which side, against such trivial lingering attacks, they did not even blink. Immortal Killer Move, Moving Chi Ring. Fang Yuan used another move as his beak opened. He blew as white chi came out. The white chi spread out rapidly, entangling with the back of myriad year flying warship, causing its speed to rise sharply, shooting forward. Duke Long's expression changed. He realized the problem and quickly chased. According to conventional wisdom, moving chi ring was a chi path killer move. It would not be useful when it supported a time path Immortal Gu house. But Fang Yuan had modified this move himself. It was rank 8. With the support of a vast number of chi path down marks, its power rose by 1,000 times. It pushed myriad year flying warship forward while defying common logic. Fang Yuan quickly got past the several northern plains immortals in front. He reached the immortal graveyard before anyone else. Looking at the immortal graveyard, it was wide and large. There were countless gravestones on the lush grassland. Each of these gravestones were different. Some were golden, some were short, some did not even have gravestones, but were half-exposed coffins instead that were buried under the soil. The sacred atmosphere of dignity and solemnity, filled with history, enveloped the immortal graveyard. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He turned into the bandit monkey again, ready to attack the immortal graveyard again. At this moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable Silhouette sighed in imperfection regret pavilion, grabbing 3 chess pieces and tossing them out. The pieces did not attack Fang Yuan. They fused into the formation here. Fairy Ziwei was inside the formation core now. She controlled Star Constellation chessboard to observe the situation. After these pieces fell into Star Constellation chessboard, Fairy Ziwei felt the power of this formation rise as it broke its limit, reaching an unimaginable level. Fairy Ziwei was overjoyed. She quickly activated the formation and aimed it at Fang Yuan. A huge starlight pillar shined down as Fang Yuan and myriad year flying warship vanished within the starlight. At the next moment, another starlight pillar appeared behind Duke Long as Fang Yuan and myriad year flying warship appeared. With the help of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable Silhouette, Heavenly Court's formation gained the ability to teleport people of Fang Yuan and Duke Long's level. This is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method. Fang Yuan noticed the situation and let out a breath of air. This did not happen in the previous life. I have so many down marks, but the starlight pillar can still teleport me forcefully. Impressive. However, I'm afraid this distance is its limit. Cold light shined in Fang Yuan's eyes. Next, he saw that several northern plains immortals were also forcefully teleported away from the immortal graveyard. But these people vanished from Heavenly Court directly. They were likely sent outside. Fang Yuan looked at other places. A few northern plains immortals had already succeeded. They either destroyed resource points or Immortal Gu houses. He immediately realized something else. It seems that the formation's power is limited even after receiving the help of star constellation Immortal Venerable. It can only allow Heavenly Court to defend some important areas. Even so, it was enough for now. Heavenly Court finally stabilized the situation. Their losses were not severe. Within Imperfection Regret Pavilion, Limitless Demon Venerable Silhouette turned around and looked at star constellation Immortal Venerable. You are quite generous, using 3 pieces like that. But now, you have the disadvantage in this game. Saying so, Limitless Demon Venerable Silhouette smiled. He returned to his seat and sat down calmly. Back then, I threatened to destroy Heavenly Court and forced you to accept this game. 1,000,000 years passed. Our powers weave and influence this chessboard. We have been stuck at a deadlock. Now, I only used 1 piece, but you used 3. If I attack now, you will be in trouble. Limitless Demon Venerable smiled as he placed his finger at one spot on the chessboard. A brand new chess piece appeared on the board when he retracted his finger. This chess piece contained the power of Limitless Demon Venerable Silhouette. The spot it occupied was where one of the 3 pieces that star constellation Immortal Venerable used earlier was situated. Star constellation Immortal Venerable Silhouette smiled indifferently. Back then, your main body wanted to gain the Heaven Path Foundation of Heavenly Court, so you set up this game. This chess game secretly connects to the Tao field that you created in your later years, Crazed Demon Cave. The more you win, the more Heaven Path Foundation you gain, and the more helpful it will be for the derivation over in Crazed Demon Cave. That's right, you're absolutely right. Limitless Demon Venerable admitted to his greed. This was an open scheme, there was nothing to hide. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Silhouette smiled again. There was no helping it in that situation, so what if you gained some Heaven Path Foundation? Times are different now. Your main body's lifespan ran out long ago. You are already dead. Limitless Demon Venerable Silhouette was slightly stunned before his eyes shined with bright light. He realized, Heavenly Court made arrangements in my Crazed Demon Cave as well. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable Silhouette praised truthfully. Crazed Demon Cave is uniquely blessed. The venerables that came after you were unwilling to destroy it. A few of them even left behind their Tao fields. Over there, the few of us will definitely have a huge contest, but that is something for the future. 1. Originally Chi Zai's Mortal Killer move from Chapter 1040. It seems that to destroy Heavenly Court's Immortal Graveyard, I will need to destroy this transportation formation first. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed like lightning. He started at the formation far away. The myriad-year flying warship below his feet moved according to his will. The ship shot out like a large flying sword towards the formation. Fairy Ziwei was guarding the formation in the central hall. Seeing Fang Yuan's assault, she took a deep cold breath. She felt immense pressure towering over her. Fang Yuan, with me here, you will not move freely. Duke Long roared as he stepped forward to block myriad-year flying warship. Seeing this, Fairy Ziwei let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, we have Lord Duke Long guarding us. Boom. Fang Yuan and Duke Long clashed. Duke Long was sent flying, while Fang Yuan and myriad-year flying warship only flew back by 1,000 steps. The aftermath of the combat stirred up thousands of storm clouds and set off monstrous air currents, the aftermath of which was so vast that it resembled a hurricane. The rank 8 Gu Immortals were swept and blown away by the aftershocks. Even Calamity Luck Alter Halted, Bing Sai Chuan, and the others inside were unable to stand on their feet firmly. Their bodies were shaking violently. Subconsciously, everyone started to avoid Fang Yuan and Duke Long. Fang Yuan was blocked. As expected, only a monster can block a monster. Let the two of them fight. Only Qin Ding Ling gritted her teeth and forced herself to fly over, intending to reinforce Duke Long as his support. Fang Yuan and Duke Long clashed again. Tornadoes formed, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Because of Heavenly Dragon's last stand, Duke Long was getting stronger by the minute. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had a large number of Tao marks and myriad-year flying warship. He had the upper hand for now. Duke Long continued to move back as the two of them fought closer and closer to the teleportation formation. Immortal Killer move, self-moving Dragon Chi Wall. Left without a choice, Duke Long roared as he spread his arms. A huge invisible Chi Wall appeared before Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan pushed myriad-year flying warship to charge forward. After moving for a few dozen steps, he was stopped by the Chi Wall, unable to move further. Duke Long started to cultivate Primordial Origin's true inheritance long ago. He naturally knew about the killer move Chi Wall. This move was modified by him. Fang Yuan could vaguely see countless Chi currents inside the wall. These currents were all dragon-shaped. The dragon head spun around while chasing the tail, creating countless whirlpools. These dragon-shaped Chi currents were very profound. They could reduce the force of external impacts and greatly increase the Chi Wall's durability. Duke Long's self-moving Dragon Chi Wall could not be as firm as the Primordial Chi Wall. but it was very durable. It successfully obstructed Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan used unlimited Qi Si to destroy the primordial Qi wall, he had modified it according to his understanding of the Qi wall in the first place. Currently, Fang Yuan knew little about this dragon Qi wall. It was impossible to replicate his former success now. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. Since he could not unravel this move, he had to use force instead. He turned into a bandit monkey again, stretching his arms as he pushed forward. Immortal killer move, strength path, giant hand. Rumble. The surrounding 1,000 feet of air was pushed aside. Two translucent hands that were the size of mountains crashed towards Duke Long's Qi wall with immeasurable might. Within the Qi wall, Duke Long raised his head and spread out his arms, sustaining his Qi wall killer move. The two strength path, giant hands moved for several hundred steps before becoming slower, unable to advance further. Fang Yuan and Duke Long had solemn expressions as they exerted strength, falling into a deadlock. Good chance. Seeing this, Qin Dingling realized that her chance to attack had arrived. In the earlier battle, she could not find a chance to attack. She could only prepare her killer moves. Once the chance arrived, she immediately threw out a small golden dagger. The dagger was only the size of a thumb. It flew into the air and grew larger as it moved. By the time it reached the top of Fang Yuan's head, it was already the size of a horse carriage. Swish, swish, swish. The golden blade swung down, attempting to slice off Fang Yuan's luck advantage. But Cooking Luck Pot suddenly appeared above Fang Yuan. It flew up and resisted the attack of the golden blade. Clang, clang, clang. The golden blade landed on Cooking Luck Pot. Golden sparks appeared due to the collision. In a few breaths of time, the golden blade slashed for several hundred times before fading away on its own. Cooking Luck Pot completely defended against this killer move. Even though cracks appeared on the surface, it was intact overall. The golden blade was a rank 8 luck path killer move. While Cooking Luck Pot had been elevated to a rank 7 Immortal Gu house, it could resist rank 8 attacks. Cooking Luck Pot. Qin Dingling exclaimed in shock, recognizing it immediately. She was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's concubine after all. She knew about the existence of Cooking Luck Pot. Your Cooking Luck Pot is only rank 7. Even if it can block me 10 times, can it stop me 20 times? 30 times? Qin Dingling snorted coldly in her mind, attacking Fang Yuan furiously. Cooking Luck Pot was only rank 7. Even though it could resist rank 8, Qin Dingling was not an ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortal. She was specialized in Luck Path. Cooking Luck Pot could block her now, but the duration would not be long. Fang Yuan noticed this too. He immediately withdrew his Strength Path giant hands and stopped this immortal killer move. Duke Long was still sustaining the Qi wall. He could not attack. Fang Yuan was able to retreat with ease. Qin Dingling, you did well. Duke Long praised secretly. In the deadlock earlier, Duke Long was in a disadvantage. Over half of his dragon spirals in the Qi wall had dissipated. Thankfully, Qin Dingling interfered and forced Fang Yuan to retreat. Thoughts clashed like lightning in Fang Yuan's mind as he analyzed the situation. He had abundant methods, but as long as the transportation formation existed, he could not use most of his methods casually. Once he activates these methods and Fairy Z Wei tries to teleport him forcefully, it might greatly disrupt Fang Yuan, causing his activation to fail. Once his killer move fails, he would suffer varying extents of backlash. If Fang Yuan suffered a backlash now, the consequences would be unthinkable. Because of his Dao mark amplification, the power was at least 1,500 times. The backlash would be equally amplified. And more terrifyingly, the sovereign immortal body had non-conflicting Dao marks. Fang Yuan had to endure the complete backlash. That way, as long as Fang Yuan faced one backlash, he would likely die. Only moves like Strength Path Giant Hand with low activation time could be used, as they only needed few thoughts to maintain. Even if the killer move was destroyed, only the Strength Path Giant Hands would break apart. The Gu Immortal Zone backlash would be very marginal. In that case, let me try another move. Fang Yuan began to prepare his killer move. He cultivated all paths. He had abundant methods. In this regard, even Duke Long and Thunder Ghost True Monarch, these dual cultivators, could not match up. In a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan's killer move was prepared. Immortal killer move, Myriad Self. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Countless Fang Yuan spread out into the sky from Myriad Year flying warship. A 10,000-person army was formed instantly. The original Myriad Self killer move was turned into an Immortal Gu recipe by Fang Yuan, in which he refined Immortal Gu Myriad Self. But the Myriad Self killer move that Fang Yuan used now was not the original version. It was a human path killer move that used Myriad Self Immortal Gu as the core. At the next moment, all of the Fang Yuan clones charged towards the Qi wall. Their strength was lower than the main body, of course, but because his main body had too many Dao marks, all of these Myriad Self clones all had at least Desolate Beast level battle strength. After using this killer move, Fang Yuan gained a desolate beast army that numbered to 10,000. All of these clones were controlled by Fang Yuan with ease, as if they were extensions of his limbs. A portion of the myriad self-army charged towards the Qi wall, some charged at Qin Ding Ling, while the bulk of them got past the Qi wall and attacked the transportation formation behind instead. Even though Duke Long's Qi wall was strong, it could not compare to the primordial Qi wall. Duke Long's heart jumped. He tried to cancel this move, but Fang Yuan's main body came charging with myriad year flying warship. Duke Long grunted as he dispelled that thought, continuing to maintain the Qi wall. In a battle between experts, activating killer moves was not easy, but dispelling them was similarly difficult. On the other end, Qin Ding Ling was surrounded by Fang Yuan's clones as they fought. Qin Ding Ling was very powerful. These clones were no threat to her, but they were enough to distract her. She had to waste time and effort to deal with them. Fairy Ziwei took in a deep breath of shock. She instantly realized this was a huge test to her. If she failed the test, the transportation formation would be destroyed, it would cause a series of problems, the entire battle situation would crumble, the plan to repair Fate Gu would fail. There is no time to mobilize Heavenly Court's forces. I can only rely on myself. Fairy Ziwei had a determined expression as she did her best, instilling all of her attention into the formation. She was wholeheartedly concentrating. Star Constellation chessboard buzzed incessantly. Its chess pieces were shining in starlight on the surface of Star Constellation chessboard, with 3 of them being the brightest. These were the 3 pieces that Star Constellation's silhouette had tossed over earlier. Fairy Ziwei's mind had countless thoughts that resembled the starry sky. They shined brightly. The formation activated, shooting out waves of starlight specks. Countless specks landed on Fang Yuan's clones. Very few missed their target, even though Fang Yuan's clones were doing their best to dodge. As long as they were hit by the starlight specks, they would be teleported outside of Heavenly Court, vanishing instantly. These clones did not have the killer move Heaven form. They could not rejoin the battle. Good. Duke Long and Qin Ding Ling let out sighs of relief. Fairy Ziwei did not disappoint them. At the crucial moment, she gave a display of a wisdom path great expert. Fang Yuan frowned lightly. This will not do. Fate Gu is slowly being repaired. Heavenly Court has the overall momentum in this battle. Fairy Ziwei cannot last long, but she is planning to stall for time. Over here, I am obstructed by Duke Long and Qin Ding Ling. Fang Yuan looked at Longevity Heaven's side again. These people were obstructed by the transportation formation too. Calamity Luck Altar was charging towards Heaven Overseeing Tower, but a starlight pillar was moving them back each time. If I asked them to reinforce me, they would receive the same treatment too. Furthermore, if they come here, I will not be able to use my methods freely. I should let them attack the surroundings to pressure and drain Fairy Ziwei's energy. Duke Long's Qi wall could move. It could not block the myriad self-clones, but it could block myriad year flying warship wholeheartedly. As Fang Yuan fought against Duke Long, he contacted Eastern Sea's Immortals. Heavenly Court's transportation formation had one great weakness. It needed stars as the springboard. Even within Heavenly Court, that was the case. The starlight pillars shot down from White Heaven's countless stars. Fang Yuan could not destroy the transportation formation now, but it was the same if the stars in White Heaven were destroyed. Luckily, a group of Eastern Sea Rank 8s were there. Eastern Sea's 8 Gu Immortals had already arrived in White Heaven. They destroyed many stars. Their ambition was not as large as Southern Border, Northern Plains, and Western Desert. They only wanted to plunder some Central Continent resources and expend its foundation. Because they were worried that Heavenly Court would send reinforcements to stop them, they targeted the stars in White Heaven instead. Their strategy had coincidentally become the most crucial point in the entire battle right now. Among them were Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, and the other dragon generals. Wu Shuai did not recall them. They were left in this group to try to destroy the stars. Wu Shuai made a wise decision. If only Shen Tsung Sheng, Qing Yuan, Hua Kai Yun, and Song Qi Yuan were left, they might not have enough guts to destroy the stars. Eastern Sea's 8 Immortals were quite efficient in destroying the stars. The 8 of them arrived in front of a giant-sized star. The star was so huge that these 8 Immortals felt very minute. Heavenly Court scattered countless stars in White Heaven. They were mutually connected, creating a web that had its own arrangements. Each area had a giant star as the formation core. Around the giant star were many large-sized stars. And around the large-sized stars were countless mid- and small-sized stars, flying around casually. They did not have fixed locations. Song Qi Yuan first flew onto the giant star as he shut his eyes, quietly sensing the connection between the stars. More than 10 breaths later, he shut his eyes, activating a light path killer move as he pointed far away. Each time he pointed, a sharp, profound light would shoot out of his finger at lightning speed, vanishing into the horizon. Far away, mid- and small-sized stars exploded into smithereens. This light path killer move was very special. It could trace the source of any light and attack it. It could even target gazes. In the previous life, Yuan used this move to destroy a star that Fang Yuan refined, causing his star I's Immortal Gu to fail. In this life, Yuan used this move against Heavenly Court. The effect was immediate as well. After Yuan destroyed all of the stars he could sense, he stopped and nodded at Yu in Immortal killer move. Myriad mountain ranges. Yuan gave a cry as the phantom image of countless mountains appeared. The entire mountain range crashed into the giant star. The giant star was huge, but it was just an immortal material. Under the attack of the rank 8 killer move, it shattered and was destroyed, breaking into countless star fragments. Almost at the same time the giant star was destroyed, Fairy Wei, who was within Heavenly Court's transportation formation, sensed it. Her expression changed. The destruction of one giant star was not an issue. Heavenly Court scattered many stars in white heaven. The loss of one was insignificant. But in this situation, it had a different implication. Currently, Northern Plains Immortals and Fang Yuan's clones were attacking all the important areas of Heavenly Court. Fairy Wei had to activate the formation to transport them away. The formation was constantly activated. It was like a person running while keeping a dangerous balance. If the person steps on a rock, no matter how small it is, they would lose their balance and fall, getting injured. The faster they are running, the heavier their injuries when they fall. The transportation formation was being used so intensely now. If any errors happen when the destroyed star is needed for the process, the transportation formation would be severely damaged by its own backlash. It might get destroyed. Fairy Wei had thought that these Eastern Sea Immortals held the lowest threat to them, but to think that in this situation and time, the 8 Eastern Sea Immortals were her most fatal threat. She had to be careful now. Any suspicious stars could not be used now. Fang Yuan acutely sensed the changes in the formation. He attacked wildly while activating Myriad Self, and also transmitting information to Shen. Shen received Fang Yuan's message and understood Heavenly Court's situation. He became very excited. He urged the 7 Immortals. Now is our best chance. Fang Yuan has already made his move. Heavenly Court cannot divert its attention. The more stars we destroy, the more problems Heavenly Court will face. Heavenly Court's main forces are restrained in Hairy Foot Mountain, while Heavenly Court itself is being attacked by Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan. If we do well here, we might have a chance of destroying Heavenly Court. Shen Songsheng's words raised the morale of the other 7 Immortals. Their efficiency went up at once. Hairy Foot Mountain battlefield. The sharp sound of Phoenix chirping pierced the eardrums and ran through the battlefield. The source of the sound was Prince Feng Xian's killer move, Phoenix chirping divine flame. The flames burned with raging intensity, coiling around Di Zongsheng's body as it was set ablaze. At the other side, Bai Shui also used her killer move. Countless water waves rushed towards Di Zongsheng's body, without stopping even for a moment. Di Zongsheng was attacked by more than just these 2 people. It was just too large. Heavenly Court's Immortals had their own area to target and attack. Di Zongsheng roared continuously. It was attacked by flames and water, lightning and poison, but it still rushed towards the 9 consecutive unceasing formation. The attacks of the Heavenly Court Immortals did not distract it successfully. Its performance did not fit historical records. Back then, Di Zongsheng caused chaos and attacked everything in its sight. It was easily drawn away. It had never shown such a clear objective. Oh no, this legendary immemorial beast has likely been enslaved. Zhou Xiong Xian shouted. Heavenly Court's main forces did not have Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, but Zhou Xiong Xian cultivated Information Path. He was most skilled at collecting information and clues. He even had Information Path killer moves that could mimic Wisdom Path effects. After fighting for some time, Zhou Xiong Xian immediately deduced the truth behind Di Zongsheng. Di Zongsheng was attacked by the Heavenly Court Immortals. It was covered in injuries. In terms of defense, it was inferior to Duke Long. It also had no wild Immortal Gu. It was fighting with its own innate abilities. Every time it waved its claws, it could create a gale. The Heavenly Court Immortals avoided them, none of them wanting to try the feeling of being caught by Di Zongsheng. Each of its roars could set off shocking waves of sound, violently impacting everyone's eardrums and hearts. Its size was too large. Even if it suffered countless blows, it was not a big deal to its entire body. It endured the furious attacks of the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals. It persevered towards the 9 consecutive unceasing formation as it began to cause destruction. Heavenly Court's Immortals felt a sense of helplessness against Di Zongsheng. Even if they used their full strength, they were like rats trying to topple an elephant. What do I do? At this rate, the 9 consecutive unceasing formation cannot sustain itself. Attacking the enemy will save it. We have to face offense with offense. Heavenly Court's Immortals had rich experience. They quickly found a countermeasure. Vortex Space Boy and Jun Xinguang moved ahead, while Zhu Ke and Zhu Ke became the middle group. They all moved towards the 5 regional limit formation. At this moment, Di Zongsheng opened its mouth. An Immortal Gu house flew out. This Immortal Gu house was shining in orange-gold light. It was grand and overbearing. This was the rank 8 Immortal Gu house, Dragon Palace. A wave of smoke flew out of Dragon Palace like an illusory dream. Dream Path Killer Move? Heavenly Court's immortals recognized it. They were shocked and fearful, quickly dodging. Wherever dreamy light smoke went, Heavenly Court's immortals dodged and gave way. The light smoke covered the 5 regional limit formation and quickly retrieved it. Heavenly Court's immortals tried to use methods to attack dreamy light smoke, but Dream Path Killer moves were unstoppable in this era. All of their hard work ended up in vain. The 5 regional limit formation was brought into Dragon Palace. Zhanbu Du stored it away. After landing inside Dragon Palace, he met with Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai used Dragon Palace's methods to immediately heal him. Heavenly Court was a strong foe. Even though they were in a disadvantage, they could still retaliate. Heavenly Court's main forces used the best tactic, forcing Zhanbu Du to store the 5 regional limit formation. This formation had already been attacked countless times. It was at its limits already. Not only did Zhanbu Du need healing, this 5 regional limit formation also needed to be repaired. Without the formation, even though there was still 5 colored smoke in the battlefield, it lost its source and quickly dwindled. Wu Shuai drove Dragon Palace directly into the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation with Di Zongsheng, without tangling with Heavenly Court's members. Hold on. We need to hold on. The Gu immortals controlling the formation shouted. The atmosphere was tense and solemn. In order to protect Hairy Foot Mountain and infallible blessed land, they had to keep the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation up. However, be it the 5-colored smoke or Di Zongsheng, they were fatally dangerous to the formation. After entering the formation, Di Zongsheng's strength rose greatly. It was restricted in the 5-colored smoke earlier. After all, it was a central continent legendary immemorial beast. It was not from the 9 heavens. Immortal Killer Move, Unlimited Wind. While Heavenly Court's main forces retreated, Wu Yong found a chance and permanently expended Wind Path Down marks to unleash the unceasing tornado. The tornado rampaged, suppressing the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation from the outside, adding an additional problem to Heavenly Court. Emperor City Battlefield. Myriad Statue Palace and Divine Bean Palace helped each other, firmly holding Western Desert's ground. Thousand Transformations Ancestor charged into the battle alone, using all sorts of powerful transformation path killer moves to force back Yuyang Palace and Frost Dragon Manor. Like Zhang Fei Xiong and Flesh Whip Immortal, Thousand Transformations Ancestor also had the ability to fight Immortal Gu houses with his body. But the overall situation was, Central Continent still had the upper hand. They were all affected by heroes among people. This human path killer move was indeed a venerable method. It could not be assessed with common sense. Within Emperor City, the competition was also at a crucial stage. He stared at the fire with his full concentration. No matter how the immortals fought outside, they could not disturb him. Yi Fan was the same. He wholeheartedly wanted to compete with Hong Yi. But different from Hong Yi, he was using a light path refinement method. Aurora lights constantly moved vividly, reflecting off his face. In the competition ground, one by one, Gu masters failed. Success down marks were sent to infallible blessed land by batches. Next, the success down marks in infallible blessed land were extracted by Heavenly Court and sent to Yuan Xiong Du. Yuan Xiong Du controlled the refinement path Gu formation. He continued to repair fake Gu. He was making quick progress. Within this refinement path Gu formation, there were Tsung Yin and Che Wei defending the place with their full strength. As Northern Plains Gu immortals got near the formation, starlight would land on them. They would be teleported out without resistance. As expected of Lady Zi Wei, she is so dependable. Che Wei and Tsung Yin sighed. Persevere, persevere. Fairy Zi Wei was covered in sweat now. Her face was pale, and her head was emitting steam from overheating. She encouraged herself continuously. The situation is still within my grasp. Persistence will lead to victory. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan, who was on Myriad Year flying warship, laughed loudly. Immortal Killer Move. Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. Immortal Killer Move. Falling Star Rod Transformation. He suddenly turned into a huge rod, black and thick. Next, he used a Star Path Killer Move, leading countless stars. Oh no. Fairy Zi Wei's expression changed. She felt like she was sitting on a wild horse carriage that could not stop. The horse pulling it was rampaging. Even if she held the reins, she could not stop this horse carriage anymore. Boom. At the next moment, the entire transportation formation self-detonated. Starlight specks faded away, no longer shining down. Fairy Ziwei suffered an immense backlash. She was at the point of near death, falling unconscious. The transportation formation's self-detonation shook all the surroundings as Heavenly Court's battlefield froze for a moment. Next, Northern Plains Immortals erupted with cheers and caused a huge commotion. Ziwei, Qin Dingling turned pale with shock as she turned into a flash of light, saving Fairy Ziwei from the rubble of the transportation formation. Fairy Ziwei had fainted. She was in poor shape. Qin Dingling needed to save her immediately. Qin Dingling had no hesitation. She immediately retreated, no longer assisting Duke Long in battle. She knew her limits. She was not very useful for Duke Long. While Fairy Ziwei was the strategist of Heavenly Court, she was vital and could not be lost. Fang Yuan wanted to use this chance to kill Fairy Ziwei, of course, but Duke Long blocked his advancement each time. Undeniably, Duke Long's modified Qi Wall was very strong. It got past the immobile weakness of the primordial Qi Wall. It was agile and durable. After Duke Long used this move, even Fang Yuan's myriad-year flying warship could not break through it. Within the Qi Wall, Duke Long had a grim expression. He treated Fang Yuan as the greatest enemy of his life. The disdain and contempt he showed earlier were completely gone. Only until Fang Yuan destroyed the transportation formation did Duke Long realize. Fang Yuan's myriad self-killer move earlier was just a distraction. It was intended to stall for time. Fang Yuan's true method was waiting all along in the dark. Once used, it caused a huge impact. Why does Fang Yuan have the method to break the formation so coincidentally? Duke Long knew that Fang Yuan was able to break the Qi Wall earlier because of his rebirth. But this transportation formation was definitely out of Fang Yuan's expectations. He was troubled by it earlier after all. If he had seen it in a previous life, he would have been prepared against it. This means that Fang Yuan deduced the method to break the killer move during battle? How can that be possible? Duke Long was perplexed. Heavenly Court made such an arrangement. They naturally guarded against Fang Yuan. They knew about his wisdom path attainment. With Fang Yuan's foundation, he would need a lot of time to unravel this transportation formation. Speaking of which, this was quite a coincidence. When Fang Yuan explored the Dragon Whale Paradise, he had obtained the Falling Star Rod Tree from Shun Songsheng. The growth conditions of this immemorial desolate plant were still a mystery, as it had been extraordinarily rare and low in quantity since ancient times. It had the unique trait of constantly attracting stars, falling into the trunk of the tree and turning into a single star mark. That was why it was called Falling Star. According to rumors, one of the motives that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had when he traveled the world alone was to collect this tree. The value of the Falling Star Rod tree did not just lie in itself. By planting it in the Immortal aperture, the Gu Immortal could use it to create an entire system of orbiting stars. It was a unique ecology that brought incremental gains every year, and the total amount of gains over time, day after day, year after year, was almost impossible to estimate. Without this tree, even if Fang Yuan knew about the Falling Star Rod tree, he could not transform into it. But after obtaining it, he observed and studied it, gaining the Falling Star Rod tree transformation. Other than the Rod tree transformation, Fang Yuan also had Dong Fang Chong Fan's myriad star fireflies, and Yi Lui Kunxing's leading countless stars killer move. These were all loot he gained in the past. Leading countless stars was exceptional. It used the star fragments primarily and expended little immortal essence. Using the attractive force of star fragments, it could generate starlight magnetic force to continue manipulating stars. The more stars there were, the stronger this move would be. Back then during the Northern Plains battle, Yi Lui Kunxing used this move and was virtually unstoppable. The killer move leading countless stars was targeted against stars and made use of them. On top of that foundation, Fang Yuan also had Star Path and Formation Path Grandmaster attainment level, as well as the Light of Wisdom. By modifying the killer move in battle, he was able to achieve amazing results. Duke Long was very shocked that he could destroy the transportation formation. In Duke Long's eyes, Fang Yuan started to become unfathomable. On myriad-year flying warship, Fang Yuan dispelled Falling Star Rod tree transformation and returned to his human form. Immortal killer move, Myriad Self. Bam bam bam. A vast number of Fang Yuan's clones appeared again, filling the sky. They were like fireflies that spread out to the surroundings. Heavenly Court felt a little troubled. In this battle, they were suffering from a lack of manpower. Even though star constellations will awaken many Heavenly Court rank 8s earlier, because the transportation formation was destroyed, they were all stuck in Hairy Foot Mountain now. Troops far away cannot salvage the situation. Duke Long sighed. He had no choice but to use a method. Qi Path Immortal Killer Move. Qi engulfing mountains and rivers. At that instant, an unparalleled force descended from the sky, pressing down on the entire place. The world became still. Nothing was left unaffected. Fang Yuan's clones were all destroyed, Calamity Luck altar was forced to the ground, resisting stubbornly with creaking sounds. The Heavenly Court Immortal Gu houses within the range of this killer move were even more badly affected. They were directly destroyed as the place turned into ruins. Fang Yuan and myriad year-flying warship were not spared either. They were enveloped by qi engulfing mountains and rivers. The warship's speed fell as it rapidly descended from the sky, while bearing the weight of mountains and rivers. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Instead of shock, he felt joy. Duke Long's qi engulfing mountains and rivers was quite familiar to him. In the previous life, when fighting for Dragon Palace, he had used it to claim victory. But now, Duke Long had to use this move to destroy Fang Yuan's myriad self. He was truly in a passive spot. He had to give up Heavenly Court's own Immortal Gu houses. Immortal Killer Move. Immemorial Year Monkey Transformation. Fang Yuan transformed again. All of his Dao marks turned into 1,500,000 time path Dao marks. Myriad Year Flying Warship itself was a time path Immortal Gu house. It was activated by Fang Yuan with full force now. Its power rose drastically. It was re-energized and shot out like a flying sword, as if qi engulfing mountains and rivers did not exist. Duke Long stared at Fang Yuan furiously. He could not catch up now. He watched as Fang Yuan charged towards the Immortal Graveyard. Fang Yuan did not intend to target Heaven Overseeing Tower. Firstly, Heaven Overseeing Tower was defended by a formation now. Time was needed to get in. Secondly, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's painting path method was still around. Fang Yuan was wary against it. The Immortal Graveyard was an important place of Heavenly Court. It was likely to have a venerable method, but Fang Yuan had to take the risk. The Immortal Graveyard was a huge variable. Destroying it now would greatly benefit Fang Yuan and the rest. Within Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Seeing that Fang Yuan approached the Immortal Graveyard, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette's expression changed as she grabbed a chess piece, preparing to toss it. But at this moment, Limitless Demon Venerable's silhouette smiled lightly as he placed a piece on the chessboard. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette stopped her action. If she tossed this chess piece, Limitless Demon Venerable would gain an absolute advantage. She would not be able to turn this game around anymore. Limitless, you really think highly of Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette sighed. She placed the chess piece back onto the board. Next, her gaze turned sharp as blades. She said coldly, "But it is not so easy to stop me." Before she finished her words, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made several moves at once, placing pieces on the chessboard continuously. Limitless Demon Venerable quickly followed after her, not giving her any advantage. Both sides exchanged moves. They placed over 100 pieces in a few breaths of time. The entire chessboard was filled with pieces, but the strange thing was, this chessboard seemed to have no size limit. No matter how many they placed, the chessboard could hold them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable silhouette was restrained by Limitless Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan managed to reach the Immortal Graveyard by moving straight ahead without obstacles. Fang Yuan, if you do anything to it, I will make sure you die without a proper corpse. Duke Long was still chasing him from behind. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, using Strength Path Giant Hand. Slam. His giant hand was huge but extremely fast. It slammed down rapidly. But the process of the giant hand's movement became very slow. Space seemed the same, but it was actually tens of thousands of li long now. At the crucial moment, someone interfered, but it was not a venerable method. Who is it? Fang Yuan shouted. His eyes shined like lightning as he looked towards his left. In Fang Yuan's vision, a female immortal slowly revealed her appearance. She had a peculiar appearance. Her entire body was made of wood. She wore a green dress made from vines. Even though she had a human face, one could see the trunk rings on her tree bark skin. Her eyes were clear as a tranquil lake. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. From her aura, this female immortal was close to Di Zongsheng's level. Human immortal, stop. Don't try to destroy Heavenly Court, otherwise, I, Song Xianzi, will have to stop you. The female immortal spoke. Her voice was gentle but contained immense determination. Song Xianzi. Fang Yuan realized after a moment. Heavenly Court had 3 legendary immemorial beasts. They were Shabi 95, Wandan, and Song Xianzi. Song Xianzi was a vast heaven vine. It was a unique existence in Heavenly Court. It did not need to follow orders, but only had to provide a batch of vast heaven fruits every 1,000 years. In the previous life, when Longevity Heaven attacked Heavenly Court, Song Xianzi watched the battle without doing anything. But to think that she would take action in this life, when Fang Yuan invaded. It seems that Song Xianzi and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had some sort of special agreement. Nobody else knows about it. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He mobilized Myriad Year Flying Warship to charge towards the Immortal Graveyard. Song Xianzi sighed. She turned into a green light and blocked Myriad Year Flying Warship. With a loud sound, myriad year flying warship crashed into Zhang Xianzi's body. Its momentum was halted while Zhang Xianzi was sent flying away. She spat out a mouthful of green blood, but she continued to attack myriad year flying warship. Fang Yuan, your life is mine. At this moment, Duke Long arrived. He opened his mouth and bore his fangs, turning into blades that slashed at Fang Yuan. Instantly, Fang Yuan became trapped from the front and back. He was not flustered. He first pointed at Duke Long to use spring scissors, before pointing at Zhang Xianzi, as the myriad-year flying warship below him shot out countless flying swords. They were all daybreak flying swords. Spring scissors flew out and snipped the dragon fangs, before approaching Duke Long with an unstoppable force. Duke Long had to retreat. Daybreak flying swords shot out like a waterfall towards Zhang Xianzi. After enduring it for a few moments, Zhang Xianzi could not hold on anymore and retreated. Fang Yuan yelled. Myriad-year flying warships soared into the sky again, before rapidly descending towards the Immortal graveyard. But distance was extended once again and unobservable. Profundity was occurring around the surrounding space. Fang Yuan turned around and stared at Zhang Xianzi, saying a sentence fiercely. You are courting death. Zhang Xianzi was covered in sweat. She had tried her best to use the space path killer move, but she could only stall Fang Yuan temporarily. Thankfully, Duke Long was around. He attacked Fang Yuan once more, but was forced to retreat yet again. Fang Yuan's strength suppressed both Duke Long and Zhang Xianzi. The two sides fought for over 100 rounds. The more they fought, the stronger Fang Yuan's aura, and the more injuries gathered on the bodies of Duke Long and Zhang Xianzi. Rumble. With a loud sound, Fang Yuan's Luo Passil landed on Zhang Xianzi as she screamed. His giant hand slammed Duke Long to the ground. Duke Long, you are already old. With this aged body of yours, how long can you last? Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Until I die. Duke Long was filled with determination and battle intent. One of his dragon horns was broken, his dragon scales were cracked, he was covered in blood. But he would rather fight to the death. Within the refinement path formation, Northern Plains past generation experts surrounded Song Yin and Che Wei. Kill them both. They are already at their limit. How can merely two people stop us? Humph, they are overestimating themselves. Northern Plains immortals were ready to attack. Killing intent surged and filled the entire space. Che Wei and Song Yin were covered in blood. As long as they stood at the same spot for a few seconds, a pool of blood would gather below them. It seems that we are going to die here. Then we will die? Even if we die, we will use our lives to get as much time as we can for Yuan Xiongdu. The two looked at each other. They smiled with the determination to die. Come, this is our final battle. As the weaker side, they shouted even louder than the Northern Plains immortals. The Northern Plains immortals' expressions changed. These are two respectable opponents. I will use my strongest killer move to send you off. This is my respect towards you both. Boom, boom, boom. Intense battle erupted once again. Emperor City. Countless gazes were heatedly locked onto the final competition grounds. Most of the Gu masters had failed. They all left the stage. There were only two people left. One was Yi Fan, the other was Hong Yi. The final victor would be either one of these two. The competition is ending. Our mission to defend is about to succeed. Persevere, everyone. Central Continent's troops cheered in advance. What do we do? Thousand Transformations' ancestor could not take them down. He started to feel anxious. Fang Dichang was silent, but he snorted coldly in his heart. You are all too naive. So what if we are blocked? Ha ha ha, it has finally arrived. At this precise moment, the ground cracked open. The earth shook as a huge earth trench appeared. The terrifying crack expanded towards Emperor City. What is happening? An earth trench. Damn it. Emperor City is in the path of the earth trench. Quick, save the people. Central Continent's troops were flustered. They wanted to salvage the situation. But Fang Dichang was prepared from the start. He manipulated Divine Bean Palace and charged out to block the Central Continent troops. Central Continent's Gu immortals had no choice but to block Divine Bean Palace in a panic. They did not have the strength to save the mortals in Emperor City. We are doomed. Who can save us? No, we cannot give up hope. Emperor City was in complete chaos. River of Time. The river water moved in waves. Feng Jiugu stood in a time path Immortal Gu house as he pondered with his eyes closed. He was quietly comprehending. Suddenly, his eyes opened. His expression was of utter shock. A stone lotus island slowly appeared in Feng Jiugu's vision. At this instance, Feng Jiugu thought of the words Qin Ding Ling said before he left. I observed your luck for you. It shows that your fortuitous encounter is in the River of Time. Go. Your fortune is there. It will lead you to great accomplishments. You originally wanted to go to the River of Time and increase your comprehension to complete Destiny's Song. This is a wise decision. It cannot go wrong. Don't tell me. This is my fortuitous encounter? Fang Gu restrained the shock in his mind as he entered the Stone Lotus Island. Heavenly Court battlefield. You finally woke up. Qin Dingling looked at Fairy Ziwei, who was slowly opening her eyes. She let out a breath of air. Fairy Ziwei was a little dazed, but she soon regained her senses. How is the battle situation now? The situation is not good, Qin Dingling said grimly. She spread her palms as a golden silhouette appeared. Within the silhouette, one could see the scene of Fang Yuan suppressing Duke Long and Song Xianzi. Immortal killer move, purple gold dragon-shaped chi. After using this killer move, be it offense, defense, healing, or movement, all of Duke Long's actions would have accompanying purple gold dragon-shaped chi. This was his main method in chi path. It was very comprehensive. In the previous life, 5 Elements Grandmaster died from this move by Duke Long. But even in this state, Duke Long was repelled by Fang Yuan continuously. Duke Long was still very strong, but Fang Yuan relied on myriad-year flying warship, displaying unprecedented time path battle strength. Spring Scissors and Summer Fan had incredible power. Even Duke Long and Song Xianzi could not block these attacks. Fairy Ziwei took a few glances and exclaimed, Fang Yuan's battle strength is so terrifying. He seems to have a transformation path method to turn all of his Dao marks into the same path. Not only did he advance to rank 8, his Dao marks are at an absurd number. How did he do it? Rather than thinking about this, you should think about how we can resolve this crisis now, Qin Dingling urged. Fairy Ziwei was silent for a while before analyzing as she pointed at the silhouette. Lord Duke Long's strength is not inferior to Fang Yuan. It is just that he is too passive now as a result of protecting the Immortal Graveyard. This gives Fang Yuan the initiative. Lord Duke Long has to endure every offensive killer move he uses to make sure the Immortal Graveyard is intact. Fang Yuan could casually dodge Duke Long's attacks, but Duke Long had to block Fang Yuan's attacks. This was too great of an advantage. If one analyzed this, they would see that Duke Long and Fang Yuan were quite similar in power level. But Fang Yuan's tactic was too wise. Duke Long would not be overly concerned if he attacked Heaven Overseeing Tower with high defense, but the Immortal Graveyard was different. The Primordial Chi Wall was destroyed by Fang Yuan. That was truly a huge move. It was crucial. It caused Duke Long to be taxed with defending against Fang Yuan's attacks now. Star constellations could have awakened more Gu immortals from the Immortal Graveyard, but Limitless Demon Venerable was stopping her at the moment. How could they resolve this issue? Fairy Ziwei started to think about this deeply, but she felt a strong headache. The intense pain made her body shake as she almost fainted again. Be careful, your injuries are still quite severe, Qin Dingling called out in concern. Fairy Ziwei nodded, frowning and enduring the headache. She spoke with difficulty. The Immortal Graveyard is the biggest foundation and accumulation of Heavenly Court. We cannot lose it. We need to get rid of the problem, which is Fang Yuan now. Go and reinforce Senior Duke Long. Get Gu Fang Zheng to fight as well. He has been cultivating in the Demon Judgment Board recently. He progressed quite a bit. If you enter the Demon Judgment Board and coordinate with him, there will be good results. What about you? Qin Dingling looked at Fairy Ziwei with worry. Fairy Ziwei spat out a mouthful of blood. I need to heal my injuries. Thankfully, there is a healing hall that can help me greatly. Don't worry, this Immortal Gu house is at the periphery of the battlefield. It will not attract attention. Okay, be careful. Qin Dingling hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth and flying away. Fairy Ziwei felt her vision turning dark. After taking several huge breaths for a while, she stabilized her injuries and decided to move towards the healing hall. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Whoosh. Intense winds blew, sweeping everything in their path, rampaging through heaven and earth. Duke Long grunted as he flew back by 300 steps. Countless purple gold scale fragments were scattered along the way. The storm also engulfed Song Xianzi. The female immortal cried out in pain as her vine snapped. She used her defensive killer moves with much difficulty to resist the attack. Her space path defensive killer move was quite amazing. Any move that landed on her would have to travel through a huge distance to reach her. But no matter how long the distance was, the time path tornado still went into the Immortal Graveyard. Even though it only suffered a minor loss, still far from total destruction, Heavenly Court's immortals still felt deeply pained when they saw that. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, looking at Song Xianzi coldly. He was not happy with the current situation. Song Xianzi. He did not expect her to participate. Fang Yuan knew nothing about her. Especially when she cultivated space path. Fang Yuan's attainment level in this path was too low. Without enough space path attainment level, even though Fang Yuan had wisdom path attainment level, he could not deduce anything useful. The bigger threat between them is Duke Long. Standing on myriad-year flying warship, Fang Yuan looked at Duke Long again. Not long ago, when Fang Yuan used Summer Fan, Duke Long flew back by 500 steps, but now, it was only 300 steps. Summer Fan was an old killer move. Even though Fang Yuan modified it, it had already been used before. At this point, Duke Long was getting used to dealing with it. Of course, the bigger reason was that Duke Long was continuously getting stronger. Heavenly Dragon's last stand, Fang Yuan muttered. He could feel what the Northern Plains Immortals felt in the previous life when they fought Duke Long. Duke Long was strong to begin with, and more terrifyingly, he was continuously getting stronger. Fang Yuan knew that even though he had the upper hand now, it was because of his wise tactic of targeting the enemy's weakness. Duke Long was forced to defend it. In terms of real battle, if he fought Duke Long and Song Xianzi, they would be evenly matched. Fang Yuan had myriad-year flying warship, he coordinated well with it. This was the first time Duke Long was fighting with Song Xianzi, and even though Song Xianzi had deep foundation on par with Di Zongsheng, she was unfamiliar with fighting techniques. It showed that under normal times, she faced combat rarely. Thus, Fang Yuan could also sense that she was getting more proficient in her methods as the fight went on. After all, a battle of life and death was the greatest form of training. Time is pressing. If I cannot succeed soon, I will need to give up on this target. Fang Yuan took a look at Heaven Overseeing Tower. Once Genesis Lotus method was activated, he would attack that place. Before that, he should destroy the Immortal graveyard first. After all, nobody knew which monster would emerge from it next. After all, including Duke Long, Heavenly Court should have a total of 4 Dao Guardians. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Countless thoughts moved in his mind at rapid speed. Countless battle tactics were being created. At this point in time, he still had many trump card killer moves left. There was Time Cutting Edge, Unlimited Chi Si, 5-Finger Fist Heart Sword, Lead Soul into Dream, and other killer moves. If he faced other enemies, these methods would decide the battle and kill them. But Duke Long and Song Xianzi were not simple characters. Against them, if his move failed, they would be prepared against the attack. Fang Yuan would not be able to use them effectively anymore. Kill Duke Long and Song Xianzi. It was not impossible for Fang Yuan. But at the same time, Duke Long still had the killer move Triple Chi Retraction. It was very threatening. If Fang Yuan got hit by it, the consequences would be severe. Fang Yuan was similarly wary of it. Furthermore, other than Triple Chi Retraction, did Duke Long have other methods of similar strength? Fang Yuan was not sure. At the same time, Song Xianzi was quite an unknown factor. She had lived much longer than Duke Long, and also had a complex relationship with Genesis Lotus, who knew what methods she could bring out. It would not be surprising. Fang Yuan continued to attack. He aimed attacks at the Immortal graveyard while looking for an opportunity. Duke Long and Song Xianzi were experienced monsters. Their battle experience was incredibly vast. Fang Yuan tried for a long time, but he could not create any opportunities. Amidst the intense battle, a cloud of blood suddenly appeared. The cloud of blood approached Fang Yuan. It had a peculiar aura. Fang Yuan stepped softly as myriad-year flying warship shook. A group of daybreak flying swords flew out and attacked the cloud. The blood cloud was pierced by Fang Yuan. It was easily torn to shreds and vanished, but Fang Yuan's expression changed. At the next moment, Cooking Luck Pot appeared above him. Blood markings appeared and stuck themselves onto Cooking Luck Pot, attempting to corrode Fang Yuan's luck. Blood Path Killer Move. Fang Yuan's heart shook. His attack slowed down as he split his attention to mobilize Cooking Luck Pot. But no matter how he tried to cook his luck, he could not get rid of the blood markings. To get rid of them, Fang Yuan would need to concentrate fully. It would expend a lot of his time. Fang Yuan cast his gaze far away as an Immortal Gu house approached him. This was a red tombstone with countless words moving on it. It was the rank 8 Immortal Gu house. Demon Judgment Board. Fang Zheng, is that you? Although lacking a clear reason, Fang Yuan guessed the identity of the person inside the Demon Judgment Board. Within Demon Judgment Board, there was Guyu Fang Zheng and also Qin Dingling. Fang Yuan was hit. Fang Zheng was surprised and joyful. Thank you for amplifying the power of my killer move. At this moment, behind Fang Zheng, Qin Dingling was placing both palms on his back as she helped him with her full strength. Seeing that this move had effect, Qin Dingling was surprised too. She looked at Guyu Fang Zheng in a new light. Fang Zheng only had rank 7 cultivation level, but like what Fairy Ziwei predicted, the killer moves he created were very effective on Fang Yuan. Worthy of Fang Yuan's nemesis, the pawn left behind specially by Heaven's Will. Qin Dingling sighed to herself. Heaven's Will attempted to destroy Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's plan, using Fang Yuan as the pawn. But Fang Yuan as an otherworldly demon was the greatest variable himself. Thus Heaven's Will arranged for Fang Zheng as well, to become the counter to Fang Yuan. Thus, after Fang Zheng became the Demon Judgment Board Lord, he used the experience of the previous generations of Board Lords to create his own killer move, Bloodkin Heart Revenge. This blood path mimicked Luck Path. It also contained the profundity of Human Path. Qin Dingling's amplification was only icing on the cake. Bloodkin Heart Revenge activated again. The blood cloud approached, while Fang Yuan dodged it. But the blood cloud followed him closely. It did not stop chasing after him. I've already used Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. This body has no bloodline relationship with him. Why is the blood cloud still approaching me? At once, Fang Yuan's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Fang Yuan's current main body was made from Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was a consumable Gu worm. It could turn any life form into a purebred human. Because the body was not created by normal birth, it had the trait of being half an otherworldly demon. The Sovereign Immortal body had no blood relationship with Gu Yufang Zheng. He was only related to Fang Yuan's rank 6 time path clone. But his clone was currently hidden in the Sovereign Immortal aperture, isolated from the world. Could Fang Zheng's method pierce through that boundary and sense the clone in his immortal aperture? Most likely. This move does not use our bloodline relationship, but the mental connection with the user. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He felt that this deduction was more logical. He had very little understanding of Fang Zheng's killer move as he had just seen it. Fang Yuan tried for a while and could not get away from the blood cloud. If he destroyed the cloud, blood markings would appear and attack his luck. If others used this killer move, there would not be this effect. But Fang Zheng was closely connected to Fang Yuan, not just in terms of bloodline. He was an arrangement of heaven's will. Both of their lucks were connected in some way. For example, after Fang Yuan obtained cooking luck pot, Fang Zheng's luck turned into a pot lid. It showed that he was a counter to Fang Yuan. The connection of Bloodkin Heart Revenge was much more complex than Fang Yuan thought. The first aspect was bloodline connection, the second was the mental connection, and the third was their luck's connection. Using the resonance of their luck, the blood markings were able to corrode Fang Yuan's luck. This was a huge problem for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan changed his target now, trying to destroy Demon Judgment Board and kill Fang Zheng directly. But whenever he made this choice, Duke Long and Song Xianzi would interfere. They would thwart his plan each time at the perfect timing. Even if Fang Yuan's attacks landed, it would only cause Demon Judgment Board to shake and crack. Afterwards, the Gu Immortals inside would repair it fully. Demon Judgment Board was different from most of Heavenly Court's Immortal Gu houses. It was comprehensive in defense, movement, recovery, and others. It had no clear weaknesses. If I had the all-living being's luck inheritance, no. As long as I had Heart Blood Immortal Gu. Even if I cannot unravel this move, it will alleviate my situation. Fang Yuan had a sensation back then. It was a pity that he could not obtain Heart Blood Immortal Gu during the Qi banquet. That was truly a huge pity, to think that it would take effect here. In the previous life, Fang Yuan lost the 5 regional limit formation. It was a huge pity. In this life, it was Heart Blood Immortal Gu. Even though Fang Yuan had Spring Autumn Cicada and had the advantage of rebirth, when he changed things, the influence would spread out. His enemies and the entire world would generate new changes that would target him once again. It was like someone shouting at a valley. No matter how he adjusted his voice or tone, the echo would also come back to find him. At the Qi banquet, Fang Yuan already felt something. But it was a pity that all sorts of undercurrents and circumstances forced Fang Yuan to let go of this opportunity. From this aspect, one could see Spring Autumn Cicada's weakness. The rebirth provided by Spring Autumn Cicada was merely a second chance. Afterwards, especially later into the future, the situation would still depend on the user's own actions. If one kept relying on the advantage of rebirth, they might gain a lot during the initial stage, but they would be like overconfident swimmers in the sea, eventually drowning themselves. Thus, even after being reborn for countless times, Red Lotus Demon Venerable only managed to damage Fate Gu. This way, with Duke Long and Song Xianzi as the main force, with Fang Zheng and Qin Dingling as the supplementary force using Demon Judgment Board, they attacked Fang Yuan together, finally resisting this demon's great might. Fang Yuan is trapped. Within Calamity Luck Altar, Bull Demon spoke. He had kept a lot of attention on Fang Yuan. Of course, he was not the only one. All of the other Gu Immortals did too. After all, Fang Yuan's victory or defeat would influence this entire battle. Flower Lady hesitated. Should we help him? The two looked at Bing Sichuan. They knew that he was still concealing a trump card. They could ask Limitless to turn around. In the previous life, Bing Sichuan used this trump card to temporarily trap Duke Long. Furthermore, in this situation, as long as Duke Long was trapped, Fang Yuan would not have any restraints. He could break the stalemate. But Bing Sichuan shook his head. His gaze was heated. Let them fight. This is our best chance. Let us take Fate Gu and return to Longevity Heaven. We will refine Rank 9 Destiny Gu. His original goal was this. With Rank 9 Destiny Gu, Longevity Heaven would replace Heavenly Court's position. They would rule the 5 regions. Earlier, Bing Sichuan was trapped in a predicament. He had to give up on this thought. and ask Fang Yuan for help. Now that Fang Yuan has taken action and changed the situation, Bing Sichuan's situation turned for the better. Be grateful to Fang Yuan and help him? Bing Sichuan laughed coldly in his heart. Their grand ambitions were about to be fulfilled. After years of waiting and expectation, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's goal of domination was close. How could he give up? As long as there was hope, he had to try. He could not give up. At this moment, even though the refinement path formation was not destroyed, a path was already opened. Go. For longevity heaven. For northern plains. For Lord Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Go and retrieve fate. Bing Sichuan screamed in a loud voice. The phantom images in the river of time stirred. The historical experts of northern plains roared and echoed Bing Sichuan's words. Mao Liqiu had entered battle long ago, using the killer move Perfect Pair to fight Shabi in 95 in Rwandan. Bull Demon and Flower Lady also flew out of Calamity Luck Altar, engaging in their attack. Many northern plains Gu immortals were with them. They had a much larger force than in the previous life. No. Yuan Xiongdu's eyes were red. He shouted for reinforcements, but nobody came to help. Yuan Xiongdu was inside the refinement path formation. He could not leave. At this moment, he was in grave danger himself. Rank 9 fate was about to be repaired, but if it was snatched away, their efforts would have been in vain. Seeing this situation, Duke Long became anxious. He called out, Fang Yuan, to think that they are also making use of you. Fang Yuan casted his gaze at Heaven Overseeing Tower. With just this action, Bing Sichuan held his breath. If Fang Yuan turned around now and attacked Longevity Heaven, what would they do? Bing Sichuan had made this decision after shouldering huge pressure. The truth was, Fang Yuan had been paying attention to Heaven Overseeing Tower's situation. When he saw that Northern Plains Gu immortals were going to Heaven Overseeing Tower, he became happy. Somebody was finally going to step on the landmine for him. Duke Long, you should be more concerned with yourself. I will kill you first before dealing with Longevity Heaven. Fang Yuan shouted. Duke Long was silent. His attacks went beyond his original limit yet again, becoming even stronger. Fate Gu. Bull Demon and Flower Lady shouted. They charged up to the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower, seeing Fate Gu. But at the next moment, Genesis Lotus method activated. Ah, what is this? Painting path. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method. Like what Fang Yuan had expected, these Northern Plains Gu immortals were all stuck inside the bamboo forest painting now. This change was so unexpected that all the other immortals were stunned. Within Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan was dumbstruck. Yuan Xiongdu, Song Yan, and Shay Wei gained some time to recover. They quickly rested. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth. Phantoms moved in the river of time, but no Gu immortals appeared. Mao Liqiu was the closest to it, but it was fighting against two legendary immemorial beasts. It could not leave. In this situation, only Bing Sichuan could go himself. At this moment, Qi Ci Lang woke up slowly. What are you hesitating for? Use Calamity Luck Altar to crash into Heaven Overseeing Tower. Qi Ci Lang said. When he was unconsciously, he still collected information about the outside world. Once he woke up, he received the information. Fate Gu was inside Heaven Overseeing Tower. It was the core component. Fate Gu could only be destroyed by otherworldly demons. If Heaven Overseeing Tower was destroyed, the other core Immortal Gu might be destroyed, but Fate Gu would be intact. But Heaven Overseeing Tower was a genuine rank 9 Immortal Gu house. It had great defense. If Heaven Overseeing Tower attacked it, they would lose precious time. This was why Bing Sichuan sent Gu immortals to invade Heaven Overseeing Tower. Bing Sichuan could not decide. He looked at the phantom river of time again. Some time had passed, but no Gu immortals came out. There were still many experts in Northern Plains history, like those forming 7 Extreme Desolation. They did not show up despite Bing Sichuan's expectations. Bing Sichuan's expression was uncertain. Even though he did not know the previous life situation, he sensed something amiss. He was a time path grade expert after all. Being appointed by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable as the West Desolation Immortal, having slumbered for 300,000 years due to Giant Sun's request, he was the crucial leader that was designated to achieve Longevity Heaven's grand ambitions. This call of the ancient killer move is quite fishy. I cannot rely on it solely. Red Lotus Demon Venerable was once a righteous path member after all. Nobody knows what his true objectives are. Thinking of this, Bing Sichuan said to Qi Ci Lang, 7th Prince, please take action. Qi Ci Lang spat out. Are you a luck path cultivator? I am. I am more suited than you to control Calamity Luck Altar. How much of this Immortal Gu house's power can you use? The urgent matter at hand is to Bing Sichuan, fuck your ancestor. Qi Ci Lang had just said his words when suddenly, Bing Sichuan teleported him out. He could not help but curse. Calamity Luck Altar's control was in Bing Sichuan's hands. Qi Lang was able to control it earlier because Bing Sai Chuan gave him a portion of the authority. Seventh Prince, please attack quickly. Bing Sai Chuan spoke politely, but Calamity Luck Alter was ready to attack. Qi Lang suspected that if he refused to act, Calamity Luck Alter would attack him first. Bing Sai Chuan, very good. Qi Lang gritted his teeth in deep anger. Bing Sai Chuan was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's old general. His status and seniority gave him the assurance to deal with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's own son like this. Just you wait. If not for father's ambitions, Qi Lang was furious and helpless. He charged into Heaven Overseeing Tower. Yuan Xiongdu and the rest were helpless to stop him. Since when could enemies enter and leave Heaven Overseeing Tower at will? Yuan Xiongdu and the other two felt sadness in their hearts. They could only bank on Genesis Lotus arrangements activating again. Qi Lang carefully stepped onto the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower. He was immediately attacked by a jade light. He received a shock, looking at Genesis Lotus painting on the walls. He tried his best to maintain his position, but he could not resist it. Right as he was about to be dragged into the painting, Bing Sai Chuan shouted, "Limitless, please turn around." In Imperfection Regret Pavilion, similar to the previous life, Limitless Demon Venerable did not turn around. He only tossed out one chess piece. The chess piece flew into Heaven Overseeing Tower and floated above Qi Lang's head. Qi Lang's body immediately regained freedom as the jade light got blocked by this small chess piece. Only a faint amount of jade light remained around him. Qi Lang was overjoyed. As long as he got rid of the jade light, he would be able to move freely and snatch fake goo. Emperor City Battlefield. Rumble, dust cloud spread. The earth cracked open, a large trench spread out and extended forward, swallowing everything in its path, approaching Emperor City. Emperor City's destruction was about to occur. At this moment, there were still several Central Continent Gu Immortals guarding Emperor City, but to save the lives of everyone in such a short time, none of the Gu Immortals could do it. Earth trenches were formed naturally. Nobody could predict where the next earth trench would appear. But only Fang Yuan knew. Because this earth trench appeared in his previous life and destroyed Emperor City. Both Central Continent's and Western Desert's forces were caught off guard. The earth trench was truly a huge shock to them. But Western Desert was shocked and happy while Central Continent was shocked and fearful. Right when Emperor City was about to be destroyed, an immortal Gu house emerged and turned into jade light as it flew into the sky rapidly. It was Divine Bean Palace. Stop him! Central Continent's Gu Immortals subconsciously shouted. What is Fang Dichong doing? Thousand Transformations Ancestor and the rest were quite surprised. Divine Bean Palace's action was not what they had planned. Fang Dichong was shocked at the moment. Not only could he not connect to the outside world, his entire body was immobilized. Divine Bean Palace shook intensely. A formless force was restraining him completely. On the painting that surrounded the walls, a lump of will emerged. The will quickly gathered into human form. He had the appearance of a young man with a gentlemanly air, wearing green clothes and a white headband. His long hair extended to his shoulders. Seeing this will, Fang Dichang's expression turned ashen. He shouted, "Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. The Venerable with the most abundant immortal essence in history. The third-generation immortal king of Heavenly Court. The creator of Heavenly Lotus Sect. He was the one who cleansed the demonic trend. He restored order to the world. Indeed, this was Genesis Lotus Will. Damn it. He was hiding in the painting so I could not discover him." Fang Dichong understood at once. He had no understanding of painting path after all. But why did I lose control of Divine Bean Palace the moment Genesis Lotus Will appeared? I am restrained here without any freedom left. Instantly, Fang Dichong thought of Qing Chou. His heart turned cold. He had once thought he completely refined Divine Bean Palace, but the cruel truth was exposed here. Divine Bean Palace still continued secrets. Its owner was still Genesis Lotus Will all along. This method was a secret to both the real Fang Dichong and Fang Yuan's clone. They were unaware of it. How could a Venerable's immortal Gu house be taken so easily? Boom! Divine Bean Palace landed on the ground, right in the center of Emperor City, as if it was overseeing the situation. An endless amount of green light spread out from Divine Bean Palace. The light was as warm as water. It was not glaring at all, radiating half the sky. The whole of Emperor City was covered in green light. Within the light, paintings in all the corners of Emperor City started to surface and show themselves. These were all paintings of the lives of people. They portrayed the scene of Emperor City at certain points in time. There were marketplaces, crowded with people. Vendors vied for attention while selling a wide variety of goods. There were the silhouettes of courtyards of several houses, and on the tall trees in the courtyard, a few birds' nests had young chicks waiting to fly. Under the trees, there was a group of children playing and chasing each other, full of hope for the future. There was a group going towards the bride's house. They traveled from the north with the groom riding on a large horse. Behind him was a Mortal Gu house carriage. 1. This kind of Mortal Gu house was usually only used during marriage ceremonies in Central Continent, and the surface of the carriage was decorated with colorful blooming flowers. Behind the carriage was a group of servants carrying the bride's generous dowry. There was a tea house. The street in front of the entrance was crowded with pedestrians, and the upper level of the tea house was filled with guests who were eating breakfast while looking through the windows, watching the street. The banners of the tea house, used to attract customers, fluttered along with the slight morning breeze. There was also a painting depicting dusk. At the corner of the street near the city gate, there was a stall where a blind old Gu master, who perhaps owned a wisdom path Gu worm, was acting as a fortune teller, predicting the future prospects of a female customer. Be it dusk or dawn, the city gates or the vibrant markets, the contented lifestyles of the people in Emperor City could be clearly seen in these respective paintings. Undeniably, this was a painting path method filled with the profundities of human path. Immortal killer move, contented lifestyle. Emperor City actually has such a hidden method from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had once lived in Emperor City as a mortal for some time. Don't tell me that these rumors were actually true. Painting path is truly profound. Central Continent's Gu Immortals were joyful. Western Desert side felt that the situation was turning bad. Divine Being Palace was connected with Emperor City and formed a gigantic Immortal Gu house. The central area was Divine Being Palace, while the periphery was the former Emperor City. As the Earth Trench approached, the monstrous mouth opened, attempting to engulf Emperor City. But Emperor City had transformed already. It floated in the sky without moving at all. The countless people in the city cheered loudly. They jumped in joy as they cheered and shouted. They had escaped a certain death situation. A group of people were sobbing with joy. They knelt down on the ground and started to kowtow to the paintings. Suddenly, many new paintings appeared all over the place. The content of the paintings were the scenes of these kowtowing people. This killer move, contented lifestyle, was able to draw power from mortals to strengthen itself. As the power of the paintings accumulated unceasingly, it was transmitted into Divine Being Palace. Genesis Lotus will control this power. He had a firm grasp of Divine Being Palace. He looked towards Fang Dichang with a seemingly smiling face. Fang Yuan, I have to thank you for bringing Divine Being Palace here. You prevented a catastrophe for the mortals. This was Genesis Lotus's arrangement when he was alive. In the previous life, Divine Being Palace was not brought here by Fang clan, thus Emperor City was destroyed. In this life, using Fang Yuan's clone as the tool, Divine Being Palace appeared to save the mortals. As his feeling of danger increased, Fang Dichang struggled intensely. But a profound power restrained him and directly sent him into the painting of Divine Being Palace. Fang Dichang's vision changed. When he took a second look, he was already inside the painting. The scene was quite familiar to him. He saw a gray-white land with deep pits in it. He had planted the immortal beans here back then. Right now, most of the beans were used up in the fight. There were only some sprouts left here, slowly growing. Fang Dichang found that he could move again, but it was useless. No matter how he tried, he could not escape from this painting. I am sealed within the painting. Fang Dichang thought about Flower Lady in his previous life. She had been suppressed in the painting that was in Heaven Overseeing Tower. Fang Dichang tried to connect to his main body, but he found that he could not communicate with the outside world. He could not even sense Treasure Yellow Heaven. All of his communicative methods were ineffective. Calm down. Calm down. I still have my final hope. Fang Dichang pondered for a moment before activating the killer move. Karma Divine Tree. Thankfully, this move had been modified already. Once he activated it, Genesis Lotus Will, which was outside the painting, had a change of expression. This method was truly the only way to resist. Even Genesis Lotus Will could not stop him. At this time, in Emperor City, the final competition of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was undergoing. This great competition was finally at its last moment. The victor was about to be decided. I succeeded. Success. Hong Yi and Yi Fan spoke at the same time. They refined the Gu refinement at the same time. To decide the victor, a time path Gu master would need to inspect the specific timing of their completion. But at this moment, Jade Light shined. The two were enveloped by it, dragged by it, and flying far away. This Jade Light was extremely fast. It brought Hong Yi and Yi Fan into Divine Being Palace almost instantly. Genesis Lotus Will in Divine Being Palace gritted his teeth. Seeing this, the two people brought by the Jade Light were extremely close to Fang Yuan. They were either his pawns or his capable subordinates. Genesis Lotus Will quickly activated Divine Being Palace. The light that carried Yi Fan and Hong Yi took a twist as it landed in a painting of Emperor City. Both of them were sealed as well. What is going on? Who won? Hong Yi and Yi Fan looked at each other with a dumbfounded expression. They were currently inside a painting created by the killer move-contented lifestyle. All they saw was a peaceful and serene environment in front of them. This made them feel extremely confused. Where in the world are we? Aren't there Gu immortals fighting outside Emperor City? Why can't we hear anything? Am I dreaming? He gave himself a hard pinch. He gritted his teeth as he felt a sharp pain. 1. We call it a Chinese sedan, otherwise known as litter, vehicle, Google for image. 1942 Destiny Song Harry Foot Mountain Battlefield. Only a small portion of the 5-colored smoke remained. Dizong Sheng roared as it used its mighty strength to tear the formation. Its mountain range-sized body was still charging forward. Stop it! Another subformation has been broken. How many subformations do we still have? Only one is left. Quickly construct the subformations. We can't. Its destructive force is too great. We won't make it in time. The 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was in chaos. Many Central Continent Gu immortals were stationed here, but got restricted by the 5-colored smoke. Be it controlling the formation or constructing subformations, they had to face backlashes. The more powerful the person and the more strength they used, the stronger the backlash would be. Dizong Sheng was extremely powerful. It could break the subformations so quickly with just its physical strength, and it was constantly becoming stronger. The 5 regions' regional walls grew increasingly fragile. The earth veins of the 5 regions were gradually merging into one. The earth trench that spread to Emperor City was huge evidence. Earth trenches had already spread to the central region of Central Continent. This meant that the merging of earth veins had reached the highest point. Be it the other 4 regions or Central Continent, the rapid spread of new earth trenches led to countless tragedies and deaths. Human emotions were surging. Dizong Sheng was different from other legendary immemorial beasts. It was born from the power of earth veins fused with the negative emotions of humans. Right now, Central Continent's earth vein expanded to become the 5 regions' earth vein. Dizong Sheng's strength rose to 5 times of before. Negative emotions were also increasing wildly in the humans of all regions. Dizong Sheng's strength was further soaring because of this. Duke Long was growing stronger continuously because of Heavenly Dragon's last stand. And Dizong Sheng's strength was growing at an even more horrifying speed than Duke Long's. As such, even though Heavenly Court's main force was here, using all their abilities and staking their lives, they were unable to stop Dizong Sheng's charge. Heavenly Court's main force was furious. We can't let it move forward. We must stop it even if we die. Damned evil dragon. Get out of my way, let me stop it. Zhang Fei Xiong suddenly roared, becoming a giant with a bare head and human body. He attacked with no fear of death. Bam! A muffled sound echoed. He was directly crushed into meat paste, dying on the spot. This rank 8 transformation path great expert could only obstruct Dizong Sheng for a brief moment. Zhang Fei Xiong. The eyes of Heavenly Court's immortals were filled with tears. At the crucial moment, the Heavenly Court members showed no hesitation towards sacrificing themselves. Let me. At the next moment, Flesh Whip Immortal went forward. She transformed into an immemorial walking meat tree, which was her strongest form. Bam! Another muffled sound echoed. Flesh Whip Immortal was smashed to pieces, her blood splashing everywhere. Flesh Whip Immortal. The group of immortals cried out. When she was needed, she charged ahead without any regard for herself. A grand rank 8, a genius of her generation, could only stall it for a breath of time. Even the southern border immortals were visibly moved. What was urging them to do so? Seemingly, Heavenly Court's Gu immortals had all been like this since ancient times. Their spirit had never waned. It had instead been fostered and enhanced. Heavenly Court had never lacked brave members. Primordial Origin might have passed away, but his spirit did not. Unfortunately, your efforts are futile. At Wu Shuai's will, countless clones flew out of Dragon Palace. They were pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. These dream path clones turned into a huge vanguard army and flew in front of Dizong Sheng, attacking the final subformation. Watch this. Under the immortal's expectant gaze, Feng Jin Huang stood up. Her youthful face was filled with seriousness and solemnness. She borrowed the immortal formation strength to activate Immortal Killer Move Shatter Dream. Bam bam bam. Pure dream reality seeker physique bodies exploded directly, becoming lumps of dream realms on the spot that rotated and moved slowly. Immortal Killer Move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. Feng Jin Huang activated another method. These restored dream realms transformed back to human form again, but this time, they belonged to Feng Jin Huang. With Feng Jin Huang here, Dream Path was no longer Heavenly Court's weakness. What about this then? Before Heavenly Court's force could relax, a large formation was sent out from Dragon Palace at this crucial moment. 5 regional limit formation. 5 colored smoke spouted once again and rapidly spread to cover the whole area. Heavenly Court's main force had bloodshot eyes as Zhu Ke Air shouted hoarsely, "Destroy it!" Vortex Space Boy and Jun Xinguang had already moved towards the formation. Too late. Zhan Budu exclaimed with joy from inside the formation. He did not let down everyone's expectations at this crucial moment. He finished repairing the whole formation and joined the battle again. 5-colored smoke expanded and covered the subformation. Puff, puff, puff. The Central Continent Gu Immortals were still setting up the formation. They were caught unprepared and coughed blood repeatedly. Most fainted on the spot, while some even died from the backlash. By now, they were all exhausted, and the 5 regional limit formation became their death warrant. As for the Gu Immortals controlling the main formation, they were forced to ease their strength while resisting the injuries from the backlash. Roar! Di Zongsheng took the chance to attack. It directly smashed into the final subformation. The 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was finally broken at this moment. The formation collapsed. The obstruction disappeared. Hairy Foot Mountain that had been hidden by the formation got exposed. This mountain was small and inconspicuous. It was as ordinary as could be, but it held infallible blessed land. The Gu Immortals who had been controlling the main formation were lying on Hairy Foot Mountain. The formation's destruction inflicted serious injuries on these Gu Immortals again. Almost none of them were in a clear-headed state. Most of the Gu Immortals had already lost their lives, while a small portion were in a dazed state. Feng Jinhuang, who had been protected tightly, also had a pale face. She fell down to the ground in exhaustion and did not have any strength to escape. At this moment, she could only look on as Di Zongsheng came charging. She could do nothing but wait for death. A strong sense of death suffocated Feng Jinhuang. Am I going to die? At this moment, this young female Gu master felt a sense of loss. Protect Feng Jinhuang. Save her. No need to care about infallible blessed land. The final batch of success Dao marks have already been sent to Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court's main force staked all their energy to rescue Feng Jinhuang. Wishful thinking. The southern border Gu Immortals laughed wildly as they used their strength to hold back these Heavenly Court Gu Immortals as much as possible. Wu Yang's unlimited wind blew while making heavy sounds. This giant tornado stalled a large number of Heavenly Court Gu Immortals. Jun Xinguang and Vortex Space Boy charged to the front again. One cultivated light path, another space path. Their activation speed of killer moves was fastest. Immortal killer move, dreamy light smoke. Dragon Palace withstood all sorts of explosions and forcibly attacked Jun Xinguang and Vortex Space Boy. Jun Xinguang and Vortex Space Boy finally could not dodge. They were carried away by dreamy light smoke the moment they were struck. After capturing these two, Dragon Palace had reached its limits and could not capture any more people unless these two were killed. Destroy Hairy Foot Mountain, an infallible blessed land. Wu Yong shouted as he took the lead to charge in front. He was not on Heavenly Court's side, and naturally was unaware that Heavenly Court had already completed the task. Even if he were to destroy infallible blessed land now, it did not have any influence on the big picture. Don't even think about it. A lump of fire obstructed Wu Yong, from which Prince Feng Xian flew out. By you alone. Wu Yong's eyes shined with sharp killing intent. He suddenly disappeared, and when he appeared, he was already behind Prince Feng Xian. Immortal killer move. Farewell, friend Wind. We became friends at first sight, yet you have to go now. This is farewell, my good friend. Let me send you off. Wu Yong smiled lightly. Hearing these words, even Prince Feng Xian, a person who infiltrated and went undercover in northern plains for many years, turned pale with fright. Next, Prince Feng Xian lost control over his body and slowly floated towards the front. While floating, his hair, clothes, and limbs started to disintegrate. Damn it! Farewell, friend Wind is actually in Wu Yong's hand. Prince Feng Xian shouted inwardly, but was unable to articulate his words. He could not move at all. None of his methods could be used. With the final obstruction gone, Wu Yong charged down towards Hairy Foot Mountain like an eagle hunting its prey. The remaining Heavenly Court members wanted to reinforce, but were held back by others. Wu Yong revealed awe-inspiring might. Before he had even truly descended, the wind pressure from him was already as heavy as a mountain. Feng Jinhuang could not even budge from this pressure and slowly closed her eyes in despair. But the pain that she anticipated did not manifest. Feng Jinhuang slowly opened her eyes in doubt and saw a figure blocking Wu Yong in front of her like an impenetrable fortress. The moment she saw this extremely familiar figure, she cried out in joy. Father! The rank 8 Gu Immortal who appeared at the crucial moment was none other than Feng Jiugu. He wore a red and white robe, standing straight like a spear or sword. Hearing Feng Jinhuang's cry, Feng Jiugu turned sideways and looked at Feng Jinhuang. His eyes under his sharp brows revealed warmth and concern as well as confidence. Feng Jiugu did not say anything and only nodded at Feng Jinhuang before facing Wu Yong. But just that nod made Feng Jinhuang feel immense security and let her relax completely. This groundless comfort was completely baffling and had no basis, but Feng Jin Huang believed in it. This was her father Feng Jiugu. Wu Yong's eyes emitted dangerous light. Feng Jiugu. Wu Yong mumbled this name as he exposed his killing intent. You stopped me from chasing Fang Yuan before. I will settle the score with you properly now. He then prepared his killer move, trying to use Farewell Friend Wind again. Feng Jiugu did not dodge or evade. He remained floating in the air as he slowly sang with a smile on his face. His voice was illusory and deep. It was filled with conflict and was very unique. Wu Yong was unconsciously influenced by the song. His attack paused. Initially, the song was like a small stream of water in the mountains, flowing slowly. Gradually, the stream turned into flowing lava that expanded the river's width in the range of mountains, like a wandering dragon. Damn it, what song is this? Wu Yong's expression changed intensely. He began to struggle with difficulty. He had been the first to be struck by the move because he was the nearest. The song made Wu Yong feel unwell. It made him feel like he had returned to when he was young. He was always shrouded under his mother Wu Duxiu's shadow and had received her strict teaching and restrictions. During that time, he could only receive her lessons obediently. At the next moment, Wu Yong's eyes opened even wider. The Farewell Friend Wind. Killer move he had used earlier on Prince Fengxian had actually stopped. What song is this? It can actually break Farewell Friend Wind. Wu Yong was shaken. Prince Fengxian felt a different sensation. He felt like he had returned to the past when he had disguised his identity and finally cultivated to rank 8 in Northern Plains. He had a grotto heaven and finally had a feeling of joy, no longer having to endure the overbearing attitude of Northern Plains Superforce Gong tribe. Under the effect of Destiny's song, the southern border immortals were weakened and dispirited. On the contrary, Heavenly Court's side felt free and elated. Their condition picked up and their injuries recovered. Destiny Song's ability was extremely comprehensive. What was even more amazing was that it could distinguish between allies and enemies. This was something that the previous life's Destiny Song could never compare to. Even Wu Shuai and the rest were constrained by the song. Only Di Zongsheng roared and forcibly endured the song, still continuing to charge forward. Feng Jiugu concentrated on Di Zongsheng. Di Zongsheng's body was so huge that it almost covered the sky and earth. Just its dragon head was as big as a mountain. Feng Jiugu, in comparison, was as minuscule as an ant. But at the next moment, the effects of the song concentrated and focused on Di Zongsheng. Di Zongsheng felt like it had returned to the time when it was suppressed in Hidden Dragon Cave. It was in a dark cage, unable to regain freedom even though it had 1,000 desires and endless strength. Helplessness. Di Zongsheng started to slow down. It wanted to roar and cry out, but it ended up letting out whimpers. The Immortals were shocked. This scene was too shocking. Feng Jiugu defeated Di Zongsheng in one move. This was the strongest legendary immemorial desolate beast of this age. In the previous life, it could fight Duke Long, who was at his final moments of life. If he had not captured Dragon Palace, it would have been impossible for him to handle Di Zongsheng so easily. This is my personal creation, Destiny Song. It has just been completed. Please feel free to critique it. Feng Jiugu continued to sing while transmitting his voice. Destiny Song. The Immortals, be they enemies or allies, engrave the name of this killer move deep in their hearts. The moment this move appeared, it became famous. From today onwards, everyone in the world would know of it. Destiny was constantly moving. It had ups and downs. Who would not have low points in their life? Even Fang Yuan, even the Venerables had times when they were at their lowest points. Destiny's song could bring out the lows and highs of the destiny of all living beings. At times, even heaven and earth will help you. At times, even heroes cannot emerge unscathed. Feng Jiuji's 9th song. Sound Path Rank 8 Immortal Killer Move, Destiny Song. This is troublesome. Wu Shuai's expression was extremely heavy. He actually created the complete Destiny Song. As expected of Feng Jiugu, Zhan Budu sighed heavily. This battle situation was transmitted to Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei was naturally overjoyed. Feng Jiugu had been in a state of comprehension. He took the initiative and requested to explore the River of Time. Qin Dingling inspected his luck and saw his fortuitous encounter, so she fully supported it. Fairy Ziwei had thus secretly arranged a time path Immortal Gu house to send Feng Jiugu to the River of Time quietly. Fairy Ziwei believed Qin Dingling's words, and she also saw Feng Jiuji's potential. But she had never imagined Feng Jiugu would actually give her such a huge surprise. Rank 8 Immortal Killer Move Destiny Song. Just this move alone raised Feng Jiuji's strength to the peak. He became one of the strongest people in the world. Heavenly Court wanted to restore Rank 9 Fate Gu and seize fortune rivaling Heaven Gu to try to refine Rank 10 Destiny Gu. Longevity Heaven also had the same plan, but their target was set lower. They wanted to use the damaged Fate Gu to refine rank 9 Destiny Gu. But both sides had not expected that ahead of them. A Gu Immortal actually created the initial draft of the Immortal Gu recipe of Destiny Gu. Immortal killer moves could be condensed into Immortal Gu recipes. The best example was Fang Yuan's Myriad Self Immortal Gu. The refined Myriad Self Immortal Gu recipe had been derived from the killer move Myriad Self. It was no exaggeration to say that this move alone allowed Feng Jiuji's name to be written down in history, worthy of a Dao Guardian. Such overwhelming talent. Even Fairy Ziwei felt stunned and dazzled. She admitted her inferiority. "Father, you are amazing." Feng Jinhuang stared at Feng Jiuji's back with her eyes wide open. Feelings of idolization and love almost overflowed. The girl's heart was filled with pride and joy at this moment. "Yes, my father has never disappointed me." At this moment, Feng Jinhuang was filled with bliss as she cheered inwardly. "Father, you are most amazing. Your broad shoulders will forever be my most reliable support." 1943 Fang Yuan's strongest offense. Heavenly Court's battlefield. Immortal killer move, Dragon Roaring Wave. Immortal killer move, Body Flicker. Duke Long's figure suddenly appeared on the right of Myriad Year, flying warship. Too close. Almost at the same time, the daybreak swords that were floating around Myriad Year flying warship swarmed in and submerged Duke Long. Countless dragon-shaped tattoos floated around Duke Long's body, blocking the powerful sword attacks. This was Duke Long's main defensive killer move, 9 Dragons Protection. 9 was just a general number implying countless tattoos. This was a rare passive defensive method and usually stayed hidden on Duke Long's skin, but when there was an attack, it activated automatically and did not need Duke Long's wills or thoughts to be maintained. Duke Long forcibly withstood the daybreak sword's attacks with this move, then clenched his hands into fists. Immortal killer move, World-Shaking Dragon Hammer. Boom. The Dragon Hammer's strike directly sent Myriad Year flying warship flying. Myriad Year flying warship was sent flying, but it stopped suddenly. The surrounding space crumbled like countless pieces of glass. These glass pieces were extremely sharp, and as long as they touched Myriad Year flying warship, they would leave behind deep marks, killing many Gu worms. Fang Yuan, who was standing on the deck, also got a cut on his cheek. This was Zhang Xianzi's ability. She used space path killer moves to set up countless traps everywhere in the battlefield. They had extremely high power. But this scene only flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. It had not happened yet. This was Time Path killer move, 3 Breaths Future Vision. 3 Breaths Future Vision was an investigative killer move that came from He Fan's true inheritance. It allowed the Gu Immortal to see 3 breaths into the future related to them. Due to Fang Yuan's Dao Mark amplification, its power had increased by 1,500 times, and thus could show its effect even when battling an expert at the level of Duke Long. However, this move was essentially only rank 7, so it did not show effect every time. It succeeded sometimes, but failed at other times as well. At the next moment, Immortal killer move, Dragon Roaring Wave. Immortal killer move, Body Flicker. Duke Long's figure suddenly appeared on the right of Myriad Year flying warship, just like the scene displayed by 3 Breaths Future Vision. Fang Yuan snorted coldly and controlled Myriad Year flying warship to move far away, brushing past the countless space path traps. What a pity. Zhang Xianzi sighed deeply in her heart. Just a little, and Fang Yuan would have triggered the space path traps. She was floating in the air without any obvious movement, but she was secretly and quietly forming and laying space path traps. After fighting Fang Yuan for a long time, the battle experiences that had remained deep within her memories were coming to life and her methods became more experienced. After Zhang Xianzi and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable made a secret agreement 300,000 years ago, she had moved to Heavenly Court and lived a peaceful life, never having to fight again. But before this, Zhang Xianzi's name and the legendary immemorial beast position were personally established by her. Fang Yuan controlled Myriad Year flying warship and dodged while observing Zhang Xianzi. Although Zhang Xianzi's battle strength was recovering, her combat style was obvious. She retained the habits of fighting as an immemorial desolate plant. Her battle style leaned towards staying at one spot and attacking with long-ranged attacks, using space path methods to create distance from her enemies before laying space path traps. Her nature could be seen from her combat style. She liked to fish patiently. This also meant she was not aggressive and would not take risks. Although many of Zhang Xianzi's methods were still mysterious, Fang Yuan had already begun to understand the details of Zhang Xianzi. On the contrary, Duke Long was still unfathomable and not easy to comprehend. Fang Yuan fought Duke Long in the previous life, and he also knew Duke Long's methods for the most part. But Duke Long's combat style was ever-changing. He defended at times while becoming aggressive at other times. He suddenly attacked and evaded at times, making others unable to see a clear pattern. This combat attainment was not just due to Duke Long's battle experience, but also his innate talent. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, defeating Song Xianzi might be difficult, but he had a high chance. But he was still unable to see even the slightest chance of defeating Duke Long till now. Unless I can break Duke Long's defensive killer move. Fang Yuan analyzed inwardly. Duke Long's main defensive killer move was 9 Dragons Protection. Fang Yuan was collecting information during the battle and breaking it down, but his gains were minimal. It was extremely difficult to break a strong enemy's killer move during a battle. Compared to 9 Dragons Protection, Fang Yuan wanted to break Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand much more. But this killer move left no trace. Fang Yuan did not even have a way to gather its information. Based on his original expectation, Steel Life was the best method to deal with Duke Long, but it showed no effect even after hitting. Wait, I seem to have neglected something. Suddenly, a light of inspiration flashed past Fang Yuan's mind. But when he wanted to explore this inspiration, it was interrupted by an attack. Fang Yuan did not even have to look to know that this was an attack from Demon Judgment Board. This rank 8 Immortal Gu house was truly an annoyance. It did not have any weakness. Its speed was so fast that it did not lose to Myriad Year Flying Warship and had extremely powerful defense. If it was 1 versus 1, Demon Judgment Board could never be Fang Yuan's match, but it would definitely consume some time. Theft path methods were the best way to deal with this Immortal Gu house, but it was not easy to use them in front of Duke Long and Song Xianzi. Fang Yuan had currently transformed into the Immemorial Year Monkey, which coordinated well with Myriad Year Flying Warship. If he transformed his Dao marks to Theft Path, his battle strength would fall greatly, giving Duke Long and Song Xianzi an opportunity instead. What made Fang Yuan even more wary was that even if he were to transform into a Theft Path Immemorial Desolate Beast and used Great Thief Ghost Hand, his attack might not hit Demon Judgment Board. Even if it hit, it might not be able to steal Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's luck path superiority was already dealt for most part by Qin Ding Ling. Demon Judgment Board, moreover, had Guyu Fang Zheng, who restrained Fang Yuan in terms of luck. So, theft path methods were not the correct methods to change the situation. Fang Yuan. At this time, Fang Zheng, who was in charge of Demon Judgment Board, had a complicated mood. Could Fang Yuan be considered his own brother? No. Fang Yuan's physical body had changed. His soul was also of an otherworldly demon. Then, was he a stranger? No. The memories of childhood could not be erased. They had once been in each other's company. Anger? There was. Fang Yuan toyed around with him and disregarded his life. He definitely had a sinister scheme for putting him in Langya Blessed Land. Hatred? Definitely. Fang Yuan killed his own clan and had been the shadow and nightmare of Fang Zheng's childhood. What else beyond these? Having experienced many things, Fang Zheng had slowly begun to understand Fang Yuan and even felt some admiration for Fang Yuan. People often had to compromise in this world. Fang Zheng had started realizing his shallowness and gained an understanding of himself. The so-called A-grade aptitude was just a kind of narcissism. Fang Zheng had already become mature. Besides understanding and admiration, Fang Zheng even felt a trace of gratitude towards Fang Yuan. He was grateful to Fang Yuan for creating obstacles for him, for giving him suffering and hardships. These were all wealth that helped Fang Zheng grow to what he was now. If it were not for the hardships during the Continental War in Langya Blessed Land, how could Fang Zheng have merged the various cultivation experiences of the past Demon Judgment Board lords and created the killer move Bloodkin Heart Revenge? Fang Zheng had once dreamed of a day where he could fight Fang Yuan and take revenge with his own hands. But now that the moment really came, Fang Zheng felt a lot different from what he had imagined. He neither felt the pleasure of taking revenge nor felt satisfaction. His thoughts were complicated, very complicated. Duke Long, Song Xianzi, Fang Zheng, and Qin Ding Ling. Besides them, there is also Fairy Zi Wei. Fang Yuan's expression turned increasingly serious as he received attacks from all sides. As Duke Long continued to grow stronger and the coordination of Heavenly Quartz Gu Immortals became more tight, Fang Yuan's thoughts were almost fully used to maintain this battle. His ability to analyze the whole situation was continuously falling. Be it activating killer moves or controlling Myriad Year Flying Warship, both expended a lot of energy. Fang Yuan also needed to be aware of the overall situation, to keep an eye on all the battlefields, and secretly influence the Gu Immortals of other regions. In fact, Duke Long's group was also in the same state. The battle was becoming more intense. Powerful and complicated killer moves involving many Gu worms were activated more frequently, which demanded more attention and control. If Fairy Zi Wei recovers, I will be at a disadvantage whether she joins the battle or takes charge of the overall situation. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with coldness. Ha! Duke Long suddenly laughed as he got the latest report of the battle in Harryfoot Mountain. Fang Yuan, no matter how many times you are reborn, it is useless. Use all your abilities, otherwise it will be too late. Fang Yuan's expression was grim as he also learned of the recent battle situation. In the Emperor's City battlefield, his clone Fang Dichang was lost, and Divine Bean Palace had defected to the enemy's side. In the Hairy Foot Mountain battlefield, Feng Jiugu appeared and used the extremely powerful Destiny Song, which even made Di Zongsheng fall into a disadvantage. Heavenly Court's foundation was truly too deep. Fang Yuan was not only fighting against Duke Long's group, he was also contending against Heavenly Court's millions of years of accumulation. The situation in the outside world was not dependable. As such, all the pressure was on Fang Yuan's shoulders. Fang Yuan's gaze suddenly turned sharp like lightning. Indeed, I cannot hold back anymore. He was not able to find Duke Long's weakness, but with the situation forcing him, even if there was no weakness, Fang Yuan had to use his full strength. Myriad Year Flying Warship rose to the air, rapidly creating distance as Fang Yuan began preparing a killer move. Duke Long did not give chase. He remained standing in the air, looking above with concentration. His expression looked like he was facing a great enemy. He no longer looked down on Fang Yuan. Song Xianzi took a deep breath and was extremely vigilant. Qin Dingling, Fang Zheng, as well as Fairy Ziwei, who was recuperating at the edge of the battlefield, fixed their gazes on Fang Yuan. Even Bing Sichuan, who was crazily attacking the Refinement Path formation and bombarding Heaven Overseeing Tower, split a portion of his attention towards Fang Yuan's every move. Everyone was aware the victory or defeat in the following battle could very likely determine the outcome of the whole situation. Immortal Killer Move, 12 Zodiac Battle Formation. Fang Yuan first summoned 12 Immemorial Year Beasts. This method had already been revealed before. But different from before, the 12 Zodiac Battle Formation did not condense into a giant monster, but transformed into a golden helm. The helm was like a carriage wheel. It had 6 spokes and 12 handles. Each handle had a carving of a year beast. The 12 Zodiac Battle Helm flew towards Myriad Year Flying Warship and merged into it rapidly. The dazzling silver Myriad Year Flying Warship suddenly had a large golden image that looked like flying sand, transforming at every moment. The golden image transformed into a coiling dragon at one time, a giant tiger at other time, a crowing rooster, or a ramming ox. The 12 Immemorial Year Beasts combined perfectly with Myriad Year Flying Warship. Fang Yuan's previous concept was fully displayed to the world at this moment. He actually merged an ancient battle formation into an Immortal Gu house perfectly. Qin Dingling's eyes opened wide. Fang Zheng looked on, dumbfounded. Such amazing talent. Even Duke Long could not help but praise. He had never seen this sight. Fang Yuan was the first to achieve this in history. Although it was said that ancient battle formations and Immortal Gu houses were immortal killer moves in essence, no one had succeeded in combining these two killer moves prior to Fang Yuan. Careful, it is attacking. Song Xianzi shouted with a trace of panic. Myriad Year Flying Warship was letting out a frightening aura that even shook her. Immortal Killer Move, Daybreak Torrent. Myriad Year Flying Warship swooped down, leaving behind a trail of sonic booms. It was already an outstanding Rank 8 Immortal Gu house. The 12 Zodiac Battle Formation that merged with it even possessed a mighty strength that could match Duke Long's. After they merged, their strength combined to a horrifying level. Duke Long roared as he unleashed a chi wall. Myriad Year Flying Warship's momentum was slightly slowed before it broke through Duke Long's chi wall. Duke Long frowned as he activated chi wall again. Myriad Year Flying Warship broke the chi wall again. Duke Long erected the chi wall again, while Myriad Year Flying Warship broke it again. After 5 times, Myriad Year Flying Warship's momentum finally fell sharply. Fang Yuan sneered, Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Year Hunting. At the next moment, the River of Time Phantom under Myriad Year Flying Warship enlarged suddenly. Countless year beasts surged out like a huge tide. The sky-covering year beast army began attacking the immortal graveyard like a giant tsunami that engulfed everything. The large army had countless year beasts, with large numbers of ancient year beasts, and even immemorial year beasts were not in a small quantity. What was even more terrifying was that this year beast army moved to Fang Yuan's will. Terrifying. Just this move alone can let Fang Yuan attack any super force in the world by himself. Does he want to summon all the year beasts in the River of Time? This is almost like a copy of Call of the Ancient. It is just that while Red Lotus's method summons past Gu Immortal experts, Fang Yuan is summoning the year beasts in the River of Time. But didn't Myriad Year Hunting only attract year beasts and had no ability to control them? This is probably the qualitative change caused by the merging of 12 Zodiac Battle Formation. Heavenly Court side was shaken. Fang Yuan's trump cards were truly peerless. He just used one, and it showed towering might. Duke Long, Song Xianzi, and the rest immediately felt troubled. The scale of this year beast army was too large. Moreover, Fang Yuan was still summoning them with no end in sight. The Year Beast army scattered and spread everywhere like a blossoming flower, attacking every corner of Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court's side, which lacked manpower, was unable to defend properly. Song Xianzi clenched her teeth as she continuously activated space path killer moves to kill as many Year Beasts as possible in an attempt to ease the current pressure. Be careful, Duke Long suddenly shouted. Huh. Song Xianzi seemingly saw the image of a small knife. Her pupils shrunk to the size of pins as she reacted, but it was too late. She was already struck. How is this possible so fast? I clearly arranged. Song Xianzi gazed at Fang Yuan in incredulity. Her body stiffened. A bloody hole appeared on her forehead, piercing through the back of her head. The injury was filled with dense time path Dao marks that even a legendary immemorial beast's self-recovery could not regenerate. Immortal killer move, time cutting edge. This was the supreme method of Central Continent's Bo clan. Once this knife was shot out, it would not miss. Anyone hit by it would die. It had once shaken the whole Central Continent with terror. The killer move's contents were extremely complex, and its steps were ever-changing. Among Fang Yuan's methods, it was no doubt the number one in terms of complexity. The more absurd thing was its activation conditions. Its activation time could not cross 3 breaths. For this, Fang Yuan had to use the supplementary killer move shrink time every time he activated this move. Its side effect was also terrifying. Every time it was used, a portion of the memories related to it would disappear. It was like an eraser, erasing the enemy while consuming itself. After Song Xianzi was struck, Fang Yuan's mind immediately turned blank. Most of the memories of time cutting edge turned vague. At this rate, after I attack Duke Long with it, I will completely lose this move. Fang Yuan's mind was as calm as the snowy plains. He glanced at Duke Long. Without realizing, Duke Long retreated several steps. Boom. A loud sound resounded as Song Xianzi fell to the ground. Her body returned to its original form in midair, turning into a giant green vine. This green vine once held the sky and was like an extremely eye-catching heavenly pillar, but now it collapsed in the Immortal graveyard without moving and had no life force. The damage to the Immortal graveyard from this crash was much more than the sum of all previous damage, but Duke Long did not care about this. His gaze was fixed on Fang Yuan. He needed to concentrate fully to have a chance at blocking the time cutting edge that was amplified by at least 1,500 times. In Demon Judgment Board, Fang Zheng's mouth was opened wide and his head was soaked with sweat as he looked at the vast heaven vine that had collapsed on the ground. Qin Dingling, who was behind him, was rigid like a statue. If this move had struck Demon Judgment Board, could we block it? The same doubt flashed in the two's minds, but neither had the confidence to say they could defend against it. This move was too horrifying. One move, and it was unknown whether Song Xianzi was still alive. Her aura could not be detected. Don't be terrified. He used Myriad Year Hunting's aura to conceal this move. If he used this move alone, its aura would be too grand and would not be hidden. At the crucial moment, Fairy Ziwei's words spread throughout the battlefield. As expected of a wisdom path great expert, Fang Yuan snorted coldly as the flaw was exposed. Duke Long's expression eased a little. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan left Myriad Year flying warship and charged forward alone. He is going all out. Duke Long's heart shook. Immortal killer move. Myriad beings assimilation transformation. Immortal killer move. Immemorial sword dragon. Roar. Fang Yuan immediately transformed into a giant dragon. Immemorial sword dragon. The dragon was over 300 meters in length. Its 2 horns were long and sharp. Its eyes were silver white. Its scales were pure white and emitted dense sword intent. All of Fang Yuan's Dao marks were transformed into sword path Dao marks. And everyone knew that sword path superiority lied in offense. At this moment, Fang Yuan finally showed his strongest attacking form. 1944 Swords Destroy Immortal Graveyard Roar. The tyrannical immemorial dragon roared as it swung its tail and moved. Its speed was so fast that it left behind a white afterimage at its original spot. Bam! Demon Judgment Board was hit head-on and fell like a meteor. Duke Long immediately rushed forward to reinforce it. Fang Yuan sneered and rose to the air suddenly, leaving behind an afterimage. In the air, he suddenly changed from an extremely active state to extremely still, and his aura erupted. Sword Path Killer Move. Triple Layered Sword Wave. The offensive killer move that was amplified by at least 1,500 times had power that was completely different from the past. Giant waves surged and filled the battlefield. Every drop of the silver-white waves had sword path strength and was extremely sharp. The sword waves did not target Demon Judgment Board or Duke Long, but attacked the Immortal Graveyard. From the start, Fang Yuan's main target was the Immortal Graveyard. Duke Long clenched his teeth as he used self-moving Dragon Chi Wall. The chi wall could only hold back the sword waves for 8 breaths of time before crumbling to pieces. Duke Long let out a muffled groan as blood flowed out of his nose. He wanted to continue using the chi wall killer move, but the towering sword waves had already reached the Immortal graveyard. Heavenly Court could defend with ease earlier because of Zhang Xianzi's space path methods that could shorten and lengthen distance. This gave Duke Long enough time to repeatedly activate Chi Wall to put up defense. But now that Zhang Xianzi's vitality was gone and was lying dead on the ground, there was no more protection of space path methods. Duke Long had no time to activate the Chi Wall killer move again. Duke Long was not a rank 9, but a rank 8 like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's Dao marks far surpassed his, and he could only count on Heavenly Dragon's last stand. But regretfully, till now, although Duke Long was becoming stronger constantly, there was still some gap between him and Fang Yuan, especially when Fang Yuan revealed his trump cards and showed his strongest attacking form. No. Duke Long let out a sad and furious roar as he looked at the sword waves engulf and sweep through the Immortal graveyard. The Gu Immortals sleeping in the Immortal graveyard could not resist at all. They were sliced into pieces by the sword waves. Even the enormous vast heaven vine was being cut down repeatedly by the extremely sharp sword waves. Zhang Xianzi did not wake up during the whole process. It seemed she was truly dead. Demon Judgment Board rose to the air, but Fang Zheng was dazed. He really did it. He destroyed the Immortal graveyard. The Immortal graveyard. Compared to Fang Zheng, Fairy Ziwei and Qin Dingling had a greater reaction. They were veteran rank 8s and genuine members of Heavenly Court. The Immortal graveyard was not just an important area of Heavenly Court, it was even more a spiritual sacred land to them. It was defiled by Fang Yuan now. Countless predecessors sleeping inside were killed like chickens without being able to resist. Fang Yuan, I want you to die. Qin Dingling cried out in sorrow. We have failed you all, seniors. With a loud thud, old man Zheng Yuan fell as he knelt on the ground in Central Great Hall, crying silently. Fairy Ziwei felt her entire body turning numb. The Immortal graveyard was heavily damaged, and as the leader and planner of Heavenly Court, she could not shirk this responsibility. It's me. I am too incompetent. Tears of sorrow trickled down Fairy Ziwei's face. In Imperfection Regret Pavilion, the images began to fluctuate intensely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable Silhouette wanted to make a move, but was firmly held up by Limitless Demon Venerable Silhouette. She could only stare at Fang Yuan slaughtering Heavenly Court's members and destroying the Immortal graveyard. Shock and anger filled Star Constellation Silhouette's face. Her gaze was icy cold as she looked at her opponent. Good. Very good. Limitless Silhouette smiled. This is pretty good. Back when I invaded Heavenly Court, I also wanted to destroy the Immortal graveyard. But bearing in mind that the scale of variant humans at that time was still enormous, and thinking for the humans, I did not make a move. Humph. So what if you destroyed the Immortal graveyard, or even the whole of Heavenly Court? As long as you don't destroy Fate Gu, with heavens will continuing to favor humans, Central Continent can still establish a second Heavenly Court, or third or fourth Immortal graveyard. Star Constellation's Silhouette retorted. You are right. Limitless Demon Venerable Silhouette heaved a sigh. Fate Gu is the fundamental cause of your Heavenly Court. As long as it remains, your Heavenly Court will stand erect no matter how many losses you suffer. Instead, the more you suffer defeat, the tougher you will become. Old will be eliminated and new blood will be brought in. You will be closer to the tides of the new era. Eras changed constantly, and Gu Immortal cultivation also developed without stopping. The prosperity and decline of Chi Path and Strength Path was proof of this. Limitless Demon Venerable had not touched the Immortal graveyard back then because of this consideration. It was better to spare the Chi Path and Strength Path Gu Immortals who were left behind by the eras than let Heavenly Court bounce back by absorbing large amounts of Rule Path, Wisdom Path, and other paths Gu Immortals who would emerge in response to this. I am really curious. How long can you last over there now that the Immortal graveyard is destroyed? Limitless Silhouette said with a smile. Star Constellation Silhouette could no longer be indifferent. You are disregarding the big picture and bringing demise to the rule of humanity. You are unworthy of being a human venerable. Limitless Silhouette smiled coldly. My main body was bound by this responsibility back then. But now hasn't humanity already achieved this goal? Humans should now pursue an even greater goal. You should know what I mean. Star Constellation's Silhouette narrowed her eyes, falling into a rare silence. Fang Yuan, I will tear out your tendons and burn you to ashes. Duke Long roared. His anger and hatred had accumulated to an extreme level, and he charged towards Fang Yuan without regarding anything. Fang Yuan dodged and did not fight with Duke Long. He continued to activate triple-layered sword wave. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Immortal graveyard was completely covered by sword waves. The sword waves even dug into the ground. not letting go of any hibernating immortal. Heavenly Court's millions of years of accumulation was destroyed overnight. Ah! Duke Long's hair was a mess, his face was distorted, and his eyes were bloodshot. Every attack to the immortal graveyard was like a strike to his heart. He was bleeding internally and overwhelmed with grief. Immortal killer move, Dragon Offspring. At this critical juncture, Duke Long roared with fury. His purple dragon scales flew out and mixed with his blood, transforming into Dragon Man Gu immortals. They were of all shapes and sizes, with all kinds of appearances. There were rank 6, rank 7, and even rank 8 Dragon Men. Duke Long was not an enslavement path Gu immortal, but he had a similar killer move. This is a transformation path killer move that contains human path profundity. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he ridiculed. Duke Long. Oh Duke Long, you massacred the Dragon Man race back then, so the reason was to refine them into a killer move. Haha, how is your action any different from a demonic immortal? You disregarded morals and ethics. You trampled on your own blood and kin. Not only did you kill all your children and grandchildren, you even refined them into puppets to fight for you. Duke Long did not refute Fang Yuan's accusation. Deep sadness showed in his eyes as he charged towards Fang Yuan again. At the same time, the large number of Dragon Man Gu immortals spread like a blooming flower, blocking the sword waves, as well as countless year beasts. At the level of Duke Long, there were indeed no apparent weaknesses. A huge chaotic battle unfolded in Heavenly Court. Demon Judgment Board was paving paths of blood through the Year Beast army. But the atmosphere inside Demon Judgment Board was stifling. Qin Ding Ling and Fang Zheng were both silent. Duke Long's Dragon Offspring killer move was indeed using the members of the Dragon Man race. Fang Yuan's accusation was not false. It was no wonder Duke Long rarely used this move. He was forced to use it now because of Fang Yuan. Many Dragon Man Gu immortals surrounded the immemorial sword dragon. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He had already activated triple-layered sword wave. He now activated another immortal killer move, Golden Thread Sword. Immediately, the sword dragon's body turned hazy and its every scale emitted soft yellow light. Each scale suddenly shot out a golden thread. The number of scales on the immemorial sword dragon was the number of golden threads shot out. They were incomparably fast. The golden threads pierced every obstacle in their way. The encircling Dragon Man Gu immortals resembled honeycombs as the countless golden threads passed them. Bam bam bam. Suffering such a heavy injury, these Dragon Man Gu immortals were unable to maintain their shape as they detonated softly, returning to scales and blood droplets. Fang Yuan cleared all the enemies in his surroundings. The sword waves which he had activated just before were still spreading as he rode the waves down. The immortal graveyard was already wiped out. The greatest variable was destroyed, and now, Fang Yuan charged towards Duke Long. Song Xianzi had no vitality. Her vine body was also in a miserable state. Demon Judgment Board was unable to fight Fang Yuan by itself. If Duke Long fell, who could stop Fang Yuan? Immortal killer move, 5-finger fist heart sword. Dragon claws clenched tightly. Fang Yuan's aura suddenly fell to almost a negligible level. However, warning signs were ringing in Duke Long's mind. He shot forward. His purple-gold dragon-shaped chi flickered constantly, and his figure appeared and disappeared, moving in all directions as he tried to evade crazily. First sword. Fang Yuan's dragon pupils let out a strange light as a sword light shot out of his claws. Fast, fast, fast. The sword light's speed was beyond belief. Duke Long had just seen the light shoot out of Fang Yuan's claws when he found the sword light was already in front of him. In an almost impossible situation, he forcibly turned his body to one side. The sword light brushed past him. Blood splattered. A large cut spread from his left shoulder to his left chest. The cut was clean. Bones, scales, and even a part of the left lung were gone completely. 5-finger fist heart sword was truly horrifying. If this had struck Duke Long's head, it would have been severed immediately. Since the start of the battle, this was the first time Duke Long felt a fatal threat. It had been a long time since he felt such a feeling. Duke Long gave a loud roar and shot towards Fang Yuan like lightning. Fang Yuan applauded inwardly. Every sword in 5-finger fist heart sword required time to prepare. Duke Long saw through this weakness and took the chance to attack. Fang Yuan's dragon body moved as he retreated, trying to pull some distance from Duke Long's sword path's offensive advantage was obvious. If it were an ordinary opponent, Fang Yuan could directly smash through them. But Duke Long was an extremely powerful expert. He could not be careless. 1945 combat system. Fang Yuan's immemorial sword dragon form similarly possessed an advantage in speed. Duke Long tried his best in chasing, but found that he could not shorten the distance easily. Immortal killer move, Dragon Gate. A dragon gate appeared. There were 2 red pillars by the side with a dragon coiling around each of them. Their upper body left the pillars and gathered in the middle, forming the top of the gate. The dragon mouths were open with a radiant dragon pearl in each of them, forming a scene of 2 dragons and 2 pearls. 2 dragon gates appeared simultaneously. One appeared in front of Duke Long, while the other appeared behind Fang Yuan. Duke Long disappeared into the dragon gate in front of him and appeared from the dragon gate behind Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's mind rang with warning signals as he dodged immediately, but Duke Long used chi engulfing mountains and rivers to delay his speed. Immortal killer move, Chaotic Dragon Fist. At the next moment, Duke Long's fists smashed upon Immemorial's sword dragon's head and kept on punching it, forcefully knocking Fang Yuan down to the immortal graveyard. Bam! The Immemorial sword dragon crashed fiercely on the ground. Dust, soil, and stones flew everywhere. Although the Immemorial sword dragon struggled to raise its head, its claws were still intact, and it continued to shoot the second sword light. 5-finger fist heart sword, second sword. Duke Long was already on maximum alert. The moment Fang Yuan moved, he immediately dodged and appeared on Fang Yuan's dragon back. The second sword struck air, brushing past the dragon body and piercing the sky, forming a vacuum along the way. 5-finger fist heart sword lights were extremely fast, but they could not curve. Duke Long might not be able to ward off the sword light, but he could dodge. It was somewhat difficult to dodge the sword light, but he could observe Fang Yuan's movement and judge when he was going to use the sword light, and thereby dodge in advance. Undoubtedly, 5-finger fist heart sword was an extremely powerful killer move, and it had a huge advantage compared to Time Cutting Edge. It would not be forgotten. But because of Duke Long's proper battle tactic, 5-finger fist heart sword became useless. Fang Yuan's immemorial sword dragon had to face Duke Long in close combat. In just a dozen or so breaths of time, Fang Yuan had already received many heavy strikes from Duke Long's dragon fists. There had never been a strongest Immortal Gu or killer move, only Gu Immortal. 5-finger fist heart sword's most ideal environment was when the first sword was released. Fang Yuan was quite far from Duke Long and could use it for long-range attack while he was in an invulnerable position. Even if Duke Long's reaction was extremely keen, he would be hard-pressed to defend against them, and every sword could push him to a near-death state. But when Duke Long closed in the distance and forced close combat, Fang Yuan's dragon body instead became the obstacle for the sword lights, and even became a cover for Duke Long looking over the battle. Duke Long could be said to have restrained Fang Yuan's 5-finger fist heart sword by using Dragon Gate. Without some distance, there was no space to effectively use 5-finger fist heart sword. So, after the second sword, Fang Yuan immediately stopped using 5-finger fist heart sword and turned to golden thread sword. Duke Long saw Fang Yuan's dragon scales beginning to flicker with yellow light. He immediately chose to retreat far away with Dragon Gate. Countless golden threads covered every inch around Fang Yuan, but Duke Long had already retreated. But there was no issue. Fang Yuan once again pulled apart some distance between him and Duke Long. He could continue using 5-finger fist heart sword. Duke Long's situation turned dangerous. He had no choice but to get near Fang Yuan again and attempt close combat. When he approached Fang Yuan would need to cancel 5-finger fist heart sword and change to other methods to fight Duke Long. This demon has modified 5-finger fist heart sword to this degree. He can casually cancel the killer move with no backlash. Or should I say that he has modified every sword strike into an individual move. Duke Long's thoughts moved rapidly. 5-finger fist heart sword was Bo Qing's trump card. How could Heavenly Court not know of it? Duke Long knew a lot of information, and it would have been easily countered if Fang Yuan had not modified it. Duke Long's down marks were lower than Fang Yuan's, so he could not use defensive killer moves to ward off Fang Yuan's various sword path methods. His best option was to dodge. Fortunately, he had much more battle experience than Fang Yuan. More importantly, as long as he did not die, he would continue to grow stronger along with his shrinking lifespan. Although I modified 5-finger fist heart sword and am able to cancel it freely, the amount of thoughts required have increased sharply, which makes me unable to use other offensive methods at the same time. The other problem is that Duke Long is getting stronger. Fang Yuan was feeling anxious. Previously, he could suppress Duke Long and Song Xianzi, mostly because of his battle tactic. Fang Yuan attacked the Immortal Graveyard. Heavenly Court had no choice but to defend with all their strength and take a beating passively. Now, the Immortal Graveyard was destroyed by Fang Yuan. There might be some hibernating Gu Immortals still alive in there somewhere, but Duke Long no longer was burdened. Duke Long could now advance or retreat. He immediately showed his true strength and aura in battle. Fang Yuan battled Duke Long. Both were in a stalemate. Duke Long was happy to see this, but Fang Yuan was not. So he turned his head and spat out a waterfall. Immortal killer move, Myriad Thought, Sword Waterfall. The sword waterfall crashed down with a huge momentum. Every drop of water was a sword thought. Immortal killer move, Swordsman. Sword thoughts surged and collided. forming human-shaped warriors. They had the appearance of Fang Yuan and were wielding long swords. Countless swordsmen charged forward. Fang Yuan created this move after becoming a human path grandmaster. It contained the profundities of sword path and human path. The moment Duke Long saw this killer move, he retreated. Fang Yuan took the chance to get free and charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Outside Heaven Overseeing Tower, Calamity Luck Altar was destroying the refinement path formation with ease. And inside the tower, Chi Ci Lang was struggling against the remaining jade light on his body. Duke Long paled with fright when he saw Fang Yuan's movement. Demon Judgment Board went forward to block the path, but was sent flying by one strike from Fang Yuan. Right at this crucial moment, the sound of singing suddenly appeared in the battlefield and coiled around the immemorial sword dragon's body. Fang Yuan suddenly felt his condition slipping rapidly, like he had returned to the low point of his life, where his actions were controlled by others, his talents and ambitions unable to be expressed, his freedom was lost, and his future was dark. The immemorial sword dragon's speed fell sharply. Duke Long quickly caught up and blocked Fang Yuan. Great job, Feng Jiugu. Fairy Ziwei. At the crucial moment, Feng Jiuji's destiny song successfully obstructed Fang Yuan, and the one who had guided him in time was Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei had opened Central Heaven Gate. This Immortal Gu house was the gateway to Heavenly Court. It had the ability to transport people, but it was far inferior to the enormous teleportation Gu formation and was only for convenience. Destiny Song continued. Fang Yuan's battle strength kept falling, while Duke Long's strengths kept increasing. Boom boom boom. The immemorial sword dragon was beaten back repeatedly by Duke Long and had no way to approach Heaven Overseeing Tower. Since the battle started, this was the first time Fang Yuan fell into such a disadvantage. With no other choice, he stopped all sword path killer moves and began preparing reverse flow protection seal. Duke Long saw him retreating and his aura fluctuating. He immediately knew Fang Yuan was preparing some other killer move, but why would he give him the chance? Duke Long roared. The purple-gold dragon-shaped chi around him chased and attacked Fang Yuan like a storm. Fang Yuan's immemorial sword dragon body was lacerated with scales and blood flying everywhere. What was even more terrifying was Duke Long's that chaotic dragon fist could disturb thoughts, causing Fang Yuan's killer moves to fail when activating. At this difficult time, Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture slightly and released the accumulated Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies. Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies flew towards Duke Long and self-detonated. Duke Long was extremely wary and dodged immediately, stopping his offenses. Fang Yuan got some time and successfully activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Duke Long could not help but sigh when he saw this move. The timing just now was perfect, but he did not grab it. He had exchanged many moves with Fang Yuan and saw through Fang Yuan's fighting style. When Fang Yuan transformed into an immemorial beast or plant using the transformation path killer move, he could also transform all his Dao marks into the same path. On such a basis, any killer move he used would have amplified strength. Even rank 7 killer moves would be able to threaten rank 8s. Fang Yuan had many methods. It was very difficult to imagine that he had accumulated and cultivated them to such a degree in less than 100 years. Even if he had venerable inheritances, it was still a shocking achievement. Duke Long was certain, as long as Fang Yuan had enough time, he could reach an unprecedented height. Fortunately, Fate Gu's recovery was the crucial point, and Fang Yuan had no choice but to invade Heavenly Court in advance. Fang Yuan might be able to rely on some profound and terrifying methods to win against most of the enemies in the world. But facing an existence like Duke Long, a few methods were far from enough. He also needed a combat system that was sufficiently powerful and stable, with ample trump cards. Just like Duke Long, his transformation path and chi path methods formed 2 sets of combat systems. 9 Dragons Protection formed powerful defense. Clear Dragon Vision was used for scouting, Dragon Claw Strike, Chaotic Dragon Fist, Spiraling Dragon Fangs, and World-Shaking Dragon Hammer were in charge of offense. These 4 methods covered close, mid-range, and long-range combat. World-Shaking Dragon Hammer was even more powerful and had the strength to turn around a situation. Dragon Roaring Wave and Body Flicker were standard movement methods, and there was also Dragon Gate for long-distance movement. Dragon Offspring made up for the lack of capability to fight a group. In this combat system, the strongest method was Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. As for his Chi Path system, there was Chi Wall and Self-Moving Dragon Chi Wall as defensive methods. Chi Breath Mountain, Hidden Dragon Chi Explosion, Chi Engulfing Mountains and Rivers, Great Chi Hand Explosion, and Chi Current Scissors were offensive killer moves. Compared to his transformation path system, these offensive methods had much more obvious long-range power. Purple Gold Dragon-shaped Chi was a jack of all trades. This killer move was so excellent that it provided help to Duke Long in all aspects. Naturally, its most important use was still for movement. Reverse Worm Dragon was a killer move that was specially prepared to target battlefield killer moves. The trump card of this Chi Path combat system was Triple Chi Retraction. Duke Long's two combat systems included all aspects like offense, defense, movement, and so on. They also did not have weaknesses or gaps in the various aspects. What was remarkable was these two battle styles could complement each other. For instance, Transformation Path's offensive methods were stronger in close and mid-range combat, while weak in long-range combat. Meanwhile, Chi Path's offensive methods were the exact opposite. Comparatively, there was no need for many trump cards. One for each system, two methods were enough. In a real battle, the most useful were still those standard killer moves. For example, Duke Long had Triple Chi Retraction, but he had not used it once in the fight with Fang Yuan. The battle was extremely fierce and Fang Yuan was not stupid enough to give Duke Long the opportunity to use it. Another example was Fang Yuan's Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. This was a trump card method. But even though Fang Yuan used it, the effect was not decisive for the battle. Duke Long was still able to maintain the stalemate, and it was essentially because his combat systems were even more comprehensive than Fang Yuan's. 1946 Weis Eerie change. How many combat systems did Fang Yuan have? From what Duke Long saw, Fang Yuan only had two mature combat systems. One was Time Path, and the other was Sword Path. The Time Path system was the most comprehensive. 3 Breaths Future Vision, Year Beast Summoning, Myriad Year Flying Warship, Spring Scissors, Winter Coat, Autumn Perception, Summer Fan, as well as Spring Plowing, Summer Hoeing, Autumn Harvest, Winter Storage, and so on covered the two main domains of battle and immortal aperture management. There were two trump cards, Time Cutting Edge that was combined with Shrink Time, and the other was Spring Autumn Success, the core of which was Spring Autumn Cicada. Sword Path had Immemorial Sword Dragon Transformation, Triple Layered Sword Wave, Golden Thread Sword, Dark Assassination, Myriad Thought, Sword Waterfall, Swordsman, and other methods. Its trump card was Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. This combat system took offense to the extreme, being even more powerful than Time Path style in this aspect, especially Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword, which was modified by Fang Yuan. But there was nothing to commend about it in other fields. Duke Long's combat systems were much superior in terms of movement, healing, and other aspects. This formed shortcomings. In front of an enemy with extremely rich battle experience like Duke Long, these shortcomings turned into weaknesses which held back the offensive prowess of the Sword Path system. Besides these two systems, Fang Yuan had many Chi Path methods as well, but as far as Duke Long was concerned, it was incomplete. Unlimited Chi C was clearly a trump card with a power that could break the primordial Chi wall, but it had not been used after the first time, and it looked like the possibility of it being used again was low. In the Soul Path aspect, Duke Long knew Fang Yuan had plenty of methods, and the trump card killer move was no doubt Luo Pasil. But Heavenly Court and Duke Long had already made sufficient preparations for this. Fang Yuan not using any Soul Path methods from the start was a wise move. Besides these, Reverse Flow Protection Seal was of Rule Path, Myriad Self was Human Path, Strength Path, Giant Hand belonged to Strength Path, Familiar Face was Transformation Path, Lead Soul into Dream, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation, and Switch Soul and Dream were Dream Path killer moves. These methods were terrifying, but they were all independent moves resembling large pearls, while a mature combat system was a pearl necklace formed from methods that complemented each other. This necklace formed from small pearls was more valuable than the large pearls. Against most Gu immortals, Fang Yuan could rely on the large pearls to change the situation and determine victory. But in front of Duke Long, the weaknesses of Fang Yuan's combat systems became conspicuous. Fang Yuan, what you lack is time, and I believe you have already felt it. It is such a pity. A mature combat system needs at least a few hundred years of accumulation. Duke Long looked at Fang Yuan, his gaze sharp as blade. Even if you use the inheritances left by predecessors to hasten your growth, it is still not perfect enough. He activated spiraling dragon fangs to attack Fang Yuan from a distance, but they were blocked by Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Duke Long was not discouraged. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was quite powerful, but it lacked a mature style to support it and make up for its weakness. Reverse Flow Protection Seal's greatest weakness was that it expended Reverse Flow River. Despite Fang Yuan conserving it as much as possible after his rebirth, how could it endure such intense expenditure? Reverse Flow Protection Seal was an immortal killer move that used Reverse Flow River as the core. Its defensive strength was terrifying and could reflect almost all external attacks. This move was created by Fang Yuan, from which one could see his astonishing talents. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan lacked a stable combat system for this trump card. For instance, supplementary defensive killer moves to defend and reduce external attacks, or a killer move to increase the power of Reverse Flow Protection Seal. or methods to restore reverse flow river itself. Suppose reverse flow protection seal was a fish with exquisite flavor. Although it would be a delicacy even if it was eaten raw, if it was seasoned with salt, it could be turned into salted fish that could be stored for a long time. If it was accompanied with other ingredients like sugar, ginger, spring onion, or garlic, it could turn into all kinds of delicious meals, providing much more flavors. Compared to Heavenly Court and Duke Long, Fang Yuan's accumulation was still insufficient. He could not avoid falling into a predicament. Duke Long attacked again and again while enduring reverse flow protection seal's backlash, forcefully expending reverse flow river. His healing methods were also extraordinary. Feng Jiuji's Destiny Song was shrouding over Fang Yuan all the time. Destiny Song interchanged between strong and weak, triggering counterattacks from reverse flow protection seal. The profundities of the song actually weakened Fang Yuan even with reverse flow protection seal activated, but the weakening was much smaller. What was even worse was that Destiny Song weakened Fang Yuan while amplifying Duke Long's strength. Duke Long's battle strength soared, growing increasingly stronger. He had the complete upper hand and his attacks were like tidal waves, showing extreme power. Fang Yuan canceled Immemorial's Sword Dragon transformation and returned to his human form. The Sword Dragon's body was enormous. Using reverse flow protection seal on it expended reverse flow river much faster. It was much more steady with a human body. Fang Yuan counterattacked continuously using pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. But soon, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were also targeted. They detonated and turned into dream realms. The dream realms then transformed back into new pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, which fought for Heavenly Court. It was Feng Jinhuang. Fairy Ziwei had not only recalled Feng Jiugu through Central Heaven Gate, she had also recalled Feng Jinhuang. With her here, Fang Yuan's dream path methods would be highly restrained. Sure enough, Fang Yuan's dream path methods were all targeted and dealt with. Feng Jinhuang. Fang Yuan frowned inwardly. In the previous life, she used the Immortal Gu formation to activate Immortal level dream path killer move and spoiled my plan. And now, she is using Immortal formation or an Immortal Gu house to target me once again. Fang Yuan really wanted to find her precise location and deal with her, but he did not have the freedom to do so at this moment. He was not even able to approach Heaven Overseeing Tower, becoming further and further away from it. The reason was that his opponents were Duke Long and Feng Jiugu. The current and previous Dao Guardians had joined hands. As for Fang Zheng and Qin Dingling and Demon Judgment Board, they were no longer able to interfere and began to deal with the year beasts and swordsmen that were all over Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court's main force also started returning to Heavenly Court from Harryfoot Mountain through Central Heaven Gate and joined in the clearing up work. Year beasts and swordsmen were not their opponents and were defeated again and again. Calamity Luck Altar was the focus of the joint attacks of Heavenly Court's main force. Some even entered Heaven Overseeing Tower. Qi Xi Lang could not move properly, his situation turning perilous. Not good. Heavenly Court's main force has returned. Doesn't this mean infallible blessed land has lost its purpose? Heavenly Court possesses enough success down marks and can restore fate completely. Fang Yuan's face was grim. Bad news was coming one after the other, and the situation was turning extremely disadvantageous and dangerous. Fairy Ziwei, use benevolent equality quickly. His reverse flow protection seal will shatter soon. Duke Long transmitted his voice. Yes. At this moment, Fairy Ziwei had already stabilized her injuries and could battle again. She activated an Immortal Gu house and flew to the sky. Her sight contained Duke Long, Fang Yuan, as well as Feng Jiugu and the rest. Immortal Killer Move, Benevolent Equality. Benevolent Equality activated successfully. Fang Yuan won't be able to escape this time. Fairy Ziwei transmitted her voice. Good job, Ziwei. Duke Long laughed heartily, and his attacks became more violent. Fang Yuan was forced to retreat again and again. It is useless now, Fang Yuan. No matter how you persist, you will still be defeated. Fairy Ziwei smiled. But at the next moment, she heard a female voice. Is that so? Who said that? Fairy Ziwei was shocked. This voice was familiar and yet strange. What made her shocked was she had never detected any Gu immortal existences near her. What are you looking for? I am you. Fairy Ziwei was horrified to discover that she was actually replying to herself. What is going on? My body is actually out of control. Soul, there is an issue with my soul. Suddenly, the eerie light in her pupils grew and spread rapidly. The white part of her eyes were completely covered and turned pitch black. Fairy Ziwei struggled and resisted with all her strength, but it was all in vain. In her last moment of clarity, she suddenly realized she was controlled by Spectral Soul. Every time she soul-searched Spectral Soul, her soul had actually been tampered with slowly. Spectral Soul's methods were too advanced. She had not been able to detect it at all. She had already been corroded and infiltrated by Spectral Soul's power. The various decisions she made before Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention also had Spectral Soul's influence in them. It was just that Spectral Soul's interference was small at the start. But later on, this secret influence kept on growing. And now, he could even cause Fairy Ziwei to be under an illusion. Just earlier, Fairy Ziwei had not used benevolent equality, but she thought she had already successfully activated it, and even informed Duke Long. Maybe in the previous life too, I was taken over like this by Spectral Soul. Although I have benevolent equality, I did not truly use it. This was the last clear thought of Fairy Ziwei. At the next moment, she slowly raised her head and looked at the battlefield quietly with a black light in her eyes. Her lips curled up to form an extremely sinister smile. She maintained the opening of Central Heaven Gate while approaching Soul Suppression Hall quietly. She had the clearest picture of the locations here. She quickly cleared all kinds of shackles and restored Spectral Soul's freedom. Ziwei pays respects to Master. She knelt down and prostrated before Spectral Soul with not even a trace of pride of a Heavenly Court member. Spectral Soul was extremely weak. He turned into a translucent soul sphere, which slowly floated towards Fairy Ziwei. Let's go watch the show first. Fairy Ziwei held the soul sphere in both hands and walked out of Soul Suppression Hall. At this moment, Wu Yong, Wu Shuai, and others also appeared in Heavenly Court's battlefield. What's going on? Fairy Ziwei. Duke Long roared. Central Heaven Gate was still being activated and actually brought these enemies as well. Duke Long was unable to contact Fairy Ziwei. His heart sank, and he wanted to directly destroy Central Heaven Gate. But at this moment, Fang Yuan charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower again. Duke Long was seething with anger, but he was forced to intercept Fang Yuan and give up on his previous plan. Gu Immortals entered one by one through Central Heaven Gate. Follow Lord Wu Yong. So Heavenly Court actually looks like this. Kill, kill, kill. Heaven Overseeing Tower is there. Follow me. The final decisive battle unfolded in Heavenly Court. Come, take a look. This is high-grade silk. Candied fruits. Buy 3 sticks and get 1 free. Sir, what do you need? Inside a store that sold Gu worms, a clerk welcomed Hong Yi passionately. Hong Yi first fixed his gaze on this clerk before carefully scanning the layout and decoration of the store. He frowned on the inside. Everything here is so lifelike. What is going on? I heard you have Scholar Gu for sale. Hong Yi asked. Oh yes. But Lord, this Scholar Gu is a rank 5 Gu worm. The clerk was somewhat hesitant. Hong Yi smiled lightly and released his rank 5 Gu Master aura, immediately causing a huge disturbance in the store. The clerk's face was filled with shock. The store manager was also drawn in by the aura. He cupped his hands and greeted Hong Yi respectfully, personally taking out a Scholar Gu for him to observe. It is indeed Scholar Gu. Hong Yi examined it carefully for a while, the doubts in his heart growing deeper. May I test it? Go ahead, sir. The store manager immediately gave Scholar Gu to Hong Yi. Hong Yi poured his primeval essence into Scholar Gu. This Scholar Gu immediately flew out from Hong Yi's finger and landed on the ground, turning into a young, handsome scholar. The young scholar bowed respectfully towards Hong Yi with cupped fists. Student greets teacher. Hong Yi nodded in excitement. Scholar Gu was extremely rare. It was a human path Gu worm, and Hong Yi had only heard of it in rumors. Hong Yi took out a wisdom path mortal Gu and an information path mortal Gu from his aperture, throwing them to the scholar. Use them. The scholar received these 2 Gu worms and used them without any need for gaining familiarity, and he used them rather proficiently at that. In particular, some small habits during the activation were the same as Hong Yi's. What do you think, sir? The store manager asked with a smile. Hong Yi nodded repeatedly. Great, I want this Gu. The store manager was exulted. Great, it will be 600,000 primeval stones. Hong Yi's brows furrowed. This price was not expensive. In fact, it was too cheap. The price for a rank 5 mortal Gu ranged from 100,000 to 1 million primeval stones. But this Scholar Gu was a rare top-quality rank 5 Gu. Its price was definitely above 1 million. Moreover, there was no market for it, so it was difficult to get even with sufficient funds. But it was being sold for only 600,000 primeval stones here. Hong Yi had many fortuitous encounters and was wealthy. He immediately paid the sum and received this Scholar Gu. Coming outside the store, Hong Yi's heart was fluctuating with waves. This place is like Emperor City, but weren't there immortal battles going on around Emperor City? But this place is peaceful. What is going on? Also, there doesn't seem to be any difference between here and reality. But looking carefully, there are a large number of human path Gu worms here. Scholar Gu is only one of them. Moreover, there are so many human path Gu worms here that it can even be called overflowing, but it is commonplace to these people. And the common fire path, water path, and other paths Gu worms are instead rare here. It seems like human path is the main cultivation path here. Really strange. I wonder what brother Yi found on his end. I better go join him quickly. After Yi Fan and Hong Yi were sent to the painting by Genesis Lotus's will, they split up to explore the area after discussing with each other. Hong Yi's discovery was also discovered by Yi Fan. But at this moment, in the corner of a street, Yi Fan saw an unexpected person. Master. Yi Fan was astonished. He had also bought a rank 5 human path Gu worm from a store. It was called Hero Gu. He had just come to a corner to activate it, and the situation became different from when he activated it in the store. Hero Gu actually transformed into his master's appearance. No need to be shocked, my disciple. This is our chance encounter. Lu Weiyin smiled. Yi Fan immediately understood the meaning behind the words and was joyous. Master, you know the oddity of this place? What place is this? Why did we suddenly end up in this place? Lu Weiyin smiled lightly. I need to explain from the beginning. 300,000 years ago, in the medieval antiquity era, Central Continent gave birth to an immortal venerable named Genesis Lotus. He created the killer move Karma Divine Tree, and when he roamed Western Desert, he refused a child's request to resurrect his parents. As a result, he saw a certain scene in the future where Emperor City was destroyed by an earth trench and all lives were extinguished. Therefore, he placed Divine Bean Palace in Western Desert. When he returned to Central Continent later, he used the painting path killer move Contented Lifestyle on Emperor City, forming a painting world. You too have your luck connected to Fang Yuan tightly. Genesis Lotus's will was wary, and thus it locked you in here. Yi Fan was dumbstruck. The wealth of information made him unable to react for a while. He was extremely shaken. This matter is actually related to Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? Also, Master, when did I connect luck with Fang Yuan? That was done by Fang Yuan secretly. He wanted to accomplish something with the help of your luck. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was also his immemorial desolate beast. Lu Weiyin replied calmly. Fang Yuan took the initiative to connect luck with me to get help from my luck. Yi Fan was even more shocked. Yi Fan had acknowledged Lu Weiyin as his master, and was thus half a step into the Gu immortal world, and knew much more secrets than Hong Yi. He was extremely clear on what kind of big shot Fang Yuan was. Fang Yuan was an unparalleled demon, a powerful character that even Heavenly Court was without options against. He was actually connected to him. This was simply like a fairy tale. Lu Weiyin shook his head. Disciple, don't look down on yourself. You are a person favored by the Heavenly Tao. You possess an innately strong luck. Although you are insignificant at the start, you will definitely make huge accomplishments in the future. In the entire 5 regions, there are not even 10 people with luck like yours. It is not strange for Fang Yuan to want to get help from your luck. However, the Heavenly Tao balances everything. He once used your luck and obtained great benefits. Now, you are also using him to obtain an enormous immortal fortune. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was only one of them. In front of you now is Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. Yi Fan exclaimed in shock once again. He suddenly understood, and his gaze towards Lu Weiyin changed. Master, you know all this like the back of your hand. Does this mean this was all your plan? Haha, my disciple, you overestimate me. This was all Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangement. I am only his inheritor. When Yi Fan heard the great name of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, he realized he had also become a follower of Paradise Earth, but he did not feel exalted as he was already numb from the shock. Lu Weiyin waved at Yi Fan. We don't have much time. We will talk as we move. Yi Fan quickly followed. The two followed the crowd in the street and walked towards the front. Lu Weiyin explained in detail. This Genesis Lotus True Inheritance has extremely high value. It is divided into 3 parts. The first part is this Contented Lifestyle killer move. The second part is the luck of being the child of humanity. And the third part is the rank 8 Immortal Gu house formed from Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City, Divine Emperor Palace. Lu Weiyin continued after a slight pause. We will first take the second part and make you the child of humanity. Yi Fan questioned. Master, what is the child of humanity? What should I do? Lu Weiyin replied. Central Continent is different from the other 4 regions. It uses the sect system and human path is most prosperous here with the deepest foundation. Emperor City is the greatest congregation of Central Continent's human vein. Why do countless geniuses emerge here? It is because of the human vein. As long as you absorb the strength within the human vein, your luck will get a huge boost, and you will gain the favor of human path, becoming the child of humanity. And to achieve this, we need Hong Yi's help. Hong Yi? He is my sworn brother. How is this connected to him? Yi Fan continued to be shocked. Lu Weiyin replied. Fang Yuan connected luck with him as well, but his luck is different from yours. You are the favored child of the Heavenly Tao, while he is one of the children of humanity of Central Continent. He is favored by human path. With his help, you can smoothly make use of Shang's actions and quietly obtain the recognition of the human vein. With the status of a child of humanity, we can then borrow Fang Yuan's strength to attempt to get the first part of the true inheritance, or even the third part as well. Divine Being Palace, Painting World. Fang Yuan, Fang Yuan. A voice was heard intermittently in Fang Dichang's ears. Fang Dichang had already stopped using Karma Divine Tree and was using Wisdom Path Killer moves to think of how to get rid of this predicament when he heard this voice. It is Shen Shang's voice. He learned of my identity from the main body. Fang Dichang hesitated. He had some guesses in his mind, but he did not respond immediately. Sure enough, Shen Shang's voice continued to transmit. Fang Dichang, I already learned of your true identity from your main body. Who could have thought Fang Yuan had such an arrangement? He actually placed his clone inside a Western Desert superforce. I am going to help you escape. How are you going to help me? Fang Dichang was puzzled. Shen Shang laughed. You should know that I have been trying to decipher the venerable human path methods, and I have already found the key to them. I know. Fang Dichang nodded. Shen Shang continued. Divine Being Palace and Emperor City have merged into one. I have all along been hiding myself, and haven't let Genesis Lotus will discover me, so I am still deciphering human path killer moves. Fang Dichang asked. And what about them? Shen Shang explained patiently. This is a perfect opportunity. I have been constantly transferring the 4 regions human will inside here. Originally, I had been unable to involve myself with Emperor City and disrupt the venerable methods from inside, so I had to infiltrate it quietly. But now, Divine Being Palace and Emperor City have merged. You previously refined Divine Being Palace. It is just that your authority is lower than Genesis Lotus will. Use your Karma Divine Tree Killer move to shake the whole Immortal Gu house and coordinate with me to spread out the venerable methods so that everyone's power is amplified. You want me to cooperate with you to break the venerable human path methods? Fang Dichang got to the point. Shen Shang laughed. We are helping each other. All right, I'll work with you. Fang Dichang did not hesitate, agreeing directly. Heavenly Court's Battlefield. Immortal Killer Move, Finger Wind Dragon. Wu Yong activated his killer move, but was met with the joint attack of 3 Heavenly Court members. Dai Wu Yong. Prince Feng Xian used inexhaustible flames that charged ahead while he stood behind, covered in flames. His offensive attack also had defensive properties. It was a stable choice of attack. Zhou Xiong Xian attacked from behind. The killer move rumors become tigers roared, like a group of tigers that pounced towards Wu Yong. And Yi Xiaozi activated long-range killer moves. Vines grew out of thin air and spread towards Wu Yong, trying to bind him. Wu Yong sighed internally. He had to retreat repeatedly. He moved back into clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building. With the help of the Immortal Gu house, he resisted the fierce attacks of the 3 immortals. But as such, his plan to approach Heaven Overseeing Tower was stopped. The amplification of the human path killer moves to Heavenly Court is too big. Wait a moment, this is? Just as Wu Yong was getting a headache, specks of white lights appeared on clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building, and even entered his body. Human path killer move. Hope of the people. Human path killer move. Heroes among people. Oh. Inside the Immortal Gu house, other southern border Gu immortals beside Wu Yong were roaring with vitality. This strength. Old Treeman Bada, who was fighting outside, looked at his own hands with shock. Transformation Path Great Expert Yihao Fong was similarly puzzled. Why are Heavenly Court's human path killer moves helping us? This heavy doubt was pressing down on the Heavenly Court Gu immortals' minds like a mountain. Shen Shang, you really didn't let down my expectations. Great job. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He had also received the amplification and his condition was improving rapidly. Duke Long's face was ashen. He was a dragon man, a variant human. He could not receive the amplification of heroes among people unlike Fang Yuan. When Fang Yuan returned to his human form, even if it was created with sovereign immortal fetus Gu, it was still a pure human. Boom. Duke Long was sent flying by Fang Yuan. What in the world is going on? Qin Dingling transmitted her voice to Old Man Zheng Yuan, asking him anxiously. Old Man Zheng Yuan was not dead yet, and had already moved out of Central Great Hall. He was all along responsible for activating the human path methods left behind by Central Continent's venerables. The old man transmitted his panicked reply to Duke Long, Qin Dingling, and the rest. There is a problem in Emperor City. Someone is causing trouble. He poured in the human will of other 4 regions into Central Continent. Hope of the people and heroes among people distinguish allies based on human will. There was only Central Continent's human will previously, but now the human wills of all 5 regions are gathered, so everyone will receive amplification. Duke Long warded off Fang Yuan's attacks while asking, how can we resolve this issue? Old Man Zheng Yuan replied with a heavy voice. I am giving it my all, but I don't have any confidence in succeeding. Duke Long's heart sank further. Who could have tampered with our venerable human path methods to this degree? He had never imagined the venerable human path killer moves to have such changes. The enemy did not break these two killer moves directly, but instead expanded the effectiveness of the killer moves to everyone. This was no different from breaking them. Is it Xinshang? The soul sphere in Fairy Wei's hands shook lightly, as if it was laughing to itself. Back then, the information Fairy Wei had given to Duke Long contained details of Xinshang's location. This action was made under Spectral Soul's influence. Duke Long, however, had full trust in Fairy Wei. Moreover, at that time, Fang Zheng had been detained by Shun Tsongsheng and had to be exchanged for urgently. Thus, there was the series of later events. In the end, Xinshang left Dragon Whale Paradise, infiltrated Emperor City, and achieved this accomplishment. Perhaps I should say, this is worthy of Paradise Earth. The Soul Sphere shook once again. Fairy Wei was holding the Soul Sphere and continuously using Wisdom Path methods to imitate Soul Path and heal the Soul Sphere. The Soul Sphere was becoming increasingly solid under her healing. On the other side, Central Heaven Gate was still open, bringing in Gu immortals from the outside world into Heavenly Court. Ha ha ha. Bring all those people in. Let them kill. Let them die. The more they kill, the better it is. The more deaths there are, the better this is. Ha. The Soul Sphere laughed madly. The first batch who came were the southern border immortals in Harryfoot Mountain, as well as Wu Shuai, Zhanbu Du, and others. Right now, the second batch of Gu immortals was teleported over. They were Northern Plains reinforcements who allied with Southern Borders Group in the previous life. The leader was an old man with a walking stick, Yao Huang, as well as Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, who was walking forward proudly. Behind the two great rank 8 Gu immortals were Domination Immortal Chu Du, who was famous throughout the 5 regions, Black Extremity Sun Ming Lu, who schemed against old ancestor Shui Hu, as well as other Gu immortal experts. Rank 7 Gu immortals will enter Immortal Gu houses. Yao Huang swept his gaze around the battlefield and gave the command. Even Chu Du had to listen obediently. He was shaken by the fierce battle in front. This battle was not something rank 7s could interfere in. Northern Plains had few Immortal Gu houses, but they brought over 3 this time. Follow me. We will reinforce Calamity Luck Altar. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu took the lead to charge forward. Yao Huang and the 3 Immortal Gu houses followed closely behind. Bing Sichuan cheered loudly inside Calamity Luck Altar. His attacks towards the Refinement Path formation were obstructed by the Golden Pearls left by Golden Pearl Immortal King. And now, he was being besieged from all directions by Heavenly Court's main force. Bing Sichuan was attacking the Refinement Path formation while repairing Calamity Luck Altar. He needed help, and this batch of reinforcements came at a perfect timing. Kill! Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu shouted. His figure shook and split into countless clones that fought against the soldiers formed from the Golden Pearls. Yao Huang did not want to appear weak. He waved his cane. A strong medicinal fragrance pervaded the battlefield immediately. The 3 Immortal Gu houses also arrived and defended Calamity Luck Altar. Heavenly Court's main force was immediately divided. Don't even dream of leaving. Wu Yong used killer moves one after another. Wishful Wind Whip, Soft Vajra Wind Chief, Een Wind Rope, and many others were used alternatively to tie down the enemies. Bada, Yihao Fong and others also mimicked this. Damn it, most of Heavenly Court's main force could only curse inwardly as they were pinned down. If it were before, the southern border immortals would never have been able to pose such troubles, but with heroes among people's support now, Wu Yong and others were amplified. Overall, they were still weaker than Heavenly Court's members. After all, the latter were elites in rank 8, but it was still enough for them to become a threat. Charge! Dragon Palace crashed through the battlefield. Wu Shuai and Zhanbu Du were controlling it from inside. Feng Jiuge had to avoid the collision. Destiny's song slowed down. Fang Yuan immediately felt the suppression on him receding sharply, and adding on the amplification from heroes among people, he sent Duke Long flying once again. Dragon tattoos wriggled around Duke Long. Dragon fangs flew around and obstructed the incoming attacks. Suddenly, a huge figure appeared. This is... Duke Long's pupils shrank rapidly as he saw the giant figure. Evil Dragon, Dizong. Sheng had taken the stage. Duke Long. Dizong Sheng spoke human voice. Its roar gave rise to endless shock waves. It slammed down its claws on Duke Long like he was a ball. Dizong Sheng's claws were cut by the dragon fangs and dripped with blood, while Duke Long collided into the ground, creating a 100-feet-deep crater. Dizong Sheng's enormous body pressed down. Rumble. The entirety of Heavenly Court shook violently. Smoke and dust flew, covering the whole battlefield. Dizong Sheng flew up slowly. The ground that its stomach pressed on had already formed a shallow trench that spanned from the east to west of Heavenly Court. All the buildings, mountains, and rivers in its path were turned into waste. He is above. Zhanbu Du suddenly pointed. Duke Long was floating in the air, looking down at Dizong Sheng. The dragon gate behind him disappeared slowly. At the crucial moment, He had escaped the dangerous situation by using Dragon Gate. This evil dragon. Duke Long clenched his teeth. His sunken chest bulged up rapidly and soon recovered to its previous state. Clearly, Dizongsheng's attack had not been without effect. On the other side, Myriad Year flying warship flew back and took in Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan looked at Duke Long and sneered. He directly ignored him and charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long's eyelids twitched at this sight. The force at Heaven Overseeing Tower's side was barely resisting Calamity Luck Altar and was on the verge of collapse. If Fang Yuan and Myriad Year flying warship joined, the situation would directly collapse. Fang Yuan, don't even think about it. Everyone gather and protect Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long sent his command. He himself was the first to move as he used Dragon Gate and blocked the path of Myriad Year flying warship. Get lost. Dragon Palace came to reinforce. Its owner Wu Shui was resolute and direct. He released the suppressed Jun Xinguang and Vortex Space Boy, and thus could activate the killer move Dreamy Light Smoke again. Dreamy Light Smoke engulfed Duke Long. Duke Long's heart pounded crazily. He had no choice but to dodge, leaving behind a path through which Fang Yuan moved forward. Damn it, this is a dream path killer move. My methods are useless. In a corner far away, Feng Jinhuang was hiding in an inconspicuous Immortal Gu house, stomping her feet in anxiety. Right at this time, Destiny Song reverberated through the battlefield once again. Heavenly Court's condition rose rapidly, and Duke Long also received great benefits, while Fang Yuan and the group's offenses immediately weakened. Unbelievable, we entered Heavenly Court. 8 Eastern Sea Immortals joined the battlefield through Central Heaven Gate. Heavenly Court side is being besieged. The 8 Immortals' eyes brightened, especially when they saw Fang Yuan, Dizongsheng, Myriad Year flying warship, and Dragon Palace forcing back Duke Long and Feng Jiuge. Good, we will join and deal the final blow to them. The 8 Immortals' morale soared as they joined the chaotic battle. How did they come here? Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, and the other dragon generals joining the battle was a given, but Qing Yuan and the rest were very conservative. Why would they take risk in joining the battle? This is the side effect of heroes among people. When they receive the amplification, they also receive the influence of the 4 regions' human will and hate Heavenly Court even more now. Xinshang's voice transmitted over. A pity that Western Desert side is still in a stalemate against Central Continent's Immortal Gu houses and cannot participate in this battle. Xinshang, well done. Fang Yuan did not hesitate to praise. Xinshang laughed heartily. Naturally. But then again, you being able to control Central Heaven Gate was truly beyond my expectation. This move was truly spectacular. I can also feel Central Heaven Gates. Transportation power. We will join in a while and flip Heavenly Court upside down. Fang Yuan only smiled. Then come fast. Central Heaven Gate's change was beyond Fang Yuan's expectations. But why would he cut himself short at this time? Even if someone was scheming from the dark, Fang Yuan would only follow the tides and prioritize in defeating Heavenly Court as well as destroying Fate Gu. Damn it. Why at this time? Just as Xinshang was about to accept the transportation, black fire appeared on his body. His internal threat had erupted again. I used all my strength to decipher the venerable killer moves, and my injuries were left unattended. This was Xinshang's last clear thought before he sank into madness and chaos. The moment Xinshang turned mad, Old Man Zheng Yuan sensed it. The old man's spirit was roused. The enemy's strength has disappeared. Regardless of the reason, I can use this chance to take control again, and there is even a chance to turn around the situation. Who is it? Old Man Zheng Yuan suddenly shouted. Fairy Ziwei appeared in front of him with empty hands and a smile on her face. Ziwei? No, you are not normal. The old man's eyes shone sharply as he quickly retreated. But at the next moment, a solid pitch-black soul sphere appeared behind him and entered his body. No. Old Man Zheng Yuan seemed to have suffered a heavy attack as he collapsed on the ground. His eyes rolled and saliva foamed from his mouth, while his body quivered continuously. The twitching lasted for a while before Old Man Zheng Yuan became still all of a sudden. His eyes were the same as Fairy Ziwei, turning completely black. He stood up silently and wiped off the saliva. He lowered his hands and greeted the floating soul sphere respectfully. This old servant pays respects to master. Spectral Soul let out a light grunt of agreement. He did not have any Immortal Gu currently, but he was not without methods. The Soul Beast modification killer move he developed in the past had already become a type of innate ability of his soul. This innate ability could let him modify any soul and make the target offer their complete loyalty. Now, we should subdue Feng Jinhuang. I know her location as well, and can also cut off that Immortal Gu house's teleportation ability. Fairy Ziwei said of her own initiative. No hurry. Spectral Soul, however, rejected her suggestion. Feng Jinhuang is not only favored by the heavenly Tao, she also receives the adoration of humanity itself. Her luck is strong enough to be second only to Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Don't think she is alone right now. The moment we make an attempt on her, we will be met with obstructions. Forget others, just Feng Jiugu alone is a huge problem. This person is strong enough to match Duke Long right now. We will observe the changes in the battlefield. Let these people kill each other as their luck dissipates. Then we will see if there is a chance to make a move on Feng Jinhuang. Spectral Soul and the two servants walked out of the Immortal Gu house and observed the battlefield from far away. Right now, Heavenly Courtside was gathered around Heaven Overseeing Tower and defended with all their strength. Their situation had become extremely perilous. The other Immortals' attacks were unusually fierce. They were under the amplification from heroes among people, but also the weakening from Destiny's Song. With Fang Yuan and Dizong Sheng at the lead, every minute action made Heavenly Courtside nervous. Duke Long and Feng Jiugu were like main pillars. One person blocked Fang Yuan while the other suppressed Dizong Sheng, but both were disadvantaged since they had to defend Heaven Overseeing Tower as well. Demon Judgment Board was struggling to defend against Myriad Year, Flying Warship, and Dragon Palace's joint attacks. Golden Pearl soldiers were completely destroyed. Heavenly Court's main force was on a constant retreat, and the defensive line continued to pull back. Heavenly Court's defeat is imminent. Fairy Ziwei commented, the eerie light in her eyes flickered. Only Yuan Xiongdu was standing on the top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Song Yin and Shay Wei were lying on the floor, on the verge of death. There was no one to heal them, and Heavenly Court also did not have the ability to spare manpower. Originally, Qi Si Lang was resisting the Jade Green Light, but when Heavenly Court's main force arrived, they easily handled him. Qi Si Lang was still bound and could not resist at all. He was directly beheaded and died with grievance. The Refinement Path Gu formation was already destroyed. Yuan Xiongdu could only continue restoring Fate Gu by himself. Almost there, almost there. Yuan Xiongdu mumbled. A fire was burning in his palm. Boom. Heaven Overseeing Tower suffered a heavy attack and shook violently. Yuan Xiongdu's refinement was disturbed. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, unconscious. Fate Gu's restoration was forcefully halted. Immortal Killer Move. 5 Rotational Destruction. 5 Elements Grandmaster shouted in fury. He faced the sky with his palms and pushed. A 5-colored ring appeared. The ring flew to the sky and let out a powerful attraction force, absorbing all kinds of killer moves and even desolate beasts. Heavenly Court's defensive line fell into chaos. Charge. Southern Borders Gu Immortals grasped this chance and activated Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Great Space Temple to charge in through the gap. Heavenly Court's Yu Zhi gritted his teeth as he pointed at Great Space Temple and shouted, "Go!" Most of the jade pearls floating around him flew out and struck Great Space Temple before detonating. Bam bam bam. The detonation of jade pearls resounded like thunder. Jade fragments scattered everywhere and attached themselves onto Great Space Temple, actually slowing this Rank 8 Immortal Gu house by several times. With this chance, Heavenly Court's members quickly reinforced and used all their strength to force Great Space Temple out. But, although Great Space Temple was forced out, Wu Yong made his move on the other side. Immortal Killer Move, Finger Wind Dragon. Immortal Killer Move, Chaotic Shooting Blades. Wu Yong flicked his fingers repeatedly, throwing out several dark jade worms. The small worms grew larger as they flew in the sky, expanding to 10 feet, 50 feet, 150 feet. In just a few breaths of time, they turned into vicious wind dragons that was 220 feet long, bearing their fangs as they attacked Heavenly Court's defensive line. Wu Yong's eyes flashed with a green light. The wind dragons roared and turned into countless jade wind blades, shooting everywhere. The wind blades were sharp, cutting everything in their path. Heavenly Court's main force could only grit their teeth and face the killer moves forcibly. Using this chance when they were too occupied, Wu Yong turned around and infiltrated the defense line. Don't even think about it. A delicate voice sounded. Flower petals flew in the sky. Wan Zihong blocked Wu Yong. She had been paying heavy attention towards Wu Yong without daring to be careless. The moment Wu Yong made the move, she went to fill the gap. Wu Yong sighed and could only drop the plan. The Southern Border Gu Immortals inside Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building were shouting towards the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal Hua Kai Yun. Go in quickly. Previously, Wan Zihong had been fighting with Hua Kai Yun and Qing Yuan. Right now, Wan Zihong went to fill the defensive gap, which left behind a hole, letting Hua Kai Yun and Qing Yuan infiltrate the defensive line. Hua Kai Yun and Qing Yuan glanced at each other, and since the other had no intention to charge in, so they both chose to battle in the same place without having any intention to invade. The human wills influenced the Eastern Sea Immortals' resoluteness, but the influence was limited. Right now, Yuan and Yuan were already feeling regret. How could they have joined the decisive battle in Heavenly Court because of a moment of hot-headedness? Wasn't it quite good and satisfying to plunder immortal materials in Central Continent? Why did they have to fight to the death here? They were not fools. The first ones to invade the defensive line would definitely be met with fierce counterattacks from Heavenly Court's forces. They might even die if they were just a little bit careless. Because she had seen through this, Wan Zihong boldly went to fill the defensive gap and block Wu Yong. The nature of Eastern Sea Gu immortals is like this. Wan Zihong's eyes shone sharply. She had a deep understanding regarding Eastern Sea. But at the next moment, Shi Miao suddenly charged into Heavenly Court's defensive line. He was also an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. Heavenly Court's main force were barely able to maintain the defensive line, and when they were forced, they would let the defensive gap appear in front of the Eastern Sea Gu immortals. But Heavenly Court's main force would have never imagined that Shi Miao was already controlled by Dragon Palace and had become a dragon general, unafraid of death in battles. Heavenly Court's main force was dazed and allowed Shi Miao to smoothly charge into the defensive line and near Heaven Overseeing Tower. Just as he was about to charge inside, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Shi Miao. In your dream, Duke Long's voice resounded in Shi Miao's ears. Shi Miao had already put up his defenses. His skin was like a layer of rocks, extremely firm. But his tough skin was immediately pierced by Duke Long's right hand, and his neck was grabbed firmly. Shi Miao immediately felt suffocation. An intense force spread from Duke Long's right hand and cracked the rock skin on his neck. What kind of strength is this? Shi Miao was horrified. He struggled with all his might, but it was fruitless. Just as his neck was about to snap, a sword light arrived. Duke Long dodged immediately, but this was predicted. The sword light struck his waist, then passed through behind like a ray of light. Duke Long's body was almost cut apart by this sword light. An enormous wound appeared on his stomach from where blood flowed out without stopping. The sword light continued with its momentum and struck Heaven Overseeing Tower. Fortunately, defensive measures were already activated around Heaven Overseeing Tower. It was not unprepared like when Bo Qing's sword light cut it. A white barrier flickered around the tower before finally stopping the sword light. Fang Yuan. Duke Long turned his head towards where the attack came from. At that direction was Fang Yuan, who had once again transformed into an immemorial sword dragon. The sword dragon's claws were clenched into a fist. The attack just now was five-finger fist heart sword. This killer move had terrifying might. Duke Long absolutely could not sit idly and watch Fang Yuan use it casually. He immediately gave up on Shi Miao and used Dragon Gate to approach Fang Yuan. But at this time, Shi Miao suddenly revealed a strange smile. His whole body melted and rapidly covered Duke Long's body. This change caught Duke Long off guard, and Fang Yuan was able to activate five-finger fist heart sword again. Second sword, third sword, fourth sword. Every sword light struck Duke Long and passed through his body. The remaining force struck Heaven Overseeing Tower till it shook. Lord Duke Long. This unexpected situation caused Heavenly Court's immortals to pale in fright. Even Duke Long had never expected Shi Miao to willingly give up his life to pin him down. Fang Yuan's five-finger fist heart sword struck him, but Shi Miao was also struck. There were three terrifyingly large sword wounds on Duke Long's body. He was dripping with blood, but he still had a breath of life left in him. Shi Miao, however, could not be any more dead. His form was a severed corpse. He died with a smile on his face. Duke Long, your life shall end here. Fang Yuan said softly before pointing the fifth sword of five-finger fist heart sword. The sword light seemed to pierce through time and space. No one could block its speed. Heavenly Court's immortals watched the sword light strike Duke Long with a horrified gaze. At the moment of death, Duke Long's eyes lost their light as he fell into a whirlpool of memories. Childhood. Duke Long was lying on the bed and crying, "Father, mother, don't die, don't leave me behind." Child. Duke Long's father rubbed his head and showed a carefree smile even when death was impending. Don't cry and don't grieve. We suffered these fatal wounds to stop Di Zongsheng's rampage. This is our responsibility as members of Heavenly Court, and it is also something we are willing to do. Death is the final destination of life. The crucial thing is whether we died a worthy death. You will understand this when you grow up, my child. Duke Long's mother spoke. You will understand what our sacrifices signify. Although this leads to separation, it is also our honor and duty to protect humanity. The stronger one is, the greater their responsibilities. Protecting our people is the noble task that has been inherited by us and countless seniors. When you grow up, you will also continue to walk our path. We will be looking forward to your growth in the other world. You need to work hard and persevere. Adolescence. Young Duke Long was breathing heavily. He was knocked down by a puppet and was lying down on the ground. A Gu master laughed loudly from the side and clapped. Little Long, your performance is already great. Get up. Rest for a while. No, I can still continue to fight. Young Duke Long used all his strength and stood up unsteadily. I will double my efforts, work hard in cultivation, and keep on growing stronger. This puppet in front of me is nothing. There will be a day when I will become an expert like my parents. I will become a Gu immortal of heavenly court and follow their path. Ha ha, such aspirations. I am really looking forward to your future. The Gu master praised sincerely. Adulthood. This is how it feels to be a Gu immortal? Duke Long passed the Ascension Tribulation and became a rank 6 Gu immortal. Amazing, kid. You have become an immortal at such a young age. Thinking back to when I was your age, I was still competing with my rival in love. Ha ha. A heavenly court Gu immortal laughed. Thank you for guarding me during this period. The adult Duke Long bowed towards the Gu immortal and said with great sincerity. The heavenly court Gu immortal waved his hand. You should have realized it by now. Your identity is special. You are the Tao guardian of the future immortal venerable, so your cultivation path will always be smooth. Even if there are setbacks, it will only signify that you are going to reap even greater harvests later. Heavenly court needs you. The future immortal venerable needs you. Humanity needs you. Kid, becoming an immortal is not your end point. It is just your starting point. You can't get complacent. You can't stop moving forward. We all need you. Yes, I will persevere till I die. I will contribute every bit of my strength and every drop of my blood and sweat for heavenly court, for humanity, and for the future. Duke Long swore. Middle age. Rank 8 cultivation. Unimaginable. You actually accomplished this at your age. Duke Tong said with a moved voice. Perhaps we should say, worthy of a Tao guardian? Ha ha ha. With you, heavenly court can be even more prosperous. Duke Mei laughed brightly. I am flattered, seniors. The middle-aged Duke Long spoke modestly. Duke Mei and Duke Tong glanced at each other. The former said, So, have you considered our suggestion? Become one of us, lead heavenly court, and guide the future immortal venerable seed. Duke Long nodded with no hesitation. Yes, I have already prepared myself. Ha ha ha. Then from today onwards, you are Duke Long, one of the 3 dukes of heavenly court, and also the most important one. Heavenly court's heavy responsibility will mainly rest on your shoulders. Duke Long nodded his head slowly and said with a solemn expression, This is the path I have been pursuing. This is the expectation that my parents and the countless seniors I have met in life hold. It is the result that heavenly court and humanity needs. This responsibility, I, Duke Long, will undertake it with no hesitation. Old age. Come back, Hong Ting, you can still turn around. Duke Long called. Master, I failed to live up to your teachings and expectations. I am sorry, but I must revive them. Red Lotus did not turn around, disappearing into the night. Duke Long closed his eyes in pain, his body on the verge of collapsing. The disciple he had taught with all his heart for so many years chose to walk on such a path. I guided an immortal venerable to become a demon venerable. I have sinned. Duke Long knelt before Duke Tong and Duke Mei. Get up, get up. Quickly. Duke Tong and Duke Mei held Duke Long's arms and consoled him. You need to have faith, Duke Long. We still have hope. It is not your fault, Duke Long. We have all seen the efforts you have put in. It is Hong Ting who has disappointed us, not you. No, Duke Long shook off the two's hands and said with an extremely solemn expression, He is my disciple. If he is walking on the wrong path now, it is my mistake. It is my sin. I must pay for this. I will stake all my strength to make up for this mistake. For heavenly court and for humanity, even if I have to give up everything, I will pull Red Lotus back to the righteous path. And finally, in his twilight years, Duke Long was sitting cross-legged in the hall, his head lowered and his hair was disheveled. 2 trails of tears quietly trickled down his face. In front of him on the cold floor were the corpses of people he was familiar with. These were Dragon Man corpses. The pain in his heart submerged everything and roared like a tsunami, threatening to drown Duke Long. He was originally blessed with the joys of familial bonds, but who could have thought he would have to suffer such an impact in his twilight years? What was even more sad was that the killer of his children and grandchildren was he himself. This was the tragedy that he single-handedly created. It is my fault. Back then I should not have. Duke Long's voice was choked with emotions. He slowly raised his head. His gaze seemed to be under extreme weight as he slowly looked at each corpse. Joyful conversations and laughter along with blissful scenes of him with his grandchildren surfaced in his mind. It is not your fault, my children. Everything is my fault. Duke Long's back bent down. He used his powerless fist to pound his chest. Light thumping sounds echoed in the hall. I was negligent in my care towards you. I did not guide you well. You ended up walking on the wrong path. I was wrong. I am not a good master. I am also not a good ancestor. But for the prosperity of humanity, for heavenly court, I had to sacrifice you. Believe me, I never wanted this outcome. But I have no choice. I might be a dragon man, but my heart has always stood with humanity. I cannot let you disrupt the rule of humanity. That is the result gained after countless generations sacrificed themselves. And most importantly, your roots also lie in humanity. If you want to blame someone, then blame me. I cannot beg for your forgiveness, neither do I dare to do that. Let me bear all the sins, let me pay for them. My children, I cannot bring myself to separate with you. You will merge with me. We will never be apart. As your ancestor, I have failed you and did not give you a beautiful life and stable environment to live in. But this is all I can do. I, Duke Long, am just a dying old man. Present. The fifth sword flew towards Duke Long so fast that it was already in front of Duke Long. Whoosh. There was a soft sound. Time seemed to have been slowed down by countless times. Duke Long's head lightly separated from his neck. Blood flowed out slowly and spurted out just as slowly. He was beheaded by Fang Yuan with one slice. Lord Duke Long. The heavenly court immortals' horrified cries resounded. But to Duke Long, these voices became increasingly weaker. At the start, they were like roaring waves, but almost at the next moment, they became light echoes from the horizon. Is this the feeling of death? I, Duke Long, am finally going to die? Die here? Thoughts were still flashing past Duke Long's mind. Die here? He asked himself again. Tired. I am really tired. He had walked till now while bearing heavy duty and expectations. He withstood the burden of endless sins. There were times when he really wanted to die. When he first stepped into the immortal graveyard and hibernated, he had let his imagination run wild. If I died like this, it feels like it might be a pretty good thing. But could he? Could he? He asked himself. No, he could not. He, Duke Long, lived all his life while carrying a heavy burden. He shouldered the expectations of his parents, master, and companions. He shouldered the responsibility of heavenly court and humanity. He took on the blame for his disciples' betrayal and the calamity he caused. He took on the sin of exterminating his offspring by his own hands. He got injured, he got old. His back slowly bent down, his gaze slowly dimmed. He slumbered in the immortal graveyard, but when the time came, he crawled up and continued to bear his responsibility and mission. That's right, I cannot die, I cannot. I still need to deal with the enemies. I still haven't cleared my sins. I still haven't corrected my mistakes. The immortal graveyard is already destroyed. If I fall now, Fang Yuan will not be able to salvage the situation alone. Heavenly court will be destroyed by the enemies. How can I fall now? I cannot fall. My companions need me. Heavenly court needs me. Humanity needs me. They need me, Duke Long. So, no matter how tired I am, even if I am extremely exhausted, even if I hibernate in the graveyard, even if I die, even if I have been beheaded, I, Duke Long, cannot afford to fall. I need to stand up. I need to continue fighting. Instantly, as if the entire universe was responding to his unyielding will, a miracle happened. Duke Long's dimmed pupils suddenly burst out with shocking light that rushed towards the sky. The blood that spurted out of his neck returned rapidly. The countless qi in the surrounding condensed and brought his head back to his neck. An extremely profound aura carried a true inheritance and entered his body. The wounds on his body started healing rapidly. He completely healed within a few breaths. It is Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's method. And this Qi path true inheritance, so triple Qi retraction can actually be used in this manner. Duke Long immediately comprehended, great joy surfacing on his face. Lord Duke Long, he has revived. The miracle happened right in front of them. Heavenly Court's morale bounced back. Fang Yuan's expression was still tranquil. It is Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's method. There was a backup after all. This is Heavenly Court's foundation. Wu Yong mumbled. His expression was dark. He felt powerlessness. Duke Long raised his head and floated in the air. He spread out his arms and legs as he said, I, Duke Long, will not fall right now. Oh Fang Yuan, let me show you the genuine. Triple Qi retraction. Triple Qi retraction? This move's reputation was too huge. The moment Duke Long said this, the three regions immortals slowed down their offenses in fright and uncertainty. Fang Yuan's expression was also solemn. He had personally witnessed the terrifying might of triple Qi retraction. Back then, Duke Long had used this move to determine his victory, directly defeating Purple Mountain True Monarch. Triple Qi retraction has a total of 3 styles. First style, Human Qi retraction. Second style, Earth Qi retraction. And third style, Heaven Qi retraction. Human Qi retraction greatly reduces a Gu. Immortals' human Qi and their condition will fall sharply. Earth Qi retraction will extract Earth Qi and cause heavy damage to the immortal aperture. Heaven Qi retraction will extract Heaven Qi and combined with the damage from the previous 2 styles, the immortal aperture will shatter directly. If one is hit by the first style, the second style and third style cannot be blocked. So, the key is in the first style. All kinds of information flashed through Fang Yuan's mind. He moved his dragon body and retreated cautiously. Although he had transformed into an immemorial sword dragon and seemed to have gotten rid of his human status, he was not certain if human chi retraction could extract his human chi or not. Since this move was created by primordial origin Immortal Venerable, even if there was no transformation path back then, Duke Long would have definitely made relevant modifications to fill this gap. Whoosh! At the next moment, vast chi surged from all directions and winds moved like waves, gathering around Duke Long's body. Endless amounts of human chi, earth chi, and heaven chi gathered in Duke Long's body, turning into countless chi path down marks while also drastically raising his power in every aspect. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed. What is this? Triple chi retraction's 3 styles are being activated at the same time, plundering a vast amount of chi to empower Duke Long. Is this a condition triggered by primordial origins method? Triple chi retraction's effect had already deviated from its usual ability. Power, and unprecedented power. The feeling of power filled Duke Long's body and mind. He stepped lightly, boom. The air below him directly exploded as his body flew like a purple meteor and appeared in front of Fang Yuan in an instant. Fast, extremely fast. But Fang Yuan had no fear since reverse flow protection seal was still activated. Boom. Duke Long's fist struck his head. Fang Yuan was knocked down like a cannonball. He smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. Reverse flow protection seal immediately appeared shallow and illusory from this attack. Fang Yuan shook his giant dragon head, shaking off the dizziness, when Duke Long appeared in front of his eyes again. Both sides were within 100 steps. Duke Long charged over. His whole body emitted blazing chi that raised his mighty disposition to the extreme. Fang Yuan's eyes were cold as he snorted inwardly. Whoosh! Myriad Year flying warship had already been lying in ambush, and when Duke Long charged forward at this moment, it immediately pierced through the air, like a giant blade that cut towards Duke Long with a heavy shadow of death. Struck! Myriad Year flying warship was like a giant broadsword that cut Duke Long, boom. Dust and soil flew before they were dispelled by the violent chi around Duke Long. Duke Long was struck by Myriad Year flying warship. He was half crouching on the ground, one hand holding the ground while the other hand released a powerful strength as it grabbed the front bottom part of Myriad Year flying warship. He actually held off the whole of Myriad Year flying warship's weight with a single hand. Crack, crack. A series of sharp sounds could be heard. The muscles on Duke Long's hands bulged as he slowly pushed back Myriad Year flying warship inch by inch. Fang Yuan's pupils shrank slightly. The Myriad Year flying warship of this moment was not the same as before. It was merged with 12 Zodiac battle formation and was enough to rank among the top 5 Immortal Gu houses in the world. Duke Long actually resisted its full-powered collision with one hand. The strength amplification Duke Long received from triple chi retraction had far surpassed Fang Yuan's estimation. Huh. Duke Long breathed out as he exerted strength and stood up. He brought his other hand together and actually threw Myriad Year flying warship far away. Fang Yuan observed the whole process with indifference, his dragon pupils reflecting Duke Long's clear face. Fang Yuan swung his dragon tail and retreated quickly, leaving the heaven-overseeing tower battlefield. Duke Long's speed already surpassed Fang Yuan's, but he could only watch as Fang Yuan left. Because at this moment, Dragon Palace and 3 Immortal Gu houses were attacking Feng Gu. Feng Gu had to split his attention to resist them, so Destiny's Song unavoidably weakened. Dizongsheng was free and charged towards heaven overseeing tower once again. Evil Dragon. Stop. Almost in an instant, Duke Long appeared on Dizongsheng's head. Immortal Killer Move. Chi Breath Mountain. An enormous translucent chi mountain took shape in a blink of an eye and pressed down fiercely. Boom. Heaven and earth shook. Dizongsheng's head was pressed down to the ground by Chi Breath Mountain. Triple chi retraction increased the might of Duke Long's chi path methods to a horrifying level. However, after using this move, the chi around Duke Long fell sharply by 30%. A chance. Seeing this, 5 Elements Grandmaster, Wu Yong, and Zhang Yin attacked at almost the same time. 3 long-range killer moves attacked Duke Long. Duke Long did not dodge and also did not use self-moving dragon chi wall. He actually let the killer moves engulf his body. Smoke and fire rose, thunder rumbled. The dazzling scene dissipated. Duke Long was still standing in the sky, standing tall and upright. Did you want to scratch my itch with these 3 small tricks? Duke Long ridiculed loudly. The faces of Wu Yong, 5 Elements Grandmaster, and Zhang Yin reddened with anger and shock. Triple chi retraction. Duke Long shouted once again. In an instant, vast chi surged and appeared from all corners of Heavenly Court before gathering inside Duke Long's body within a few seconds. Rumble. Duke Long's aura expanded once again. Not only did he return to his earlier state, he even gained an extra layer. From the original 10 feet, it broke through to 20 feet. The aura covered his whole body, and the translucent fire burned high. Duke Long's purple hair waved wildly, and his scales shone brightly. Because of Heavenly Dragon's last stand as well, Duke Long's body right now had already far surpassed the size of an ordinary human. His body expanded several times and gave an extremely oppressive feeling. Dizong Sheng roared, unreconciled as it lifted its giant dragon head out from the pit. Duke Long suddenly appeared to the side of Dizong Sheng's head and gave a straight punch. The huge force twisted Dizong Sheng's head, and even its enormous body rolled away, destroying countless buildings of Heavenly Court in its way. But Duke Long no longer cared about these. Everything had to prioritize Heaven Overseeing Tower. In the previous life, Dizong Sheng's battle strength could match Duke Long's, but in this life, it was directly suppressed. If it was said that Fang Gu used the Profundity of Destiny song to defeat Dizong Sheng, then Duke Long suppressed Dizong Sheng by relying on his own strength. I understand now. Although I destroyed the Immortal Graveyard, Heavenly Court still exists. When a Gu Immortal joins Heavenly Court, they will contribute their Immortal Aperture. Countless Grotto Heaven worlds merge together to form the current Heavenly Court. Every Immortal Aperture is a balance of 3 Qi and contains Heaven Qi, Earth Qi, and Human Qi. Currently, Duke Long is using triple Qi retraction not against us, but on Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved lightning fast as he deduced the general details. Heavenly Court's 3 Qi were naturally exploited by Duke Long, and it could even be said to be an infinite supply. With such a powerful supplement, Duke Long's battle strength exploded and suppressed Dizong Sheng with just his body. But out of Heavenly Court, the killer move triple Qi retraction would lose such might. No such vigorous triple Qi were around in the outside world, and they could not be used by Duke Long freely. That meant Duke Long's strength had limitations. He must stay inside Heavenly Court. However, even though Fang Yuan saw through this weakness, it was useless. Heaven Overseeing Tower was also inside Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan had to strive to destroy Fake Gu, so he could not bypass Heavenly Court or the current Duke Long.